687. Walking into the mountains of the Wind Snow Temple on a snowy night. The scenery was absolutely beautiful. Deep in the night, the snow was heavy, and the sound of pine and cypress branches breaking and bamboo snapping could be heard. From the beginning to the end, Wei Jin did not send a flying sword message to the ancestral master hall of the Wind Snow Temple. As for the immortal platform of the Wind Snow Temple, it was even more unnecessary because Wei Jin was the only descendant of the immortal platform. The old mansion buildings in the mountains were only set up a symbolic layer of mountain and water restriction. They only hoped that it would not collapse and there would be no outsiders to clean it. There was no need to gather spiritual aura, nor to hide wind and water. Previously, even when he arrived at the boundary of the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin still did not intend to greet his master, and went straight to the tombs on the mountain. After toasting at the immortal platform, Wei Jin would leave immediately. Naturally, he did not want to go to the ancestral master hall. The scenery of the Wind Snow Temple was excellent, and the immortal platform was the best in the Wind Snow Temple. It was a famous place in the continent. There were many ancient pines and cypresses that were thousands of years old in the mountain. Tonight, the mountain was covered with snow, and there were several eminent cultivators sleeping under the pines. They should be cultivators from other mountains of the Wind Snow Temple. They came here to enjoy the snow and did not want to leave, so they simply began to cultivate on the spot. Encountering Wei Jin, the snow-white Matsushita Isher did not say anything, but just stood up and saluted from afar. Wei Jin turned a blind eye. Miyu, a foreigner, waved goodbye to the immortal under the Matsushita Isher with a smile. The latter was very confused about the identity of this handsome young master, who was able to enter the mountain together with Wei Jin. It should be known that when Wei Jin visited the tombs, he hated it the most when people chatted with him on the way, not to mention bringing their friends to the immortal platform as guests. Wei Jin did not like to talk about the past of the Wind Snow Temple, but it did not matter. Miyu had Wei Wenlong, who went everywhere to buy mountain and river gazettes. This spring banner, Zhai Accountant was really good at checking and searching for secret records. Compared to Aquarius Continent's genealogy master, Miyu knew that Wind Snow Temple was one of the ancestral halls of Aquarius Continent's military school. It was split into 6 branches, and Wan Tung, who was from the same hometown as Master Hidden Official, was from the Green Water Pond branch. He left behind a long-distance sword furnace for Wind Snow Temple, which was a typical case of parting on good terms with his old sect. Wind Snow Temple could be considered as half of Dragon Spring Sword's sect's maternal home. Wan Tung was the #1 sword forger of Aquarius Continent, and because of a sword forger, he had a conflict with Water Talisman Dynasty's de Mo Manor. The sword immortal of de Mo Manor was detained by Wind Snow Temple for 50 years and was still a prisoner. Occasionally, Wei Wenlong and Miyu would talk about the gossip of Wind Snow Temple's Wenqing Peak and de Mo Go. For example, the old ancestor of de Mo Go and a certain grand elder of Eternal Spring Palace had traveled the Jianghu together when they were young. It was a great story, but unfortunately, they did not become immortal companions. Wei Jin could not help but ask, casually, was there really such a thing? Wei Wenlong said reasonably, which few mountain and river gazettes in history could prove each other. Moreover, each time the Eternal Spring Palace opened or had a breakthrough ceremony, the other branches of Wind Snow Temple would usually send their direct disciples to Dali to congratulate. When did the old ancestor of de Mo Go not go there personally? Wei Jin was speechless. He had never spoken a word with that so-called immortal cultivator of de Mo Go. How could he know these things? What was even stranger was that Wei Wenlong flipped through the mountain and river gazettes from hundreds of years ago every day. He did not get tired of it, and even took some notes. He often asserted which mountain heads were puffing themselves up at their own cost. Each time they held a banquet, they had to bite the bullet and cut off a layer of their family's wealth. He also said which mountain heads liked to hide their strength and bide their time, secretly making a fortune to strengthen their family's wealth. On the mountain, there were also a few groups of Qing Peak boys and girls carrying immortal porcelain bowls. They had received their master's order and came to the immortal plateau. They used secret techniques and treasures to pick snowflakes, brew cold crisp wine, and carve flowers. The former was used to entertain guests, and the latter was used as a gift. There was a great deal of attention to the matter of picking snowflakes. They had to pick the ancient pine branches by the cliff and place them in bottles and jars. At different times, there would be different places to pick snowflakes. To the ordinary teachers, the matters of the immortals on the mountain were indeed a matter of heaven. When these children saw Wei Jin, who had an extremely high seniority in Wind Snow Temple, they did not greet him. It was not because they were unwilling, but because they did not dare to. However, everyone was happy. The famous sword Immortal Wei, founding Master Wei, had finally returned to the mountain. Wei Jin seemed to have looked down on the earth, immortal under the pine tree. However, when he met the children of Wind Snow Temple, he would say something similar. The general meaning was nothing more than to remember not to send messages to their elders. There were many cliffs and precipitous cliffs on the immortal plateau. It was not easy to pick snowflakes, so they had to be more careful. When Wei Jin and his group walked further and further away, a boy who picked snowflakes jumped up and shouted, "Sword Immortal Wei is talking to me." Soon, there were children arguing with him. "Founding Master Wei is talking to me." The sound of children arguing accompanied the sound of wind and snow. Miyu turned to look at Wei Jin and asked with a smile, "Wind Snow Temple has always had a good reputation on the mountain and under the mountain. Why are you so resentful?" Wei Jin did not have the intention to speak. On the vast, immortal mountain, every family had its own difficulties. If one really wanted to argue, it might not involve a clear right and wrong. However, if one did not care at all, it would be hard to bear. Miyu said, "One long." Wei Wenlong said telepathically, "The contents of the Mountain River Bulletin of the Aquarius continent are very particular and strict. They don't dare to talk about the family affairs of big mountains like Wind Snow Temple. The customs and people are very different from our Great Wall of Sword Chi. In particular, Sword Immortal Wei broke through the realm too quickly. He is also the only seedling of the Immortal Plateau. The refiners of Wind Snow Temple like to wander around. They are very likely to belong to different dynasties and camps compared to the military cultivators of Marshall Mountain. They are very different. Therefore, the Mountain River Bulletin only dares to write about Sword Immortal Wei when the cultivators of Wind Snow Temple go down the mountain to experience the world. At most, they write about him and one of the golden children of divine grandeur sect in the past." Wei Jin coughed. Wei Wenlong immediately shut up. When they arrived at the tomb, Wei Jin offered incense and took out 3 pots of wine. 1 pot of bamboo grotto heaven wine from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, 1 pot of Forget Sorrow wine from the Yellow Millet Wine Shop on Upside Down Mountain, and 1 pot of osmanthus wine from Old Dragon City. Wei Jin squatted at the tomb and muttered to himself. He poured the 3 pots of wine in front of him. Before the group left the immortal plateau and went down the mountain, a childlike man riding a sword came. He was the old ancestor of Wind Snow Temple. Wei Jin cupped his fists and saluted. That old ancestor did not persuade Wei Jin to stay in the mountain. He only talked about some sect affairs related to Wei Jin. In the end, the old ancestor of Wind Snow Temple took the initiative to talk about the battle between the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden at the peak of the Immortal Plateau. At that time, they did not inform Wei Jin, who was in the Jianghu, that the Wind Snow Temple had done something inappropriate. Wei Jin shook his head and said that the immortal plateau belonged to the Wind Snow Temple after all. For such matter, there was nothing inappropriate about it. The two sides said goodbye without any hesitation. After the group of three left the immortal plateau, the childlike old ancestor of Wind Snow Temple rode his sword to an ancient pine tree branch. He put away his long sword and looked into the distance. He seemed to be worried. The old ancestor of the Qin clan of the Great Dark Valley appeared next to him and asked softly, since Wei Jin was able to return to the mountain alive, his sword immortal aura has become even stronger. It's almost impossible to hide it. This is a great auspicious sign. Why are you worried instead of happy? The boy raised his chin. Can you see the depth of the two people next to Wei Jin? The Great Dark Valley elder said that one with an ordinary appearance is an earth immortal of the gold core stage. Right? The boy nodded. The elder said, as for that one who looks much better than Wei Jin, forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't see through him. The boy said, previously, you were far away. When the other party saw me flying over on my sword, he instantly revealed a trace of hostility. At that time, the other party's sword intent was extremely shocking. However, he restrained it very quickly and naturally. This is even more reason not to underestimate him. The elder said with confusion, you are a sword immortal in name and in reality. You are not those nascent soul stage immortals of Xinjiang Mountain who hide their heads and tails. Do you need to be afraid of them at your own mountain? Those who could be friends with sword immortals were not simple people. The boy said with a low voice, let's not talk about whether the other party is a person who has hidden his Tao. What I am truly afraid of is Wei Jin's attitude after this person revealed that trace of hostility. It doesn't matter. It's normal, so I didn't stop him. You must know that no matter how alienated Wei Jin appears to be from the Wind Snow Temple, he is still a person who respects his teacher. However, when that outsider showed hostility to our Wind Snow Temple, don't you think it's strange for Wei Jin to behave like this? The elder asked cautiously, could it be a sword immortal from that place? The elder immediately clicked his tongue in wonder. Such a good-looking sword immortal. I can't believe it. This Wei Jin is really something. He doesn't let the goodies flow into the fields of others. He doesn't even know to bring his friend to my Great Dark Valley. Ooh, the boy sighed. Whatever. That fleeting hostility of the other party seems to be directed at my identity as a sword immortal, not the entire Wind Snow Temple. That's enough. Regarding this matter, you can forget about it. The elder nodded. The boy chuckled. Little Qin, now I don't care about that person's identity. I am only worried about your big mouth. Today, you are chatting happily with a wandering sword immortal on a snowy night. Tomorrow, you will become sworn brothers with that sword immortal at first sight. The day after tomorrow, that sword immortal will become the son-in-law of your Great Dark Valley. The Great Dark Valley Qin ancestor revealed a resentful expression after they left the mountaintop of the Wind Snow Temple. The snowstorm was not small. Thousands of miles of the world was covered in snow. The three of them did not deliberately fly high and chose to ride the wind to travel in the snow. Wei Jin rode the sword. Miyu, who was also a sword immortal, preferred to ride the wind that was slower. He claimed to be taking care of Brother Wei. The world was vast, but there were few immortals. Wei Wenlong laughed. We are not too far away from the Luopa Mountain, Miyu said with a mischievous smile. You are the chosen candidate of the ancestral hall of the Luopa Mountain, but I am not. When the time comes, remember to take care of me. Don't turn your back on me after becoming a consecrator, and yell at me every day. Wei Wenlong said with a bitter face, You are joking. Sword immortal me according to the established plan. Wei Jin would send me you and Wei Wenlong to the Luopa Mountain. Then, Wei Wenlong would settle down there. Miyu would take the cross-continent ferry to the Great Hui Sword Sect of the North Continent. With Miyu's strength, the relationship between the Great Hui Sword Sect and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the young hidden official, and the new head, Qi Jinglong, it was reasonable for Miyu to become a member of the Ancestral Hall. Only when Miyu heard that Wei Jin was going to the North Continent, he asked the Sword Sovereign again. He asked Wei Jin to pass a message to the Great Hui Sword Sect. Miyu was thick-skinned to ask for an anonymous consecrator. If it was difficult, please don't make it difficult. If they agreed, it would be out of friendship. If they didn't agree, it would be their duty. Miyu really didn't have the face to ask the Great Hui Sword Sect to agree. Between the words, it wasn't just the self-proclaimed embroidered pillow, Miyu's mocking words. Miyu was indeed respectful to the Great Hui Sword Sect. Wei Jin didn't like to affirm or deny the lives of others. Miyu was a genuine, unpolished jade realm. The so-called flower frame was compared to the top sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Moreover, Miyu wasn't a 3-year-old child. Hence, since Miyu was so insistent, Wei Jin agreed. Wei Wunlong said that Luapa Mountain and Cloud-Splitting Mountain each occupied half of Oxhorn Mountain's ferry. Other than the North Continent's cross-continent ferry, there was also an ink-flipping ferry used to travel far and wide. Its true ownership had never been revealed to the outside world. The temporary manager was Lu Zhongruan, the island owner of Book Slip Lake's Pearl Hairpin Island. The woman was born a princess of a destroyed dynasty. That dynasty's secret vault once had a dragon boat and a water palace. They were all treasures on the mountain. Presumably, the ink-flipping ferry was one of the dragon boats. If Sword Immortal Wei didn't mind the delay, the three of them could take this ferry to Oxhorn Mountain. Wei Wunlong also hoped to see the flow of people on the ferry, as well as the loading and unloading of goods along the way. Wei Jin had no objections. Miyu was even more eager and excited. He was finally home. He finally found someone to rely on. He didn't have to worry about food and drink anymore. The ink-flipping ferry's southernmost dock was located at the Yellow Mud Ferry, which was slightly north of the central part of the Aquarius continent. The name of the ferry didn't have any celestial aura. The origin of the name was already unknown. The neighboring ferry that was closest to the Yellow Mud Ferry wasn't any better. It was called Murongzhuang Ferry. There was a celestial mountain in Murongzhuang Ferry that was mostly populated by female cultivators. The fisherman's Song Mountain cultivated the water spell. Most of the female cultivators were beautiful. The fisherman's Song Mountain had already changed the name of Murongzhuang Ferry to Green Ku Ferry. However, all the cultivators on the mountain didn't appreciate it. Therefore, the village girls of Fisherman's Song Mountain went out for training, and the celestial disciples of the invincible divine Fist sect went out for training. Both sides were filled with grief and indignation. When they were close to the Yellow Mud Ferry, Wei Jin met another group of celestial masters who had a good relationship with the Wind Snow Temple. Wei Jin ignored them. An old celestial master shouted loudly. Wei Jin had no choice but to stop riding his sword. However, Sword Immortal Wei dismissed them with a few words. As a lone Sword Immortal, he had no intention of establishing a sect. There was no need for him to consider the ways of the world. Furthermore, the immortal masters on the mountain who were just short of being given the cold shoulder did not feel that Wei Jin was unreasonable at all after separating from him. Instead, they felt that Sword Immortal Wei's actions were in line with the bearing of a Sword Immortal as a cultivator on the mountain peak. Being able to converse with Sword Immortal Wei was enough to boast to outsiders. Naturally, Miyu would tease Sword Immortal Wei about his wide network of connections, reputation, and prestige. He also brought out Sword Immortal Xiao from Spring Banner House to bask in the sun. More and more records of Wei Jin's homecoming were recorded in the various mountain and river court reports. Wei Jin parted ways with Miyu and the rest at the Yellow Mud Ferry. Wei Jin didn't take the Black Ink Ferry, nor did he board the Hemp Sect's cross-continent ferry. He went straight to the North Continent and chose to ride his sword across the continent. Who could stop him from riding his sword? There was no need for pleasantries. When he boarded the black ink ferry, the celestial sisters on the ferry were all very young. Perhaps their realms weren't high, but their smiling faces were beautiful. At that moment, Miyu felt like he had returned home. Master Hidden Official didn't lie to me. Wei Wenlong followed the same old rules. He first bought mountain and river court reports from the ferry, both old and new. Once, a flock of birds flew past the ferry. Not only that, there was also a group of female cultivators from Mount Yunxia in colorful clothes. They rode on various celestial birds and traveled with the ferry for more than 100 miles. Wei Wenlong was no stranger to Mount Yunxia. There were many records of cloud rootstones transported from the mountain to Old Dragon City, and then to Inverted Hanging Mountain in Spring Banner House's account books. Wei Wenlong then left the most common cabin. It must have been hard on me, Jianxian. It was the same room as his, but it was not shabby. Although it was not luxurious, it was simple and elegant. There were many calligraphy and painting treasures in the room that decorated the door. It was obvious that the person who flipped the ink fairy had put in a lot of effort. Everything was delicate and meticulous. It was like a woman holding a silk fan to cover half of her face, standing under a tree gracefully. She was not a lady from a big family, but a pretty girl from a small family had a different kind of charm. Wei Wenlong came to the front of the ferry, where the passengers gathered. He listened to the onlookers talking about the masters and states of the ferries from Mount Yunxia. Further away, Wei Wenlong saw me leaning against the railing with a female chi cultivator who wasn't a female cultivator on the ferry. They were talking and laughing. Those who didn't know them would think that they were a pair of celestial couples traveling down the mountain together. The female cultivator was also charming on her face and waist. When she talked with Miyu, she would reach out and pat Miyu lightly. Only her eyes didn't like to look at people directly. Occasionally, when someone passed by, she would glance at them from the corner of her eyes. She only looked at the Taoist robe, jade belt, pearl hairpin, and other accessories. She was very accurate and experienced. The reason why she only had eyes for Miyu now was probably because she looked at him from head to toe. She guessed that Miyu was a rich immortal master who was worth befriending. If the young hidden official was here, he would probably say that a dog can't change its habit and scold them both. However, Wei Wenlong soon felt that he wouldn't. The young hidden official was very tolerant of worldly affairs. Wei Wenlong always didn't understand Mi Jianxian. You had a very high standard when it came to women. Why could he chat with all kinds of women? Most importantly, he could be so sincere. It was as if all the flirting between men and women were talking about cultivation. Seeing Wei Wenlong, Miyu pointed his finger at him and said with a laugh to the woman, "Jiaolong Jiejie, I told you about him before, the distinguished and elegant Wei de Gongzi, who has an illustrious master whose family is entangled in a myriad of strands, is right over there. Do you see him? This time I am going on a long journey. All my expenses will be dependent on him. Don't look down on Wei Gongzi because he is young, but he is already an Immortal's Cave stage master. I plan to help young Master Wei in the future, so that I can get an identity in the future." The woman followed Miyu's finger and saw the wooden Wei Wenlong. She nodded with a smile and said a few words in agreement. After that, her conversation with Miyu became less courteous. In the end, she quickly found an excuse to leave. No matter how good-looking a man was, he couldn't resist a half-baked good-for-nothing who came from a small door at the foot of the mountain. Wei Wenlong saw Miyu waving. He left the crowd and came to Miyu's side. Miyu leaned on the railing and waved to a female cultivator from Mount Yunxia who was riding on a white yuan. The latter covered her mouth and laughed. She whispered to her fellow disciples. Then more and more female cultivators looked at the ink-flipping fairy. Wei Wenlong said in his mind, "Mi Jianxian, remember to use a pseudonym. Wei Wenlong was a nobody. Other than in Spring Banner House, he wasn't famous in Inverted Hanging Mountain. Therefore, there was no need for him to do so. However, Miyu was a sword immortal, whose fame far exceeded his strength. Miyu took off the blade-strengthening gourd, Haoyang, and drank osmanthus wine. He said, "Do you really think I'm a fool?" Wei Wenlong apologized. "I said too much." Miyu laughed. "What are you apologizing for? Do you really think I'm a fool? I'm not even angry, let alone your kindness." Miyu patted Wei Wenlong's shoulder. "Wenlong, next time when you're with me, don't be so reserved. There's no need to be so distant." Wei Wenlong became even more reserved. Miyu leaned on the railing again and said in his mind, "Wei Wenlong, in those years at Spring Banner House, you relied on your own abilities to win the recognition of Master Hidden Official Yan Ming and Nailan Saiwan. Therefore, you must not look down on yourself. Taking a step back, if you are like this, what should I, Miyu, do?" Wei Wenlong was at a loss. Miyu did not force him. "Forget it. Do what you need to do. You can relax." Wei Wenlong asked curiously, "Mi Jianxian, why is it that Master Hidden Official and his Luo Pa Mountain are not famous, especially Master Hidden Official? Even the North Continent and Aquarius Continent had selected the top 10 youths, but Master Hidden Official was not on the list. Not only that, at the Immortal Crossings, all kinds of cultivators, even if they were to talk about Master Hidden Official's hometown, they would at most talk about the North Mountain-covered Cloud Mountain and Wei Shanjun's night banquet. Why is it that Aquarius Continent does not seem to have Master Hidden Official?" The more Wei Wenlong spoke, the more puzzled he became. "Even if Master Hidden Official is only 30 years old, but the last time he went to our place, he was already in his 20s. With Master Hidden Official's abilities, how could he not know anything about Aquarius Continent? If I remember correctly, when Master Hidden Official just arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was able to pass 3 tests in a row and defeated Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji. With such strength in this small Aquarius Continent, shouldn't he be as famous as Sword Immortal way back then?" Miyu said, "If he doesn't want people to know, then they don't know. If he wants people to know, then they have to know." Wei Wenlong deeply agreed. When Lin Junbai of the Central Plains returned to his hometown, Spring Banner Zhai had heard about it through the cross-continent ferry, and it was full of praise. From the Confucian Temple's academies, to the Central Plains Divine Continent's immortal sects, to the Xiao Yuan dynasty's court, Lin Junbai could be said to have the power of heaven and earth at that time. But Miyu said, the real reason is that he felt that when he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and was no longer in his hometown, he could truly be fearless. Wei Wenlong whispered, "A hidden dragon in the abyss. One day, a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit." Miyu said, "Wenlong, with this talent, when you arrive at Luo Pa Mountain, I can guarantee that you will be successful." Wei Wenlong asked, "Why does Sword Immortal Me say that?" Miyu smiled. "Master Hidden Official, don't you always say to treat people with sincerity?" Wei Wenlong nodded. "That makes sense." Miyu turned to look at Wei Wenlong. "Wenlong, it's not without reason that you don't have good luck with women. You don't even have 10% of Master Hidden Official's power." Wei Wenlong said in shame, "Of course, Master Hidden Official is extremely upright and considerate. When interacting with people, he always puts himself in their shoes and can restrain himself. It's normal that many women like him." Miyu scolded jokingly, "Damn. You also have a natal divine ability. What a good wherein life isn't Luo Pa Mountain." Wei Wenlong, the future god of wealth of Luo Pa Mountain, was confused. After the dragon boat ferry docked at the Oxhorn Mountain, Miyu found Lu Zhongruan and said with a smile in the language of the Aquarius Continent, "Steward Lu, my real name is not worth mentioning. My nickname in the Jianghu is No Rice. Steward Lu, I will soon be the immortal master of the Luo Pa Mountain. Let's visit each other often." Lu Zhongruan did not know why this person would say such words without rhyme or reason, so he replied perfunctorily. Those who boarded the boat were customers, and in business one would not hit a smiling person. If the other party really went to Luo Mountain's ancestral hall to burn incense and hang a portrait, then it would be fine. There was no need to rush. But Lu Zhongruan always felt that the man in front of him was too good-looking. In the future, there would be young and inexperienced women on the back of his own Chelan fish. He would have to take it easy. Lu Zhongruan didn't want to cause any trouble. Just because of this man in front of her, the disciples who should be cultivating diligently were worried about another man like a woman in her room or quarreling endlessly like a jealous shrew. She, Lu Zhongruan, reckoned that she would be angered half to death. Wei Wenlong stood at the side. He was puzzled along the way. Miyu seemed to be estranged from the female cultivators on the boat. He did not strike up any conversation. Even if the female cultivators took the initiative to talk to him, Miyu would stay away. Miyu and Wei Wenlong followed the local customs and walked to Luo Mountain. They took a detour to the main entrance, and when they passed by the foot of the cliff, Miyu stopped and laughed. Interesting. Wei Wenlong could only see that there were traces of craters on the ground. He looked up and asked, "Me sorta mortal, how many pure martial artists jumped off the cliff for fun? They should be at the golden body stage, right?" Miyu shook his head. It's the same person, and they haven't reached the golden body stage yet. Wei Wenlong also shook his head. The depth is different. The gap is not small. They shouldn't be the same person. If it's the same person, the craters should not be so obvious after a long time. They can't have broken through in such a short time. Even Master Hidden Official can't do it. Miyu asked, "Let's make a bet." Wei Wenlong shook his head hard. "No, people who deal with accounts avoid gambling the most. I can't let down Master Hidden Official and Master's trust. In the future, on this mountain, I must scrupulously abide by everything, no matter big or small." Miyu did not care. As for why Wei Wenlong thought wrong, it was very simple. His realm was not enough. Miyu's Jade Raw realm was still Jade Raw realm. It was not fake. When they arrived at the main entrance of Luo Mountain, Miyu and Wei Wenlong looked at each other. The gatekeeper was a young man. After hearing that the two were the mountain lord's friends, he remembered the two names Wei Wenlong and Nomi and let them go. Then Miyu and Wei Wenlong had just climbed a few steps when they saw a finger-sized little guy running up the steps, sighing, but it did not delay its movements. Wei Wenlong and Me Sorta Mortal explained softly that this was a little person with incense in the world. Not all rich families and temples would have it. It was relatively rare. The little guy climbed the steps again, and again it was very difficult. It was no different from climbing over mountains. But there was no other way. The branch master was not at the top of the mountain. The rules were still there. So every time it came to Luo Mountain as a guest, it could only enter from the main entrance. When it passed by the two guests, it did not even raise its head. Only when it was over a dozen steps above them did it turn around and stand still. It placed its hands on its hips and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Probably because it felt like it had been rude. It quickly lowered its hands and bowed. Only then did it raise its head and announce itself. It said it was the incense master of the Dragon Province's City God's Pavilion, ranked second, as well as the right protector of the Dragon Rider Alley. It had no idea what rank it was, but there was still a chair for it to sit on anyway. It was just that it had come to do the roll call today. Then, the little incense stick figure solemnly repeated the previous question. Wei Wenlong had no idea how to answer it. It seemed like a rather mischievous little guy. Was this the jargon of the Jianghu that Sir Hidden Official referred to as paying respects to the Mountain Lord? Miyu took a few steps and crouched down. He smiled. "I've heard of you. Why wouldn't I? I'm the follower of the Lord of Luo Mountain. I've heard him mention the right protector of the Dragon Rider Alley. I'm hard-working and extremely competent." The little incense master of the Dragon Province's City God's Pavilion was shocked. he said with great envy. You actually know the lord of our Luopa mountain? I haven't even met him yet. The former Dragon Rider Alley's right protector, the current Luopa Mountain's right protector, Zhou Meili's branch leader, Lord Pei, and her master, Lord Mountain, are many, many ranks apart. I've even specially asked Branch Master Pei whether I can take the initiative to greet him if I'm fortunate enough to run into him on the way. Branch Master Pei said that I have to do the roll call 100 times at the mountain gate before I can do it. Spilling the beans from a bamboo tube, the little guy reported a string of official titles without even taking a breather. Miyu's smile was resplendent. Look, this is the unique style of his Luopa mountain. Go to the F*King North Continent. Afterwards, a girl came down from the mountain practicing her martial arts. She did not greet the two of them when she saw them, only focusing on her martial arts as she made her way to the mountain gate. Wei Wenlong felt like the Luopa mountain was filled with mysteries. It really was the place of cultivation of Sir Hidden Official. There were huge pits created by people jumping off cliffs, a young man guarding the gate, a little incense master climbing the steps, and a girl practicing her martial arts without a care in the world. Miyu extended his hand. Stand on my shoulder. I'll give you a lift. The little incense master shook his head. Don't. If I'm not sincere, it'll be easy for Branch Master Pei to remember. Ma Meili is very impartial. The little guy continued to climb the mountain. Miyu and Wei Wenlong climbed the mountain slowly afterwards. Very soon, two girls ran over. One was in a pink dress, while the other was in black. The latter carried a small, golden pole. Wei Wenlong was impressed. impressed. Chen Wanshu ran down the steps with Zhou Meili standing on the same step as Miyu and Wei Wenlong. Afterwards, Chen Wanshu bowed. Welcome, esteemed guests. Sword Immortal Wei of the Wind Snow Temple passed by earlier and mentioned this to Wei Shanjun. The house on the mountain has already been tidied up. Wei Pai appeared to one side and smiled mentally. Wanshu Meili, don't worry about it. I'll be in charge of receiving the guests. The two girls did not regard Wei Shanjun as an outsider and bade farewell. Wei Pai said, Sword Immortal Wei only said that two esteemed guests would be visiting, but he did not elaborate on their identities. I wonder if you can tell me? Miyu laughed. Great Wall of Sword Chi Miyu. Inverted Suspended Mountains Spring Banner Houses. Xiao Yinyan's direct disciple. Wei Wenlong. According to Master Hidden Official's intentions, we can become Luopa Mountain's official residence anytime. Regarding Shanjun and Wei Pai, the young hidden official did not speak much, but his words carried a lot of weight. You can be at ease. Thus, Wei Wenlong followed closely behind and took out a secret letter from his family and handed it over to the Aquarius Continent's Bei, Mountain Lord. Wei Pai opened the letter. After reading it, he placed it back into the envelope with a strange expression. After hesitating for a moment, he laughed. Sword Immortal Me, Chun Pingon said in the letter that you will most likely shamelessly stay in Luopa Mountain. Miyu knew that the situation was not good and was about to spout nonsense, but if it did not work, he could only throw a tantrum. Wei Pai continued. The letter said that if you are willing to stay, then stay. First, you will be a consecrator that will not be announced to the public. Great Sword Immortal Me will have to suffer a little. Miyu heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Miyu and Mountain Lord Wei Shanjun have good karma. Once I climb the mountain, it is a great piece of news. Wei Pai laughed and nodded, but he was actually extremely shocked. Chun Pingon's description of Miyu in the letter was very simple. Great Wall of Sword Chi Sword Cultivator, Jade Unpolished Realm Bottleneck, Trustworthy, a Jade Unpolished Realm Sword, Immortal. Wei Pai turned his head and smiled at Wei Wenlong. Wei Wenlong, from today onwards, you will be the person in charge of Luopa Mountain's finances. Afterwards, Nuan Shu will hand over all the accounts to you. At this point, Wei Pai paused for a moment and said, I have a presumptuous request. Even if I hand over the accounts, I hope that you will not stop Yuan Shu from reading the accounts in the future. It is not that I do not trust you, but on Luopa Mountain, it has always been Yuan Shu who manages the large and small financial transactions, and there has never been the slightest mistake. It is just that now that the business has expanded, Luopa Mountain should indeed have someone who specializes in managing the finances and accounts. After all, Yuan Shu has a lot of work to do. Of course, these are not the words in Qin Pingan's letter. If you have a grudge because of this, then Qin Pingan has misjudged you. When he returns to Luopa Mountain in the future, it will be him who will blame himself. Wei Pai finally said, "We are all family, so I will not speak of two different families." Wei Wenlong said with a smile, managing the accounts, "The most important thing is to be clear. How can one person monopolize the accounts and not see the light of day?" Wei Shanjun does not need to think too much. Wei Pai smiled knowingly and nodded. "You are indeed worthy of being the person that Qin Pingan has high hopes for. Not to mention other things, when it comes to making money, Qin Pingan's vision and ability are indeed excellent. Someone who can make him sincerely admire is definitely not bad. In the future, I will have to trouble you." Wei Wenlong cupped his fists and nodded. From this day on, Mi Yu and Wei Wenlong could be considered to have taken root in Luopa Mountain. Wei Wenlong's residence became Luopa Mountain's accountant. After Yuan Shu handed over all the accounts, she no longer cared about money. At most, every time she needed to spend money, she would ask Mr. Wei for approval. Every time, she would bring a piece of paper to record in detail the reason for each expenditure and where it went. Not only that, she was probably worried that if she visited too many times, it would delay Mr. Wei's important matters. Therefore, often some trivial expenses would be paid by her and Zhou Meili. They would put together a piece of paper and then reconcile it with Mr. Wei. Wei Wenlong did not feel that this matter was annoying, but he was a little embarrassed. Although he had not stayed on the mountain for many days, he knew that Yuan Shu was busy every day. She really had something to do from morning to night. Wei Wenlong had to take the initiative to ask the little girl if she liked to keep accounts. The little girl in pink nodded and was a little embarrassed. Wei Wenlong divided the accounts of Luopa Mountain into two parts: the big money transactions, including the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain, and the ink-turning ferry belonged to him. The daily accounts of Luopa Mountain continued to belong to her. However, the little girl could learn the accounts of all the big businesses. If she did not understand, she could ask. When Wei Wenlong arrived at Luopa Mountain, he was already the accountant of Luopa Mountain. On the other hand, Miyu strolled around every day, followed by little Meili, who was carrying a carrying pole. Miyu could not talk about the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but he finally knew why the hidden official's wine shop sold a kind of wine named Mute Lake wine. So it was because of this little girl. Miyu really did not feel that the days on the mountain were boring. It was very interesting. With Zhou Meili by his side every day, he was not bored at all. Today, Miyu accompanied Zhou Meili to the stone table by the cliff to eat melon seeds. He listened to little Meili talk about her adventures in the Jianghu. A sort of mortal listened with great interest. The little incense stick came to the mountain again. She was very attentive and ran around the stone table cleaning the melon seed shells. Wei Pai secretly said that the head butler of Luopa Mountain, Zhu Lian, had left the mountain to travel. Miyu understood in his heart. As for the talisman puppet that looked like Zhu Lian, Miyu had already seen through it. Today, Zhou Meili talked about the Jianghu stories from yesterday's Red Candle Town to the Chongdan River, Yuya River, and Xiuhua River. She talked about the good places in each river in detail. In the end, she asked Senior Mays to go to the Chongdan River and Xiuhua River to play. It was just that the water in the two water deity temples were a little expensive. He could buy it from the nearby Chiefu River water deity temple, which was more cost-effective. Anyway, it was just burning water and did not violate any taboos. Miyu smiled and asked why the Jade Nectar River was missing. Little Rice immediately furrowed her thin eyebrows and said, "I've mentioned it before, haven't I? Senior Corn, have you forgotten about it? That's impossible. I'm famous for being smart." Sigh. There's no way I didn't mention it. In the end, the little girl saw that Senior Mays was smiling and did not say anything. She quickly waved her hand and said that they were not in a hurry to play in the Three Rivers. In the future, when Pei Qian and Chen Lingjun returned home from their travels, they could play together. The little incense puppet held back for a long time and said sullenly, "Go to the Damia River. That bad woman almost caused Lord Mealy to." Zhou Mealy was anxious and slapped down. She cupped the back of her hand and covered the little guy. Then she lay on the table and raised her hand a little. Looking at the little incense puppet, she frowned and lowered her head. She lowered her voice and reminded him, "Don't talk behind my back." Then the little girl raised her head and laughed. She covered her mouth and said vaguely, "Senior Mays, I'll look at the almanac tomorrow. If it's time to go out, I'll take you to Mount Huimeng next door. I'm very familiar with it." Miyu smiled and dismissed it. He only remembered the Yuya River. He turned around and saw an uninvited guest. She was neither unfamiliar nor familiar. It was said that this person was now cultivating at the sword worship platform, what golden core or nascent soul sword cultivator. If she wasn't a beautiful woman, you wouldn't even bother to look at her in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After all, Miyu was criticized for his swordsmanship among sword immortals. It was his brother who had a brother who squandered his talent and didn't know how to make progress. It wasn't even because of his achievements in killing demons. In fact, before ascending to the upper five realms, Miyu was a well-deserved senior to Nailan Saihuan and Qi Shou, whether it was fighting on the city wall or fighting outside the city. An Chui Wei, a golden core sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, had run away to the vast world. What qualifications did he have to be looked at by Miyu? So before Chui Wei spoke, Miyu said, "Go away." Zhou Mealy was a little flustered and whispered, "Senior Mays, don't be like this. Senior Chui is one of us. He's very good." Miyu smiled and nodded. Then he turned to the silent Chui Wei and said, "Then please go away." Zhou Mealy crossed her arms and was a little angry. "You can't talk like this on Luapa Mountain." Miyu had to raise his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, Brother Chui, please sit down and eat melon seeds." Chui Wei sat down silently and asked in his heart, "Sword Immortal Me, what about my master?" Miyu said, "You have the face to ask, but I don't have the face to say." Chui Wei nodded, got up, and left quietly. Miyu stood up, took off the Haoyang sword strengthening gourd from his waist, stood on the edge of the cliff, and slowly drank. Should he take advantage of the fact that he wasn't the official immortal master of Luapa Mountain to kill a few Jade Pure realm cultivators who didn't get along with Luapa Mountain? Not to mention the power of the sword with all his strength, Miyu was actually quite good at hiding his traces and attacking with flying swords, although he couldn't be compared with Master Hidden Official, and that official, Miyu didn't think he was inferior to ordinary sword immortals. Miyu looked down with a smile. It turned out that Zhou Mealy was tugging at his sleeve. She stood on tiptoe, took out a handful of melon seeds, and raised it high. Miyu squatted down, took the melon seeds, and said softly with a smile, "Little Mealy, in my hometown, many people have heard the story of the Mute Lake monster. It's a pity that many people are no longer in this world, and that Senior Chui is not even as good as me, so I'm angry with him." Zhou Mealy frowned hard, and then nodded hard to show that she definitely didn't pretend to know something. In the end, the little girl sat beside the cliff with the sword immortal who called himself Corn. The little girl thought that his name was really good and that it had the same character as her. It was fate. Therefore, Zhou merely gave all the melon seeds to Miyu. Her little head and shoulders shook, and she said with a smile, "Let me tell you a little secret. I've been waiting for a good person to come back. For example, when I went to squat at the mountain gate, I said that I was watching some UNG practice boxing. When I went to stand on the railing at the top of the mountain, I said that I was going to chat with the mountain god. Also, when I sat here, I said that I was watching the birds in the sea of clouds pass by the door. So, Pei Qian and sister Nuanshu still don't know about this." Miyu nodded. "So that's how it is. If you didn't tell me, I definitely wouldn't have known." The little girl was a little worried. Why hasn't he come home yet? No matter how good your hometown is, it's not his hometown. Miyu said, "Yeah, who knows? I recommend a work, Ming Bandit." It's not a friendly recommendation, but it's really well written and makes people's eyes light up. 688. Wei Pai invited Miyu to the great mountain lord's estate at the top of Cloud Paul Mountain. It truly was a place of great feng shui, worthy of being called an immortal's dwelling. It took up a great amount of space like a garden. There were no cultivators, nor were there any mortals. Snow crushed pine trees and deer, making the water immortal mountain much more spirited. In the end, Wei Pai brought Miyu to a high platform that had been concealed. It was called the Luster Platform. Wei Pai usually liked to sit there by himself, drinking and admiring the scenery. He could see everything around him. There were only a few snow-white cushions on the Luster Platform. There was nothing else. The moon had just risen, and the snow and moonlight competed for beauty. Beyond the mountains, he could vaguely make out the lanterns of the Dragon Province City, Huaihuang County City, and Red Candle Town in different directions. 3 lanterns of different sizes were placed on the snowy ground. Even the immortals in their estates on the mountain could not bear to breathe, afraid of blowing out the lanterns under the moon. Miyu picked up the Haoyang sword fostering gourd that he did not have the opportunity to give away for now. He took a sip of alcohol and looked around at the night scenery. He sighed emotionally. It really is a great place. It's all thanks to Wei Wenlong that I learn about quite a few people of the same age as Sir Hidden Official in Pearl Paradise on my way here. They've all stood out after leaving. Ma Kuxuan of Marshall Mountain, Gukan of Slip Lake, and Song Mu of the Vassal of Dali. As for that Lu Xianyang, I've even seen him a few times on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He's very impressive. Lu Xianyang's life-bound flying sword is quite rare even on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Wei Pai said in a self-deprecating manner, "The environment is great. That's a given. At the end of the day, not all mountain divinity prefects can hold so many night feasts in a row. Within the territory of the northern mountain, the sound of pots and pans being sold is constant. You'll meet pots and pans at home, right?" Miyu laughed aloud. This northern mountain lord, who held great authority in the Aquarius continent, was much more humorous than he had imagined. That was good. If he were a pedantic and inflexible god of mountains and rivers, it would be a complete disaster. After drinking a big mouthful of wine, Miyu stopped smiling and said, "Hidden Official said that if it weren't for Wei Shanjun's protection, Luo Pa Mountain wouldn't have today's business. Otherwise, even if we could get it, we wouldn't be able to keep it. Instead, it would be a disaster." Wei Pai said, "Similarly, if it weren't for Qin Pingon, Wei Pai, would not have become Mountain Lord to you. Luo Pa Mountain borrowed the power of Mount Tai Yun, and Mount Tai Yun also needed to borrow the power of Luo Pa Mountain. It's just that one is in the light, and the other is in the dark. One could confide in him without worry, while the other could be trusted. Therefore, the following conversation between the two was very frank. Wei Pai talked to the Sword Immortal about Luo Mountain's recent troubles and future plans in detail. Miyu told Shanjun about the situation at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for the Hidden Official, Miyu did not say much. After some deliberation, Wei Pai told Miyu some of the inside stories that he shouldn't talk about in private. In the end, Miyu said helplessly, "It's a mess. It doesn't seem to be a matter of killing someone with a sword or two." Wei Pai shook his head and said, "Since Qin Pingan is destined to be unable to return home in the near future, then Luo Pa Mountain's treatment of guests will be different. It's not a good idea to keep a low profile. As for whether to use the sword, when to use the sword, and who to use the sword against, it will all depend on Zhu Yan's decision." Miyu nodded and said, "Hidden official is very respectful to Zhu Yan. I will listen to his orders." As for Zhu Yan, he had never seen him before, but he had heard of his name. Wei Pai could not help but ask, "Sword Immortal Mi, may I ask why you are so respectful to Qin Pingan?" Miyu corrected, "It's reverence. I'm a lazy person who doesn't want to use my brain. I've always been afraid of dealing with people who are smart to a certain extent. To be honest, in this vast world of yours, I'd rather be the enemy of an entire continent's cultivators than the hidden official." Since Miyu had some reservations, Wei Pai did not ask about Qin Pingan's specific deeds and circumstances at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. A sword immortal at the bottleneck of the pure jade realm still addressed Qin Pingan as hidden official. This was enough to explain the problem. Wei Pai sighed. "I knew that Qin Pingan would definitely grow up, but I didn't expect it to be so fast." Miyu did not want to talk about this, so he asked, "Why did you hit the railing while drinking?" Wei Pai laughed. There was no one to reciprocate. "So, I enjoyed myself?" Miyu nodded and said, "As expected, Wei Shanjun is the same as hidden official. You're both educated. On a good night in a year, the moon could be seen for thousands of miles." Wei Ba said, "Me Sword Immortal, I have a favor to ask of you. If you agree, it might take you a year or so of time. As for Luo Pa Mountain, I'll keep an eye on it." Miyu said, "Just say it." Wei Pai said, "Eternal Spring Palace will soon send a group of immortal masters to travel to the south. They will soon pass by Red Candle Town. Among the 5 of them, the highest realm is only at the Dragon Gate realm. But now, in the central region of Aquarius continent, there are still many cultivators who hate Dolly. Eternal Spring Palace was especially generous during the night banquets, so I want to return the favor. They are traveling far this time, so they need to leave Northern Mountain. Instead of owing Middle Mountain Lord Jin Qing a favor, I might as well ask Sword Immortal Mi to go out as a friend." Miyu joked, "I want to familiarize myself with the local customs of Aquarius continent. When I accompanied Wei Jin to the north, there were bootlickers everywhere. It was hard to even drink wine in peace." Wei Pai explained the general situation of this Tao protector and then handed over a prepared document. Miyu opened it and saw that it was Yumi Dali Longquan County. Miyu smiled. "Yumi, a good name." Other than that, Wei Pai also gave Miyu a tree branch and a few green leaves. Wei Pai said, "This is one of the intertwined branches. If there is an emergency that even I can't handle, I will burn the other half. The intertwined branches in Me Sword Immortal Mi's hand will wither. Once we return to Northern Mountain, burn the intertwined branches, and I will immediately appear and send Miyu back to Luo Pa Mountain." Me Sword Immortal Mi kept it in his universe inside sleeve. Wei Pai wanted to say something but stopped. Miyu laughed and said, "Don't worry, Miyu will not be a womanizer. After all, Wei Jin once said that Eternal Spring Palace was an immortal sect where female cultivators gathered. And in Luo Pa Mountain, there was already a secret vault. Although Eternal Spring Palace did not have many secret records, far less than Jinyang Mountain and Qingfeng City, but Miyu was still very diligent in reading them. After Wei Wenlong entered Luo Pa Mountain, because he brought along a gift from his teacher, Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan. Inside it was all about the history of the various countries in Aquarius continent literature and history files, as well as excerpts from the Mountain Palace Bulletin. The number of secret records in Luo Pa Mountain's secret vault doubled overnight. Wei Pai said helplessly. Qin Pingan said in the letter that I do not need to worry about Miyu's character. I only need to worry about Miyu's face. Miyu sighed. You know me well. I am not a bad person. The only thing that can cause trouble is actually my face. Wei Pai held back his laughter. He did not want to continue the conversation, and said, if Sword Immortal Me does not find it troublesome, Luopa Mountain has a few face skins that Zhu Yen has meticulously sewn for Sword Immortal Me to choose from. Miyu was a true Sword Immortal, not to mention that he came from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Regardless of the relationship between Miyu and Qin Pingan, regardless of how harmonious Miyu and Luopa Mountain were, Wei Pai was willing and needed to treat him with respect. Miyu nodded. It's a small matter. On the following day, 5 cultivators from Eternal Spring Palace arrived at the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry on the Hempsex Cross-Continent Ferry. One of them was a young female cultivator from Red Candle Town. Her nickname was Shirt, and her real name was Ishan. Due to her lowly birth, she had abandoned her surname and changed it to Zhongnan in the Eternal Spring Palace's ancestral hall. It was rumored that the reason why she did not choose her surname and did not follow her teacher's surname was because when she became a Jindan guest, Dali's Empress Dowager would personally bestow her with the imperial surname Song. She was now in the cave realm. Her realm was not high, but her seniority was the highest among the group. This was because her teacher was the Taishang Elder of Eternal Spring Palace, and Eternal Spring Palace was once the Dali's Empress Dowager's summer residence. Therefore, in the Dali dynasty, although Eternal Spring Palace was not a clan of immortals, it had a good reputation on Ijo Mountain. The leading sea-viewing female cultivator had to call her martial aunt. The other 3 female cultivators were not old, and their seniority was even lower than Zhongnan's. The Oxhorn Mountain Ferry used to be a series of immortal buildings built by the Bao Zhai. Later, it was transferred to Cloud Paul Mountain and Luopa Mountain along with the ferry. Eternal Spring Palace then asked for 2 shops to sell some immortal items unique to Eternal Spring Palace. It was similar to Sparrow Mansion in North Continent, which mainly sold robes and accessories suitable for female cultivators. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged woman. She personally welcomed her junior sister Zhongnan. Beside her stood a handsome middle-aged man with an outstanding bearing and a smile on his face. The shopkeeper smiled and introduced Yumi as one of the nominal guests of Cloud Paul Mountain. Her family's ancestor and Wei Shanjun were old friends. The woman then used telepathy to communicate with her fellow disciples. Yumi had only cultivated for 60 years, but he was already in the sea-viewing realm. He was a refiner similar to a sword master. He was proficient in sword talisman, so his combat power was not bad. More importantly, Yumi had met Sword Immortal Wei by chance in the early years of her life in the world of wanderers, and she was fortunate enough to drink with him at the same table. Even though they did not have a good relationship and could not be considered to be Sword Immortal Wei's close friend, when they came to Wine Snow Temple, she could still speak up for him. This time, Yumi was also traveling south to visit immortals, so they could go together. Since he was a guest of Cloud Paul Mountain, although he was an anonymous last-class guest and belonged to the type of rogue cultivator who had never participated in the night banquet, he was still in the sea-viewing realm. Moreover, how many guests of Cloud Paul Mountain were there now? The lower Yumi's state was, the more it could prove that his family had a close relationship with Wei Pai. Yumi was acquainted with Sword Fairy Wei, and his family had a deep relationship with Cloud Paul Mountain. When he went out, he was qualified to talk about taking care of each other. The old woman of Dragon Gate thought so, and agreed. However, to be careful, she still asked the shopkeeper to send a message to Eternal Spring Palace by flying sword to explain the matter in detail. Indeed, Junior Marshal Anjongnan was too special in Eternal Spring Palace. If the ancestor in charge of Eternal Spring Palace felt that Yumi was not suitable to go with them, they could only give up halfway. Even if they accidentally ruined the relationship between the two sides, they could not covet the small advantage of having an outsider in the sea-viewing realm. Thinking of this, the old woman felt helpless. Now all the earth immortals in Eternal Spring Palace had left the mountain quietly, as if they had heavy responsibilities. However, every earth immortal, whether it was the ancestor of the ancestral hall, the consecrators of Eternal Spring Palace, the guest of Eternal Spring Palace, or their Taoist companions or direct disciples, did not leak a word to the outside world. Where they were going and what they were doing were all secrets. As a result, when Zhongnan and the other three descended the mountain for the first time, they could only have her, a Dragon Gate cultivator, act as their protector. Otherwise, there should have been a golden core earth, immortal leading the way at the very least, if they did not want their disciples to relax too much and be unable to temper their minds. They should have escorted them secretly. After chatting for a while, Yumi followed the group south, heading to Red Candle Town. The sword talismans forged by the Dragon Spring Sword Sect could allow Qi practitioners to travel through the Dragon Province, but they were rare items that were priceless. Among the group of female cultivators in Eternal Spring Palace, only Zhongnan possessed a priceless sword talisman, and it was even a gift from her master, so she could only travel on foot. The Tiefu River's water god temple in Dali of the highest grade and Wei Shanjuan's place of prosperity, Chess Block Mountain, could all be visited, let alone cultivators. This little bit of travel was nothing difficult due to the Tiefu River's excellent soil and water. The two banks were still sunny and windy even during winter. Trees and flowers bloomed, making for a pleasant sight. As a result, tourists were everywhere. There was an endless stream of pilgrims who went to the water god temple to offer incense, pray for blessings, and make wishes. Coupled with the fact that the Dragon Province had already become a tourist attraction, and there was also the Ox Horn Mountain where immortals passed by. In particular, many immortals had visited the mountain frequently over the past decade or so the commoners and wealthy clans who came to burn incense were not particularly curious about the group of immortals from the Eternal Spring Palace. Only a few children pointed at them, calling them immortals and big sister immortals. Many of the elders in their clans were afraid of offending the female immortals who cultivated on the mountain, but all they saw was gentle smiles on the young immortals' faces. Two of them even waved at the children. They only told the children to keep their voices down and not to make too much noise, but they did not stop the children from chattering either. Miyu actually knew Wei Shanjuan's intentions. Protecting the woman was real, and letting him experience the local customs of the Aquarius continent as a sword immortal was even more real. Miyu appreciated Wei Pai's good intentions very much, and the reclusive official had always advocated doing as the Romans did. He was just learning from them. Miyu believed he could still do that. The only thing he was not used to was this foreign land. There was too little sword Qi, too few sword cultivators, and even fewer sword immortals. The peaceful days here were far too good. So good that Miyu felt like he was dreaming, such that he was unwilling to wake up from it. As a result, Miyu removed the blade's strengthening gourd and took a swig of the rice wine stored in Luapa Mountain. Immediately, Miyu's face was quite handsome. Although it was nowhere close to Miyu's true appearance, it was still quite a handsome face. As a result, he had only met the female cultivators from Eternal Spring Palace for a short while. They had only walked from the mountains to the banks of the river, but Mi-Sword Immortal could already sense the gazes of two young women that wanted to devour him. At dusk, at the Dragon Riding Alley's fortune shop, the blind Taoist, whose butt seemed to be nailed to a wooden stool, finally finished talking about how difficult it was for him to break through the realm, how his Five Thunders execution had improved a bit, how the business of the grass shop was not bad, and how his two disciples were still considered filial. Seeing that Brother Shi was speechless, the old Taoist Jia Cheng went next door to enjoy himself. Shiro went to close the shop. Yesterday it was like this, today it was like this, and tomorrow it would be the same. Shiro did not understand why an old Taoist who had stumbled his way to the sea-viewing realm wanted to compete with her. if you're really capable, why don't you go to Lapa Mountain and find someone to show off? Find your good brother Chinlingjin, or find Pei Qian. Shiro went to the wing room residence. No one lived in the main room, but Shiro's room was still empty. She closed the door and secretly opened the drawer. She took out the makeup mirror, rouge, and powder one by one. She did not dare to use her official position for personal gain. These were all her salary. Moreover, Luapa Mountain would give her a few pieces of snow to spend on festivals. It might not be much on the mountain, but it was not a small amount in the marketplace. Therefore, Shiro bought all the things on the table with her own money. As a female ghost wearing an immortal's shed skin, Shiro actually did not need to sleep. However, in this small town, Shiro did not dare to cultivate diligently under the cover of night. As for some unorthodox and sneaky means, she did not dare to do so. She would be courting death at that time. Even without the Dolly Spy or the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, her own Luapa Mountain would make her suffer. Moreover, Shiro herself did not have such thoughts. Shiro was indifferent to the current time. Day after day, it seemed that every tomorrow was like yesterday. Except for occasionally feeling a little bored, Shiro was actually quite satisfied. The business of the shop was really ordinary. It was far less prosperous than the business of the shop next door. Shiro actually felt a little guilty. Shiro made a gesture and said silently in her heart. Then she took off her clothes and turned into the true body of the female ghost. The shed skin was still sitting on the chair, motionless, as if the spirit of the dead had left the body and traveled far away. After Shiro regained her true appearance, she was wearing a colorful dress with a long skirt and big sleeves. Her figure was graceful, just like when she was detained by Fairy Lu Li. The credit for being able to travel far away was also due to Pei Qian. It was her who asked the big white goose for this little technique to leave the house for Shiro. However, Pei Qian reminded her that it would take at most an incense stick to burn. If it was too long, she might not be able to return. At that time, she would not care anymore. As long as the big white goose was not there, there was nothing she could do. The young man in white added with a smile. If she could not return, she would first slap her half dead. Didn't she like to look in the mirror? After that, she would lock her soul in the mirror and look as much as she wanted. Although Cui Dongshan was reprimanded by Pei Qian at that time, Shiro did not dare to not take it seriously. Shiro gently picked up a comb and groomed herself in front of the mirror. The her in the mirror now looked a little unfamiliar. This female ghost was softly humming an ancient ballad, shaped like a skeleton, heart like dead ashes. Knowing the truth, not concealing it. The medium is obscure, unintentional but not conspiring. Who is she? After the Longquan Commandery was elevated to the Dragon Province, it governed the 4 commanderies of Qingci, Baoshi, Sanjiang, and Burning Incense. The provincial governor in charge of the commandery was Wei Li, a provincial governor from the Huangting Kingdom. The descendant of the Yuan family of the Pillar Kingdom, Yuan Jingding, was the governor of Qingci Commandery. Fu Yu, the former assistant to the first magistrate of Huaihuang County in the history of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, had already been promoted to governor of Baoshi Commandery. The other 2 governors were both from the Frigid clan and the capital. It was said that they had no contact with Yuan Jingding and Fu Yu, the 2 descendants of mighty clans, aside from government affairs. The current supervisor of Kiln Affairs, Chao Gingxin, continued to be the supervisor of Kiln Affairs, who did not have any heirs inside or outside the yamen. Every day, if he wasn't drinking, he was on the way to buy wine. He still played with the children, was teased by the women, and called the men brothers. The civil and military temples of Huaihuang County worshipped the 2 ancestors of Governor Yuan and Supervisor Chao's clans, respectively. That was not all. At least half of the Aquarius continent now had door gods plastered on their doors. They were the portraits of Yuan and Chao, two renowned officials who had performed great meritorious deeds for the Song clan. The city god pavilion in the provincial capital was flourishing with incense. That little incense man who claimed to have almost starved to death and was even laughed at by his peers, for some reason liked to visit people's doors and flaunt his prowess. It was rumored that he had been taught a lesson twice by the lord of the city god pavilion and was pressed into an incense burner to eat ashes. However, he still did not change. In front of a large group of powerful city god temple judges, underworld officials, and day and night wandering spirits, he jumped around in the incense burner and scolded the lord of the city god pavilion. He pointed at his nose and scolded him, saying, "You heartless bastard, I've suffered so much with you. Now that I've finally made a name for myself. First, I don't harm people. Second, I don't disturb the people. I still have to carefully and conscientiously help you patrol your territory and help you record all the wandering ghosts that are not recorded. Why do you care? Why do you care? You idiot with water in your head. If you keep nagging, I'll run away from home. Let's see who else is willing to reprimand you." Ooh. The little guy who was rumored to have been thrown out of the city god pavilion along with the incense burner, after he secretly carried the incense burner back to the city god pavilion, he still liked to gather a large group of lackeys. They formed a group and roamed around day and night with the two sworn brothers, giving orders to visit the city god temples of all the counties and counties in the province, or roaming around the ancestral halls in the streets and alleys at night. However, it was unknown why he suddenly changed. Not only did he dismiss those lackeys, he also liked to leave the city god pavilion in the provincial capital regularly and go to a certain place in the mountains. In reality, he was bitterly going there. To outsiders, he only said that he was looking for family and friends, regardless of rain or shine. Today, it was drizzling. A little incense burner who did not mind working hard, holding a small umbrella, ran all the way to the entrance of Luo Mountain. The little guy ran to Yuan Lai and said like an old man, "Yuan Lai, in the past half a month, have you been diligent in studying and practicing?" The young man who had been sitting under the eaves and reading nodded and smiled. "It's okay." There were very few visitors in Luo Mountain. When Yuan Lai was tired from reading, he would walk. When he was tired from walking, he would flip the book. Occasionally, he would look at Mistson, who was practicing and walking past the mountain gate. A day's time would pass very quickly. At most, he would occasionally be complained by his sister. The little guy smiled and said, "On the way up the mountain, if I see Mistson, do you want me to help you ask?" Yuan Lai helplessly said, "I don't dare to trouble the right protector." The little guy casually threw away the leaf umbrella. With his hands behind his back, he walked in circles on the muddy ground. He frowned and sighed. Remember, I'm only the right protector of the Riding Dragon Alley. In the officialdom, the title can't be used carelessly. If Protector Zhou was present, wouldn't you have offended two important officials? If you're in a real official cultivation, you'll get people killed if you still call him that. Yuan Lai, you're still too young. You must be careful in the future. As the person temporarily helping Brother Feng guard the mountain gate, although he has no official rank, he's still the face of Luo Mountain. There's a lot of knowledge in dealing with people. How can you just read books? After patiently listening to the little guy's nagging, Yuan Lai smiled and said, "I'll remember, knowledge was not only in books. The words of the incense stick little guy were also reasonable. Even if the speaker didn't mean it, it was enough as long as the listener took it seriously." Senior Feng Feng had told him to carefully observe other people's words and actions. It was the best cultivation on the mountain. Don't be deaf and blind, wasting the feng shui of Luo Mountain. The little guy began to climb the mountain, as he deserved. When he reached the cliff near the bamboo building, he saw the right protector of Luo Mountain sitting on the cliff in a daze. The little guy told Zhou Mealy about the roll call and not forget to let Sister Nwanshu record it in the account book. Then he asked, curiously, "Where's my corn brother?" Zhou merely held her cheeks and said, "He went down the mountain to do business." The little guy said angrily, "How can you be a brother? You don't even know to say goodbye to me before going out. You're heartless. I wouldn't want such a bastard brother, even if you gave me a basket." Zhou merely reached out to block the wind and rain for the little guy and said with a smile, "Why don't you grow taller?" The little guy said seriously, "Protector's teachings are right. When I go back to the yamen, I'll eat more incense." The little girl lowered her head and bent down. She reached out her hand to her mouth and said in a low voice, "Pei Qian said that flattery is the worst. Our Luo Pa Mountain has never done this. This is the family style that has existed since his master." The little guy suddenly understood and nodded vigorously. Mountain Master is far-sighted. The branch leader's martial arts are unparalleled. The right protector is also not bad. Any casual words of yours are priceless advice, as expected of someone who carries a golden shoulder pole every day. If there is a jade pendant, then it would be amazing. You can even be a gentleman of the academy. Right protector, when Mountain Master or branch leader Pei returns home, I will definitely be a loyal minister. I will be firm and unyielding and ask for a jade pendant for the right protector. The little girl tilted her head and furrowed her eyebrows. She felt that something was wrong. Then she understood and laughed. The incense-burning little guy also knew that he had made a mistake. Firm and unyielding was a taboo in Luo Pa Mountain. Zhou merely covered her mouth with both hands and laughed. The little guy also laughed happily. Our right protector was a virtuous lady. Beautiful clothes nation, Yanji County. A young man and woman who traveled south to the Aquarius continent, paid a visit to Mr. Fisherman, and left. Wu Shuowen, whose Taoist name was Mr. Fisherman, had just returned from Old Dragon City and New Southern Peak with his two disciples, Zhao Shuxia and Zhao Wan. Otherwise, the two guests who came from afar would have missed their chance to visit him. A light rain had just stopped. The young lady was wearing a veil hat, and the young man was carrying a bamboo hat. After bidding farewell to the old monk, they left the small alley. It was Yulu. Thank you. Among their friends from the academy, only the two of them were not studying at the Cliff Academy in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Lin Shui had also left early, saying that he was going to visit the Great Blasphemy Excavation. Li Huai and Pei Qian had traveled to the North Continent. Even Li Baoping, after returning from the capital of Dali, followed the Maoshan Mountain Master to the Li Ji Learning Palace in the Central Divine Continent with dozens of other students. Therefore, among those who traveled to the Great Sui Kingdom with them, including Cui Dongshan, who was the first to leave the academy, no one was in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom now. The Maoshan Mountain Master consulted Yulu and Xie about the trip to the Li Ji Learning Palace in the Central Divine Continent. Xie received a letter from Cui Dongshan and turned down the old master. Xie was really afraid of the young man in white. Any order from Cui Dongshan to her was like a decree. Yulu also did not have any thoughts about the Confucian Temple and the Li Ji Learning Palace in the Central Divine Continent. Therefore, he decided to accompany Xie to the south in case something happened to her when she went out alone. In Yulu's opinion, Xie's temperament was still suitable for cultivation in the mountains for the time being. It was not suitable for her to travel alone. Therefore, in the end, among their companions in the past, it seemed that only Li Baoping had gone to the Central Divine Continent. He and Xie, a martial artist in the Golden Body realm and a chi cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm, were both at the bottleneck. Yulu was not able to break through the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm because he rarely fought with others and honed his martial arts. Even though he had become a martial artist in the Seventh Realm long ago, he had not been able to break through the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm. Previously, at Luo Pa Mountain, Yulu had privately consulted with Mr. Zhu and learned a lot. Therefore, he decided to go on this trip and visit the few ancient battlefields in the Aquarius continent. Xie had been restrained by the dragon-trapping nail for many years, and to a certain extent, her Tao foundation had been damaged. All these years, she had been carefully mending her body. However, this was not the most important thing. The real reason that stopped Xie from breaking through was that her inner demons were too strong. There were too many dead knots in her heart. Her sect was destroyed. Her country was destroyed. And she became a criminal. Halfway through, the woman of Queen Dolly in the past used a secret technique to penetrate her 3 souls and 7 spirits with the dragon-trapping nail, greatly damaging her vitality. In the end, she met the unpredictable Cui Dongshan. After leaving her hometown, her situation was extremely difficult. Otherwise, with Xie's outstanding cultivation talent, she would have been a golden core earth immortal by now. Her and Yulu's current bottlenecks happen to be 2 major obstacles, especially in terms of combat strength. It was the biggest threshold for a martial artist and a cultivator respectively. Once a martial artist reached the far-wandering state, he would be able to control the wind and fight with a chi cultivator. The difference between him and a golden body state was like heaven and earth. As for whether a chi cultivator could become a golden core state cultivator, the significance was self-evident. As the sovereign state of the Song clan of Great Li in history, the Lu dynasty was once the undisputed overlord of the north of the Aquarius continent. When Xie was young, he was groomed by his sect as a future cultivator of the upper 5 realms. As the crown prince of the Lu dynasty in the past, Yulu had some understanding of his family's affairs on the mountain. There had always been a saying about Xie. Compared to He Xiaoliang of the Divine Grandeur sect, she only lacked luck. But now, the 2 of them seemed to be worlds apart. He Xiaoliang was the leader of a sect in the North Continent. She was in the pure jade state and had a bright future. The great sword deity of the North Continent, Bai Shang, had once said that he would make sure that He Xiaoliang would never be able to reach the ascendant state in this lifetime. In other words, this great sword deity would use his sword to stop her. Otherwise, the leader of the Qingliang sect, He Xiaoliang, was destined to become an ascendant state cultivator. On the other hand, Xie was not even a golden core cultivator now. Yulu was a casual person. He was not too anxious about his martial arts path, but Xie was the most competitive. One could imagine how she felt all these years. At the corner of the street, Xie looked back at the alley and whispered, "Is that Zhao Wan?" Yulu smiled and said, "Don't ask me. I don't know anything. I can't see anything." Xie stared at the crown prince of a fallen country, who had half of the country's martial arts fate. Other than pretending to be stupid, what else can you do? Yulu laughed and said, "I won't." Xie said that Zhao Wan's cultivation talent is too good. Mr. Wu's worried expression is not without reason. He should help Zhao Wan plan for an identity. Mr. Wu does not lack magnanimity. He will not let Zhao Wan squander her time at the foot of the mountain just because they are master and disciple. Since Zhao Wan is now in the cave realm, it is not difficult for her to become an immortal master. The difficult part is to become a direct disciple of a big immortal sect, such as, at this point, Xie stared at Yulu. She had to admit that Yulu was better at thinking things through. Yulu continued, Yunxia Mountain, Changchun Palace, or the ancestral hall of the chiseled fishback, Pearl Island. As for Lu Zhongruan, even if it's you and I, we can still discuss it. It won't be difficult to get it done, but we're afraid that it will delay Zhao Wan's cultivation achievements. After all, Lu Zhongruan is only a golden core cultivator. In this case, it's better to rely on yourself. You're only half a golden core cultivator. And it seems that it's enough for you to personally teach Xiao Wan. Unfortunately, you're afraid of trouble, and you're even more afraid of adding more feet to a snake. In the end, you'll be more of a hindrance, and you'll definitely make Mr. Cui unhappy. Xie said angrily. After going around in circles, you didn't say anything. Yu Lu smiled and said, "At least you know and don't do anything." "I didn't say anything, and you didn't listen for nothing." Xie stopped talking. It was boring to argue with Yu Lu, compared to Xie, who was focused on the beautiful and talented Zhao Wan. Yu Lu paid more attention to Zhao Xuxia, who was focused on practicing. Xie said, Zhao Xuxia said that he and Qin Pingan had an agreement of 500,000 punches. Now he is still short of 180,000 punches. You are a martial artist. Can you see how many punches Zhao Xuxia has? Yu Lu said, "Not many." Xie frowned and said, "Does that mean he killed himself?" Yu Lu shook his head and said, "You can't say that." Xie was puzzled and said, "Since Qin Pingan came here and taught Zhao Xuxia his punches, did he really just give him a training post and leave him alone? It doesn't seem like his style." Yu Lu smiled and said, "Don't worry. Qin Pingan must have his own plans." Xie said, "Is he going to go up a mountain?" Yu Lu shook his head and said, "Not necessarily." After that, Yu Lu took Xie to a dilapidated ancient temple at the border of colorful clothes country and Shui country to rest. Xie took off his veiled hat and looked around. He asked, "Is this the place Qin Pingan told you, that if you stay here at night, there will be a beautiful ghost?" Yu Lu lit a bonfire and said with a smile, "If you want to say that all men are bad, just say it. I will accept it on behalf of Qin Pingan." Therefore, the words that Xie had prepared were all useless. Yu Lu put his mountain staff on his knees and began to read a scholar's book. Xie hugged his knees and stared at the bonfire. "If I remember correctly, when you first studied abroad, you and Qin Pingan seemed to like watching the night." Yu Lu laughed softly and said, "I don't know what Qin Pingan is thinking. Just talking about myself, I don't really like it, but I don't see it as a hard job. The only annoying thing is that Li Huai in the middle of the night. Can you tell me?" Xie said, "You can tell me. I will forget after hearing it." Yu Lu said, "Li Huai is timid, and I am not very familiar with him. If I am on night watch, he will take me to a place far away. He will say that he is going easy on me. It's okay because it's a quick battle. If he is fertilizing, he doesn't want me to get too close, but he is also afraid that I will be too far away. He will ask me from time to time if I am here. If I answer, he will continue to do his work. One time, I was really annoyed by him and didn't answer. In the end, he was holding his pants and crying for me. When he saw me standing in the same place, he held his pants and went back to cursing. The scene is unbearable to look back on. Fortunately, Li Huai was still a child at that time." Xie said straightforwardly, disgusting. Yu Lu threw a dry branch into the bonfire and laughed every time Qin Pingan was on night watch. Baoping had a big heart. Even if the sky collapsed with her youngest martial uncle, she could still sleep soundly. Yu and Lin Shui were already cultivators at that time, so it was easy for you to have peace of mind. I am the only one who has always been a light sleeper. I often hear Li Huai asking Qin Pingan if he smells good. Smells good. Xie said, "Forget it. I beg you to change the topic." Yu Lu used the branch to gently poke the edge of the bonfire. In the early spring, tree branches were very humid. The sound of cracking could often be heard, and water droplets would seep out of the branches. If it was a withered branch after autumn, it would burn easily and silently. Yu Lu's face was full of smiles. He said to himself, Qin Pingan would only reply that it would be better if it was a vegetable garden in the countryside, but it would easily attract the barking of dogs. Xie rolled his eyes. Yu Lu raised his head and looked at Xie. He said with a smile, "I think that's not the only interesting thing." During that study tour, it was always this trivial. So don't blame Li Huai for being the closest to Qin Pingan. We can't compare to him, and Lin Shui is no exception. Lin Shui said that he doesn't hate Li Huai, but the only one who doesn't hate him is Qin Pingan. Xie laughed angrily. Why would I hate this? Yu Lu looked at the ancient temple's gate. It creaked open, and a gust of wind blew through the hall. A pair of embroidered shoes, stained with mud, crossed the threshold. The owner of the embroidered shoes was a young girl with almond-shaped eyes and a round face. She was hurrying along with a lantern. Yu Lu laughed. Once bitten, twice shy. This young girl, one of the 4 demons of Combe Country, had improved. Behind the young girl was an elegant woman with a high hairstyle. She was tall and seemed to be a lady from a noble family. She had gotten lost in the middle of the night with her maid. The young girl glanced at the mountain walking staff on Yu Lu's lap. It was made of ordinary green bamboo, but just looking at it made her eyelids twitch. She suddenly stopped and asked, Sir, do you know Qin Pingan? Yu Lu nodded with a smile. I think I do. The young girl, whose real name was Wei Wei, stomped her foot and turned to leave. The tall woman followed suit and fled in panic. Apparently, she was extremely afraid of the green-robed swordsman named Qin Pingan. The night passed uneventfully. Yu Lu and Xie visited a place with verdant hills and limpid waters. Then they went to Combe Country's Swordwater Villa. Finally, in the ruins of a battlefield at the border of the Zhuang dynasty, they met a man and a woman who could be considered to be from the same hometown as them. They were the 2 shop assistants of the Yang family shop, the young female warrior Su Jian, who was nicknamed Yanji, and her junior brother Shi Lingshan, who looked at all men in the world as if they were thieves. This was because Shi Lingshan was trembling with fear every day when he went out. He was afraid that the bastard Qing Dafeng's words would come true, and he would call a certain man his senior brother's husband. Therefore, Shi Lingshan held back for a long time. He could only use the trump card that Qing Dafeng taught him. In private, he found the overly handsome Yu Lu and said that he was actually Su Dian's son, and not some junior brother. In the end, Su Jian, who had sharp ears, punched him 7 to 8 feet away. The poor young man fell flat on his face and couldn't get up for a long time. You quickly found out the general details of this group of Eternal Spring Palace sisters. They told him everything on their own, so you didn't have to beat around the bush. The delicate and pretty girl who changed her name to Zhongnan still liked to be called Clothes. She had just reached the middle 5 states of immortal, so she went on this trip. As for the other 3 female cultivators, the one who was the same age as Zhongnan was called Chumengjiao. She was born in a scholarly family in the capital of Dali. It was said that there was a knowledgeable Hanlin ghost in the ancestral house. He was the tutor of the family. Because he was called Elegant Ghost by Minister Guan, he was able to live in the capital for a long time. The girl named Lin Saifu was born. On the day of her birth, her mother, Yi Meng, came to her house to sell colored dragon boat festival talismans. She said that she was very close to the ancestors of the Lin family and should receive the talisman. Therefore, the girl was named Lin Saifu. There was also a girl named Han Bia. She was born in a family of generals in Dali. However, her ancestors didn't have a high position. The highest position they had was just a patrol inspector. However, in the family courtyard, the rattan flowers of the Han family were one of the most ancient flowers in the capital. When they bloomed, they looked like purple clouds hanging on the ground. The fragrance was strong. It was as famous as the peony in Baogua Temple in Dali and the green tree outside Minister Guan's study. The 3 of them had not reached the cave realm. In the Aquarius continent, the immortals in the middle 5 realms, even if they were only in the cave realm, were already considered as the most precious among the immortals. In the vassal states, the demons and ghosts in the cave realm and sea-viewing realm were already considered as great demons and evil ghosts. As for the old woman in the Dragon Gate realm, she was born as an immortal teacher in the Changchun Palace since she was young. The female chi cultivators of the Changchun Palace were not afraid of the love between men and women. Instead, they saw it as one of the essential experiences on the path of cultivation. Since they were going to the south to gain experience, of course, they wouldn't just go sightseeing. After Zhongnan returned home in glory, they would go to the border of Dali's vassal state, Huangting Country, to arrest a painting demon in the Yunshan Temple of Huanghua County. On the wall of the guest house in the temple, there was an ancient painting with a long history. Every moonlit night, when there was no one in the house, the person in the painting would walk along the wall, with the moonlight shining through the window. The painting demon often caused trouble on moonlit nights. Although it didn't hurt people, it affected the reputation of the ancient temple. Therefore, the Yunshan Temple and Dali's Ministry of Rites asked for help, and the Changchun Palace accepted the task. After that, they went to the Yunshui County of a small country that had surrendered to the Song clan. They needed to help an old immortal who was closely related to the Changchun Palace. Then they went to the territory of the old Zhuang dynasty to help a Dali general who died on the battlefield and guide his soul to return to his hometown. The last secret was to go to the immortal plateau of the Wind Snow Temple to buy a small piece of 10,000 years pine. This was the most difficult thing. The old woman didn't tell the 4 female cultivators in detail, and she didn't tell Yumi in detail either. She just hoped that Yumi could help her when she arrived at the Wind Snow Temple. Yumi agreed with a smile, saying that she would try her best. She didn't have a good relationship with the great sword immortal Wei. If Wei happened to be in the immortal plateau, she could be bold enough to ask for help. But if Wei was not cultivating in the immortal plateau, Yumi was just a mountain cultivator who was lucky enough to climb the mountain. If she really met the old immortals of the military school, she would be timid. The old woman also said that she didn't dare to force this matter. It was enough that Yumi was willing to help her say a few good words. Their journey to the south was mainly about these 4 things. Some were difficult, and some were easy. If they encountered fated chances or accidents on the way, it would be a training. With Yumi, a cultivator in the sea viewing state with a strong family background, the old woman was relieved. When they arrived at the prosperous Red Candle Town, Zhong Nen went to the bay of his hometown alone. For a boatman girl in the past, the bay and Red Candle Town were 2 different worlds. A boatman girl from a lowly family couldn't even set foot on the shore road of Red Candle Town. Once she violated the rule, she would be punished even more. She would be directly exiled to the border of Dali as a slave. Her fate would be worse than death. Miyu and others stayed in a post house. With the credentials of the Eternal Spring Palace cultivators, they didn't need to spend any money. After Miyu arrived at the inn of Red Candle Town, he glanced at the top of Chess Stool Mountain and shook his head. He didn't expect Wei Shanjun to be such a love-struck person. They were the same kind of person. No wonder they hit it off. When it was close to dusk, Miyu left the inn and took a walk alone. Although he only walked with the female cultivators of Eternal Spring Palace for a few days, Miyu discovered a lot of tricks. It turned out that immortal masters of the Eternal Spring Palace could be divided into different classes just by their backgrounds. Their words didn't reveal anything, but sometimes their expressions couldn't be hidden. For example, although Zhong Nan, whose nickname was Clothes, had the highest seniority, there was a boundary in the hearts of Chu Mingjiao, Lin Saifu, and Han Bia, because she was a boatman girl from a lowly family and went to Eternal Spring Palace at the age of a young girl. Grandmaster Zhong Nan, who was about the same age as them, had invited them to go to the bay where small boats and pleasure boats gathered, but they all declined. Her action seemed to be kind, but it was also intentional. Miyu stopped and slowly turned his head. It was Chu Mingjiao and the other 2 who went out to enjoy the scenery and coincidentally met him. Just now, they noticed Miyu stop and began to choose a bamboo fan from a fan shop. Miyu went forward to greet them and then enjoyed the scenery with them. The beauty and scenery were not in vain. Anyway, he was sure that the people Wei Shanjun secretly missed were not them. The land of Chiduan Mountain in the past, the current lord of Mountain Beiyu was in the immortal painting, and his heart was like a bird meeting Zhongnan. The sun was setting in the west. Miyu looked back at his shadow, and then asked them if the immortal spell that the cultivators on the mountain used was true. If it was true, wouldn't it be very scary? When talking to people, his eyes wandered. Wild cultivator, me, you never favored one, and discriminated against another, and he would never neglect any girl. It was a pity that Wei Jin didn't get to experience Mi Jianxian's innate supernatural power. In a small alley connecting Guanshan Street and Guanshui Street in Red Candle Town, there was a small bookstore that wasn't famous. A young man in black was still lying on a deck chair today, flipping through a new edition of Dolly Folk Stories. The smell of ink was faint. This was the water god of Chongdan River, whose alias was Li Jin. Next to the rattan chair, there was a tea table with a teapot made by a famous teapot maker from the old Lu dynasty. It was a small purple clay teapot with a simple style. It was said that there were only 18 authentic teapots left in the world. The Song clan and the Baoping Continent's immortals each owned half of the teapot. A traveling scholar's eyes lit up, and he asked the shopkeeper if he could take a look at the teapot. Li Jin smiled and said that he could buy a book. The old scholar nodded and carefully picked up the teapot. When he saw the title, he felt that it was a pity that it was an imitation. If it was another famous teapot maker, it might be real. But since it was made by this person, it was definitely fake. How could a bookstore in the marketplace have such a valuable teapot? However, the old scholar still bought a rare book before he left. The bookstore was small, but the rules were strict. There was no bargaining. The rare books were in good condition, but it was hard to bargain. Li Jin took the money and threw it into the drawer of the counter. He continued to lie down and enjoy his life, drinking tea and flipping through books. Nowadays, as long as it was a scholar from the old Dali dynasty, even if it was a scholar who had no hope of passing the imperial examinations, they did not have to worry about making money. As long as they went outside, they would not be in dire straits. Most of them would be able to publish a book. Booksellers from other places would line up in the bookstores of various sizes in the capital of Great Li. There was only one condition, and that was that the preface of the book must be written by a local civil official of Great Li. An official of high rank would suffice. If they could find a noble master from the Hanlin Academy, as long as the preface and the most important private seal were brought over, they would be given a large sum of money in advance. Even if the content was lousy, they would not be afraid of making a fortune. It was not that booksellers were stupid and rich. It was just that the Dali literati in Baoping Continent had risen to a point where there was no end to it. When Li Jin saw the preface, he did not have any thoughts of flipping through the book. It was the work of a small official from the Dali Ministry of Rites. He had a rough understanding of literature and ink. He did not think that the later part of the article would be unexpectedly good, so he remembered the author's name. This water god of the Chongdan River, who did not do proper work, still liked to sell books in Red Candle Town. As for the Jiangshan Temple of the Chongdan River, Li Jin casually found an honest temple attendant to take care of the incense. Occasionally, some of the most sincere and pure believers would make a wish. When Li Jin heard their inner voice, he would weigh the pros and cons and let some of the less excessive wishes come true. But if it was something like easily achieving meteoric success, becoming a Jinsher, or wealth, and so on, Li Jin was too lazy to pay attention to it. He was just a little water god who lived with his tail between his legs, not God. Li Jin found some drowned ghosts and hanged ghosts to be the officials who patrolled the territory of the water mansion. Of course, they were the kind of people who were wronged in life and did not want to be replaced by a living person after death. If they had conflicts with their colleagues in the Chongdan River or Yuya River, they would just have to endure it. If they really could not endure it, they would complain to him, the water god, and then go back to endure it. No matter how hard life was, it was better than starving ghosts who did not even have descendants to worship in their early years. The only thing that Li Jin really cared about was the big and small families in the territory, the big and small families whose descendants were the seeds of learning, as well as the virtuous and virtuous people. Some of them needed support. Some of them needed to be taken care of. And some of them were ordinary people who had accumulated good deeds but had weak bodies. Li Jin needed to use some kind of magical power of the water god to guide them in the night with 1 or 2 big red lanterns to prevent the yang qi from being affected by the evil spirits of the wandering ghosts. These big red lanterns were very particular and could not be seen by just any qi cultivator. Of course, Earth immortals could see them. Cultivators who were not Jindan or Yuanying but were good at observing qi could also see them. However, just like in a country, the number of gods was fixed. It depended on the fortune of the country and the size of the mountains and rivers. These big red lanterns also depended on the rank of the gods. It was not something that could be casually given away. Some of the more humble water gods would also give some convenience to some rich families, as long as they did not go overboard and were not reported by their neighbors, or were not admonished by the Lord of the Mountain or the city god pavilion. The Ministry of Rights of the imperial court would not care too much about it. Some time ago, Li Jin had personally hung 2 lanterns behind a young man who came from a poor family and outside the young man's house. The former lantern would be inseparable from the young man's shadow and would not appear at night. When the filthy otherworldly items saw it, they would automatically retreat. Not only that, Li Jin had also written the words "secret made by the Chongdan River water god's residents" on the candle in the lantern. The meaning was very clear. This was the person whom Li Jin had personally protected, regardless of whether it was a ghost or a qi refinement warrior. Whoever dared to shake the young man's soul and slightly ruin the young man's academic future would be competing with him, the water god of the Chongdan River. Some mountain and river gods would specially put in effort in the matter of literary luck. They favored the scholars in their jurisdiction the most. Once they brought glory to their family, this batch of scholars who had the potential to become an official could be recorded in the local annals. They could help the mountain and river gods in their hometown and add a stroke to the merit book of the Ministry of Rights. Some chose martial arts, as for loyalty, filial piety, and so on. The gods who protected a region could all be considered as a choice. Therefore, it was difficult to be a human, but it was also difficult to be a ghost or a god. Among them, there were even more taboos to be a ghost. The slightest mistake would cause one to violate the taboos and be punished by the officials of the underworld. It was better in the wilderness, but in the city of the state capital, it was really a minefield. The longer the country was in the mountains and rivers, the greater the authority of the gods, the more ghosts would not dare to cause trouble. Other than the mountain and river gods and the civil and military temples, there were also the large and small city god temples and pavilions. In addition to those Taoist temples and monasteries, as well as the door gods pasted on the walls of the mansion, it was difficult for the filthy ghosts to find a place to stand. Not to mention, there were all kinds of absurd bullying between the ghosts. There was actually no difference between those filthy things. When one's merit was revealed, one's dignity was righteous. The ghosts would disperse and take a detour. These were never empty words. The shop's business was slow. Li Jin missed the 2 regular customers who came to take care of his business. First, there was the brother de Fong, and then there was Brother Zhu. When they bought books, they were so forthright, buying half a gunny sack by gunny sack. Zhu Lian's familiarity with Zhu Lian was also due to the disturbance of the Jade Liquid River. After that, Zhu Lian often came here to buy books. Although the Jade Liquid River goddess was not held accountable by Dali's Ministry of Rights after the incident, It was obvious that there was a record in the Bureau of Rights of Dali. This was because Li Jin was acquainted with the Dr. Zhong. In Dali, the Ministry of Personnel's Meritorious Service Division, the Ministry of War's Martial Selection Division, and the Bureau of Rights, these three divisions were chief officials. They were only at the 5th rank, but they held great authority. This was especially true for the Bureau of Rights, which was in charge of evaluating the merits and demerits of all the gods of Dali. As such, they were regarded as minor, heavenly officials on the mountain. The Dr. Zhong of the Department for Purging Officials had not long ago made a private visit to the Three River jurisdiction. He had come to the bookstore to reminisce for a while. The reason he could trouble the Dr. Zhong to come to Red Candle Town in person was naturally because of the trouble caused by the Jade Liquid River Goddess. As a colleague of the Jade Liquid River Goddess, Li Jin could not be said to be rejoicing in her misfortune. On the contrary, he felt a bit of sympathy for her. Even if he had become a righteous god of the river, the great Tao was unpredictable, and he was always busy. Of course, because Li Jin's dream had come true, and he had successfully become a righteous god of the river, he did not have much ambition, and could be considered leisurely. If Li Jin wanted to go one step further, and raise the level of the Chongdan River to the level of the Tiefu River, and become a first-class water god like Yanghua, he would be very busy. Li Jin closed the book, casually tossed it to his chest, and began to close his eyes to rest. He somewhat missed the conversation he had with that brother Zhu. If the two sides were to put aside their identities and standpoints, their conversation was actually quite congenial. Li Jin was even willing to let brother Zhu lie down on the rattan chair while he stood at the counter. He remembered Zhu Lian once jokingly saying, "I believe in Buddhism, but I don't necessarily believe in monks. I believe in Taoism, but I don't necessarily believe in Confucianism. I believe in the principles of the sage, but I don't necessarily believe in the sage." Luapa Mountain's Zhu Lian was indeed a rarely seen expert. Not only was his fist technique high, his knowledge was also very high. With guests at his door, Li Jin opened his eyes and raised his hand to lift the teapot to drink a mouthful. He said lazily, "Pick any book you like. No bargaining." Li Jin took a glance. Other than the smiling middle-aged man, the other three were female cultivators from the Eternal Spring Palace. Their robes and hairpins indicated their identities. Li Jin could tell the depth of their Tao at a glance. As a righteous god of a river who controlled the flow of fate energy, he was proficient in qi observation within his jurisdiction. It was a unique ability that was blessed by the heavens. The three young female cultivators in front of him did not have high realms, but their Tao of luck was not bad. Other than the fate of immortals, the three of them were mixed with a trace of literary fate, mountain fate, and martial fate, respectively. For cultivators, it was not so simple to ignore worldly affairs and cut off the mortal world. Only the middle-aged man was completely unfathomable by Li Jin. It was as if he had met the real person, vaguely in the clouds. Li Jin was slightly surprised, but he soon made a decision. He might as well stop looking. If the other party was really an earth immortal, it would be a rude offense for a deity to peep at him like this. It was like facing a pure martial artist like Zhu Lian, who kept punching and shouting around Zhu Lian. If it was not asking for a beating, what was it? You didn't say anything overly courteous to any of the girls, and he was always polite. When one interacts with many women day and night, once there is the slightest sign of a choice, the women beside the women are so thin-skinned. Therefore, in the end, the men often end up with nothing. At most, they can only win the heart of one beauty, and from then on, they will be strangers to each other. Of course, Mi Jianxian did not have any improper thoughts. He came out this time to do proper business. In the Yellow Flower County at the border of the Huangting country, the female cultivators of the Eternal Spring Palace could easily impeach the Yunshan Temple's demon painting. The woman in the mural was only a female ghost of the cave-dwelling realm. She would also go to the Eternal Spring Palace. Miyu looked at her from the side, and the Yunshan Temple was very grateful. The local government had established a relationship with the Eternal Spring Palace, and everyone was happy. In the small place called Yunshui County, in a stone chamber in the wild forest, the old immortal who was at the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm opened Miyu's eyes. There were actually cultivators in the world who cultivated themselves into a soul prison. The old cultivator was trapped in the stone wall for dozens of years. His long hair dragged on the ground like vines, and his skin was no different from wood and stone. Such a pitiful end was very rare. The reason why he was reduced to this state was because he obtained a true scroll of the rising of the white sun, but it was incomplete. He was unwilling to disclose his cultivation method, and his cultivation went astray. This was the helplessness of the cultivators in the mountains. Even if one had both the immortal bone and the immortal fate, as long as the immortal fate was not enough, and without the guidance of a master on the mountain, how could one talk about immortal ascension? The old cultivator had been trapped for many years. His body and spirit were haggard, and his soul was almost decayed. He could only send a message to woodcutter in the mountains in a dream, and then let the woodcutter pass a message to the local government, hoping to send a flying sword message to the Eternal Spring Palace to help him. If the mission was successful, the messenger would be rewarded handsomely. Miyu was very sensible. After all, he was an outsider, so he did not go near the stone wall. He said that he would wait at the foot of the mountain. After all, the old cultivator of the Golden Core realm was said by the old immortal to be, as long as one is lucky enough to complete it, the cultivator can directly reach the 5 states. It was the immortal Taoism that many earthly immortals dreamed of. The reason why he knew about these secrets was, of course, because Miyu had used the supernatural power of mountain and river observation. If he coveted this little bit of opportunity, it would be too humiliating for Miyu. The old woman of the Eternal Spring Palace was already prepared. She carefully took out a magic treasure-grade short sword from the wooden box, and then used the Eternal Spring Palace's secret method to kill the old immortal with her own hands. She then kept the old immortal's soul in a celestial treasure. It was a jade carving of a dragon that was used as a decoration weapon. It was an item from the emperor's tomb of the ancient Shu kingdom. It was taken by a Grand Master of the Eternal Spring Palace during an exploration of the ruins of the Immortal Mansion. This item was the best for nourishing the soul. The so-called reincarnation by killing was, of course, an excuse. How could reincarnation and cultivation be so simple? A mere Dragon Gate cultivator was not worthy of such treatment from the Eternal Spring Palace. The old cultivator also did not have the realm and foundation to talk about the reincarnation by killing to maintain a little bit of his natural spiritual aura. Without that vital natural spiritual aura, even if he was reincarnated, he was destined to be unable to remember his past life. In exchange, the old cultivator of the Eternal Spring Palace's Grand Master Hall would be given the incomplete scroll of Taoist magic. In the future, he could continue to cultivate in a vassal sect of the Eternal Spring Palace as a ghost and as a guest. If he reached the Golden Core stage in the future, he could be promoted to an honorary guest of the Eternal Spring Palace. Miyu sat on the branch of a big tree at the foot of the mountain, leisurely drinking the rice wine in the blade, strengthening gourd. He felt more and more that an ordinary celestial sect in the vast world was busy, just dealing with the local government, the immortal inn, the immortal ferry, and the sects on the mountain. They had to speak human language when they met people, ghosts when they met ghosts, and immortals when they met immortals. In addition, everyone had to cultivate diligently. The older ones had to teach and dispel the doubts of the younger ones. They had to let the younger ones become talents, but they could not let the younger ones change their minds and join other sects. It was tiring, really tiring. You somewhat understood why the The reclusive official was called the reclusive official. It was because the reclusive official was an expert in this field. He was young, but he was already the best. In the eyes of Miyu, a bystander who considered himself a layman, there were still many flaws in the old woman's conversation with people from all sides. For example, when she was talking nicely with the seniors on the mountain, her expression, especially her eyes, was obviously not sincere enough. It was far from the reclusive official's sincere and natural expression, which made people believe that, "Senior, if you don't believe in me, you don't believe in yourself." When she was supposed to talk nicely with the juniors of other sects on the mountain, the arrogance in her bones was far from being restrained and not hidden deep enough. When she was supposed to be tough, the old woman talked a little more and pretended to be a little stiff, which made Miyu feel that he had more words to say, but not enough to frighten people. When they were laughing, they narrowed their eyes and killed people in the blink of an eye. The old woman was in a good mood when they met again, at the foot of the mountain after successfully solving the military solution. It probably had something to do with Miyu's previous tactfulness. After that, they went to a brand new martial temple and took out a secret armor from the mountain for the spirit of the general who died in the battle. When the spirit wore it, he could walk freely at night and not be affected by the harsh astral wind between heaven and earth. During the day, the spirit of the general would turn into a puff of green smoke and hide in a double-eared burner of Inner Altar Jiaosha written by a gentleman of the academy hidden by the old woman. Then Zhongnan would personally light an incense stick. When crossing the mountain, he would burn incense. When crossing the water, he would always hold the incense burner in his hand and rarely ride the wind. At most, he would light a stick of Yunxia Mountain's secret Yunxia incense when riding on a ferry. Even when the spirit was rushing at night, he was still silent. In the eyes of these young female cultivators, Miyu also seemed to be less talkative. Since ancient times, valiant generals and tough people could not be dispelled after death and could be called a spirit of the hero. This time, the cultivators of Changchun Palace were guiding the spirit to Tonglu County in Dali's capital. The spirit would first serve as a social official. If he passed the examination of the Ministry of Rights, he could fill the vacancy of a county god in a few years. During this journey, there were only 2 small accidents. One was in a county city where they encountered ghosts. 3 hunters were haunted by nightmares one after another. They were muddle-headed all day long. When night came, they would leave home to meet each other as if they were sleepwalking. After meeting each other, they would stand in the same place and complain to each other. The city god temple and the local god were also helpless. The old woman asked martial aunt Zhongnan to set up an altar and summon the immortal general. In the end, they managed to detain an old fox, immortal of the sea-viewing realm. The old fox, immortal, wailed incessantly and poured out his grievances to the group of female immortal masters. He said that the hunter had killed dozens of his disciples and grand-disciples. If it wasn't for him stopping his disciples from taking revenge, the 3 hunters would have died a long time ago. Was it too much to be slapped a few hundred times? The old woman was too lazy to talk nonsense with the fox immortal. She wanted to use the thunder art to kill him. However, Zhongnan persuaded her in every way possible to make peace. The grudge was thus dropped. She did not forget to admonish the old fox. She hoped that he would cultivate well in the future and carefully find a place to stay in the fox cave. He must not be easily found by woodcutters and hunters in the marketplace. However, the old woman was not satisfied. She harshly reprimanded the old fox. The old fox could only cower. He said that he would give some silver as compensation to the 3 families. Zhongnan wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing the old woman's expression, Zhongnan did not dare to say anything. In the end, she was privately reprimanded by the old woman. She could not be so soft-hearted when dealing with mountain spirits and ghosts. From beginning to end, Mi Jianxian only looked on coldly. He sat on the railing and drank wine. If the hidden official was here, the result would probably not be like this. However, the little girl named Hanbia made me look at her in a new light. He muttered in his heart, "It's enough that the old fox admitted his mistake. What's the point of returning the money?" Miyu heard it clearly. After all, she was a sword immortal. Then, in the mountains far away from the smoke, they met a Dali army cultivator who went out to relax. It was a woman. She had a Dali border army standard war saber hanging from her waist. However, she took off her armor and changed into a brocade robe with narrow sleeves, black gauze pants, and a pair of small embroidered shoes. There were 2 pearls hanging from the tips of the shoes. They did not shine during the day, but at night they shone like a dragon's eye. She met the female cultivators of Eternal Spring Palace in a viewing pavilion on the peak of the mountain. At that time, the woman stepped on the back of a kneeling mountain deity. The poor mountain deity was talking about a secret matter of an immortal master. She raised her head and drank wine. When she saw the female cultivators of Eternal Spring Palace, she wiped her mouth and threw the empty wine pot outside the cliff. She pointed elsewhere with her thumb. Her meaning was obvious. This place already had an owner. Please go somewhere else. The old woman frowned. Eternal Spring Palace had an immortal chant passed down from their ancestors. It could refine the morning glow and the moonlight. On the 15th day of every year, especially at midnight, they would choose a mountain peak with abundant spiritual energy to refine the moonlight, and this mountain was undoubtedly the best place to cultivate tonight. If he went elsewhere, the refinement of the moonlight tonight and the refinement of the morning sun tomorrow would be greatly discounted. The woman kicked away the mountain deity who had just been recorded by the Ministry of Rights. The latter immediately escaped through the ground. He would definitely not get involved in a fight on the mountain. What truly made the old woman unwilling to back down was what the female cultivator had said. "You Eternal Spring Palace women, you can't even see half of them on the battlefield, but now you've all popped up. Are you like bamboo shoots after the rain?" Not only that, the woman even raised her head and muttered to herself, adding fuel to the fire, "It's not raining either." Miyu stood at the side, expressionlessly. He only felt that it was very pleasing to the ear. Listen, it sounds very much like the hidden official's tone. It was very kind. In the end, the reason why this storm didn't lead to a disaster was very simple. Seeing the old woman's pale face, the female cultivator didn't talk nonsense and said that both sides should learn from each other. She put aside the identity of Dali's army cultivator and the fact that she was a disciple of Wenqing Peak. She didn't want to fight to the death. It was unnecessary to hurt the harmony. She only wanted one side to fall to the ground and couldn't get up. She just wanted to remember that no one should cry and complain to their masters. That would be boring. As soon as the old woman heard that the woman was from Wenqing Peak of Wind Snow Temple, she immediately calmed down and took the initiative to apologize. The woman probably felt even more bored and directly left the pavilion by riding the wind. Miyu glanced at her and felt that this woman was a bit like the wine in his hometown. After that, the old woman took Zhongnan and other women to cultivate in the pavilion. Miyu went away alone again. In the forest of another mountain, he lay on the branches of an ancient tree and drank alone. He took out a yellow paper talisman of the mountain and water edict. He lit the talisman with some sword energy and threw it out. Soon the little mountain god appeared under the tree and called Immortal Master. Miyu asked the reason and couldn't help laughing. It turned out that there was a nearby river earl who always liked to force female ghosts to be his concubines. There was a female ghost who went to the Earth Temple but failed. Instead, the Earth Temple leaked the secret to the river earl, and she was almost whipped to death on the spot. The female ghost continued to go to the town god temple in the county. The River Earl was also used to being domineering. He directly pulled the female ghost's hair and dragged her all the way to the town god temple. He wanted to whip the female ghost in front of the town god temple's friends. The female cultivator happened to pass by and saw this. Perhaps she was limited by the mountain and water law set by Dolly, so she could only report this matter to the Ministry of Rights. However, it was difficult for her to kill the River Earl, the Earth Temple, and the town god. Therefore, she came to the mountain tonight to relax and vent her anger on the poor mountain god for dereliction of duty. Miyu thought of something and asked, "If you have military merits according to the border military law of Dolly, can't you exchange it for your head? Look at that woman. She seems to have accumulated a lot of military merits." The mountain deity carefully worded his words and said, "That female immortal master indeed has a lot of battle merits. She has accumulated a great reputation on the battlefield. It seems that even a great Li dynasty's hunting inspector had personally praised her. Even I have heard of this matter. However, I heard that she had given it to her friend." Miyu sat on the tree branch and waved his hand with a smile. "Mountain god, please calm yourself down." Miyu muttered to himself, "What a good girl." Miyu was horrified and suddenly turned his head to look. On the tree branch, not far away, there was a woman with a saber, slim and graceful. Miyu was silent for a moment and asked with a smile, "That female ghost?" The woman didn't say a word. Miyu could only drink by himself. She sneered. "The person who traveled with the female cultivator from Eternal Spring Palace has the nerve to carry a sword and pretend to be a swordsman or a wanderer." Miyu smiled. "To be honest, I have met the great sword immortal Wei, and even drank with him." The woman was stunned. She pressed the hilt of her saber and said angrily, "How dare you insult martial Uncle Wei? Do you want to be chopped?" Miyu was helpless. Was Wei Jin blind? How could he not see such a woman? Miyu could only wave his hand and beg for mercy. "Take it that I'm obsessed. Sister, don't be angry. How can I know the great sword immortal Wei? I'm just a wild cultivator who drinks rice wine from the market." The woman said coldly, "Martial Uncle Wei will never distinguish friends by cultivation level or family background. Please be careful with your words." The woman obviously didn't want to talk to this person anymore. She flashed away like a bird flying over branches. Miyu lay back on the tree branch and his mood improved. In the end, the group of female cultivators from Eternal Spring Palace arrived at the Gate of Wind Snow Temple. However, Yumi said that he had something to do and would leave for a while. The two sides agreed to meet at an immortal ferry. Miyu really did have something to do. He went to Tuaji County in Sai country to find the fisherman and told him his identity. Of course, he was Yumi, the honorary consecrator of Luapa Mountain. He also brought a handwritten letter from Master Wei Shan and a few old things that could make the three of them believe that he was Miyu. In the letter that the young hidden official asked Wei, when long to passed away Ba, it mentioned that if Miyu ultimately chose to stay at Luopa Mountain, Miyu would go to Yenji County to find the three of them and return to Luopa Mountain first. Then, Miyu would accompany the three of them to the North Continent. Zhao Shu would go to the Lion Peak to find Senior Lier to practice his martial arts. Zhao Luan would go to the Sparrow Residence to cultivate, and old Mr. Wu could go to Yunzhuang City as a guest. During this period, Miyu could decide if he wanted to help Zhao Shu with the 18 stops of sword chi that he had already obtained. Miyu was very happy to do these things. It was like returning to the Summer Palace or the Spring Banner House. Otherwise, it would be comfortable every day in Luapa Mountain, but it would still be a little empty. After sending the three of them to the Crossing Ink Ferry and finding Luzhong Ruin, Miyu then went to the Immortal Ferry near the Wind Snow Temple. Unexpectedly, the Eternal Spring Palace cultivators did not show up at the appointed time. Miyu waited for half a day and could only go to the Wind Snow Temple with the cultivation of a sea-viewing realm cultivator. In the end, they met the old woman who had just left the mountain gate with a gloomy expression. The most important thing for their trip was to buy a small section of 10,000 years pine from the Wind Snow Temple's immortal plateau. It was a female relative of a big pilgrim from the Eternal Spring Palace who urgently needed it to cure her illness. That pilgrim was very powerful and was now the hunting inspector of Dolly. This military position was newly established after Dolly's Iron Cavalry went south. It was regarded as the pillar of the country that belonged to military generals, including Chao Guo and Su Gaoshan. There were only 4 people in Dolly. As for the hunting envoy's female family member, the immortal master on the mountain said that only a 10,000-year pine tree could cure her. Otherwise, they would have to invite an upper 5-realm immortal from the Yao family. However, as luck would have it, that great general had a very good relationship with the Martial Mountain, but he was not on good terms with the Wind Snow Temple. Therefore, he entrusted the Eternal Spring Palace with this matter. If they succeeded, the Eternal Spring Palace would have to thank them heavily for their help. If they failed, the Eternal Spring Palace would have to deal with it. The Dolly dynasty, or the current Aquarius continent. The mountain no longer looked like a mountain. On the other hand, the 10,000 years old pine tree in the Feng Shui Temple was called Chongqing. It grew on the edge of the Xian Shintai cliff. Its branches and leaves were as high as the mountain ridge, but its roots extended all the way to the bottom of the stream, attached to the mountain root and soaked in water. Therefore, it had a miraculous effect when used as medicine. Its bark was more than a cun thick. After peeling it, the color was like amber, especially for women. Regardless of whether it was the well-informed female family members of the influential families at the foot of the mountain or the female immortal master who had killed the scarlet dragon on the mountain, everyone needed it. Unfortunately, no one could get it. The reason was simple. The 10,000-year pine tree was on the Xian Shintai, and regarding the Xian Shintai, one must ask the sword immortal Wei Jin. Even the ancestor of the Feng Shui Temple would not have the face to ask Wei Jin for a 10,000-year pine tree. The grand elder of the Eternal Spring Palace and the great ancestor of the Qin clan were old friends. Otherwise, they would not be able to do it. It was not a matter that could be solved by money. Initially, the old woman thought that this matter would be difficult, but at least there was room to maneuver. Unexpectedly, the great ancestor of the Qin clan of the Feng Shui Temple changed his expression immediately when he heard about this matter. His attitude was extremely firm and resolutely said that this matter would not work. He advised the old woman to stop her wishful thinking. After me, you met with those female martial artists of the Eternal Spring Palace. He only said that he would try his luck at the Feng Shui Temple. Of course, it was not for the Eternal Spring Palace. Instead, he felt that since that 10,000-year pine tree was so valuable as a member of the Luapa Mountain, he would not feel embarrassed to go home if he did not chop off a huge chunk of it. Anyway, when he passed by that 10,000-year pine tree with Wei Jin mentioned that if this tree grew on the Clearwind Peak or the Green Pond, it would save him a lot of trouble. When Miyu arrived at the Immortal Terrace with familiarity, he started to break the branches. He broke one branch and said that good things came in pairs. Then he broke 2 branches and said that he had 3 talents. Just when Miyu was talking about the gathering of the 4 symbols, a girl hurried over with the wind. Both parties could be considered acquaintances. The girl who had just returned to her sect slashed at the side of Miyu with her blade. Only she did not expect that the self-proclaimed wild mountain martial artist to have a guilty conscience as he bumped into the light of the blade. Then he fell into the cliff in the middle of winter. When the girl was about to rescue him, he had already disappeared. The girl went back and forth between the cliff and the valley a few times and still could not find that guy who had disappeared inexplicably. When she returned to that 10,000-year pine tree in confusion, the great ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple, the great ancestor of the Qin clan of the great ancestor of the Clear, when Peak had already gathered at the peak of the mountain, Her teacher had told her with a smile that there was no need to pay attention to this person. The girl could not help but ask, did that person really know Junior Masterway? The great ancestor of the Qin clan said with a smile, interesting, the female great ancestor of the Clear, when Peak gave a cold snort. The great ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple, who had a childlike appearance and was hovering on his flying sword, spoke to the two great ancestors through telepathy. Undoubtedly, this person is a sword immortal. After me, you had sneaked out of the Wind Snow Temple. He only said that he did not have enough face. However, before the ferry docked at the Oxhorn Mountain, he had secretly given a 10,000-year pine tree to that Hanbia. He said that he had picked it up on the road, and that it was free. Perhaps it was that 10,000-year pine tree. The little girl said, "You are lying, right?" However, that ancient pine tree in her hand was extremely heavy. Miyu said with a smile, "Are you lying, or is the 10,000-year pine tree a liar?" The little girl liked to talk, but she did not like to smile. Because she had a pair of small canine teeth, she always felt that she did not look good when she smiled. When she parted with Senior Yumi, she only smiled secretly when she looked at the back of that confident and at ease departing figure. In the middle of the Aquarius continent, at the bank of the Blasphemy River that had yet to be completely excavated, a young man in white rode on a child. Next to him was Lin Shui, who had rushed over from the Book Slip Lake. Cui Dongshan jumped to the ground and took the 24 bamboo slips from Lin Shui's hand. He looked around and muttered, "You've worked hard." Before this, he had already obtained a few cheat characters, and a letter of cancellation of the contract had also arrived at the Aquarius continent from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Cui Dongshan shouted at the top of his lungs, "You've worked hard." He had once ridiculed the reunion of Lu Qingfeng and Li Baozhen. After all, it was the Jianghu. Now, even if the entire vast world was a Jianghu, where was Teacher? "689. The Mirage City, the capital of the Great Quan Dynasty, was a rare beauty after the heavy snow. The Mirage City had many magnificent buildings, Taoist temples, and monasteries were scattered all over the place. Therefore, the beautiful scenery was not during the snowfall, but when the snow melted, one had to climb up high to admire the snow. Overlooking the city, it was like a colorful, glazed fairyland with flowing clouds and brilliant colors, sparkling and flawless. Jiang Shangzhen and Madame Huansha entered this fairyland when the snow melted. However, the beauty of the world seemed to be unable to withstand a long look. Jiang Shangzhen lost his interest as soon as he entered the city. Madame Huansha, on the other hand, was worried and did not have much interest in the scenery. Jiang Shangzhen made an entry certificate with the name of Zhou Fei. This was a good name with great fortune. Jiang Shangzhen wished he could change the name of Zhou Fei on the jade tablet. Unfortunately, as the sect master, there was still old Sun, who was like a supreme sect master who could not tolerate sect master Zhang's childish behavior. The old man really did not understand the principle of an old horse being reluctant to leave and not provoking people. Madame Huansha was attached to Junyang, so she did not have to go through so much trouble. She was originally a descendant of the Yao family in the border army. Her father, Yao Zhan, was the old general who retired and became an official in the capital. He became the Minister of War of the Great Quan Dynasty. However, it was said that he had been ill for the past 2 years and rarely participated in the morning court and night duty. The young emperor specially invited several immortals to pray for blessings at the mansion of the Lord of Zhongyue and the palace of Buried River Bayou. The reason why the old minister received such special treatment was not only that Yao Zhan was the backbone of the great Quan army, but also because his granddaughter, Yao Jinji, was now the empress of the great Quan dynasty. After entering the city, Jiang Shangzhen, who was wearing a scholar's robe and carrying a book box, poked the ground with the bamboo walking stick in his hand. Like a bumpkin who had just entered the capital, he smiled and said, "Jinyang, do you want to go directly to the palace to visit the empress, or go back to the Yao mansion to greet your father and daughter? If it's the latter, please be careful of the street wanderers." Madame Huansha was Junyang, but Junyang was not Madame Huansha. She had severed her own tail, which Sun Yuan had exclaimed was extraordinary, but in fact, it was on Yao Jinji's body. It had long since merged with the soul of the Great Spring Empress to protect Yao Jinji, a junior who was blessed with providence. Apart from that, Madame Huansha was also trying to show her determination to the Dafu Academy. She had cut off the most fundamental part of her great Tao and fell from being an immortal to being a jade. If the world was in chaos in the future, she would stay out of it and not help either side. The woman wore a hedgerow to cover her face and asked softly, "How many days can sect Master Jiang stay in the capital?" Jiang Shangzhen said, "Reminisce about the old days, drink wine, go to that temple, and appreciate the 40 farts of Mount Nyo on the wall. Let's stroll around the Taoist temple and find an opportunity to meet Madame Chao Zhou, who was banished from 100 Flowers' blessed land. At the same time, let's see what old Sun is busy with. He seems to have a lot of things to do. Is 10 days enough for Jinyang?" The woman curtsied and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Jiang." The two then parted ways. It seemed that Junyang was going to visit the Yao family first. Old Minister Yao was actually in good health, but the Yao family had been too prosperous in recent years. In addition, many disciples from the border army had joined each other in the officialdom and spread their branches. The younger generation had made great achievements in both civil and military affairs in the Daquan Temple. In addition, Yao Zhen's youngest daughter had married Li Xiling. Li Xiling's father, who was Yao Zhen's in-law, used to be the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Although the old man had taken the initiative to avoid suspicion and had resigned many years ago, he was still the cultured sect master who had many disciples in the court, and was also the teacher who succeeded the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Therefore, when Yao Zhen entered the capital to take charge of the Ministry of War, the two ministries of officials and soldiers were very close to each other. Even if Yao Zhen wanted to change this taboo situation, he was powerless. The old minister's grandson, Yao Xinji, was now the youngest scout commandant in the history of the Daquan Border Army. Because of the previous evaluations of the Ministry of Personnel and the martial selection of the Ministry of War, Yao Xinji was full of praise for Yao Xinji. In addition, Yao Xinji's outstanding military service made His Majesty very fond of this brother-in-law of his. Therefore, even if Yao Zhen wanted to slow down his beloved grandson's career in the officialdom, he could not do it. However, his granddaughter, Yao Lingji, who was Junyang's only daughter, had been practicing martial arts since she was young and was very talented. She was an exception. After entering the capital, she often went out to travel to Jianghu for 2 to 3 years. She was not very concerned about her marriage. The rich and powerful children in the capital were all very afraid of this ruthless old lady who had a strong backing. When they saw her, they would take the initiative to take a detour. Jiang Shangzhen looked at the graceful figure that was slowly disappearing into the distance and smiled. This is very much like a man sending his wife home to visit her relatives. After that, Jiang Shangzhen asked for directions, and with great difficulty, he finally found a small martial arts dojo that was not very famous. It was open more than 10 years ago. The dojo master, Lu Zong, was a second or third-rate martial arts master in the capital of Daquan, which was full of martial arts dojos. Every time, there was a gathering of his peers to discuss whether a martial arts master from outside the capital could open a dojo and how to arrange for the 3 dojo masters to test their strength. Lu Zong could only respectfully accompany the last one. After that, every time there was a one-quan fist competition. Lu Zong would take the lead because Lu Zong would definitely lose. It was considered as giving face to the foreigner first. Over time, there was a saying in the capital's martial arts world that Grandmaster Lu will definitely lose to every one-quan fist competition. If it were not for this reputation that made Lu Zong a little famous, Jiang Shangjin probably would not have been able to find the dojo's location by asking for directions. There were two men guarding the dojo. One of them was a strong young man, and the other was a skinny young man. They were sweeping the snow in front of the door. When the man saw Jiang Shangjin, he ignored him. In the end, the young man still had some consideration for the dojo's business. He looked at the man in front of him, who was dressed as a traveling scholar, and asked curiously, "Mister, are you coming to our dojo to learn martial arts?" Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "I have no relatives or friends in the capital. Fortunately, I am an old acquaintance of your dojo master, Lu Zong, so I came here to ask for a cup of hot tea." The young man smiled. He was an honest person and was about to lead the scholar into the dojo. A small dojo had its advantages. There were not too many messy jianghu grudges. The martial artists who came to the capital to make a living did not want to use their own dojo as a warm-up. After all, winning was not something to brag about. Moreover, with the old dojo master's good temper, there would be no enemies coming to visit. The strong man, who was not wearing a cotton-padded jacket on a snowy day, suddenly saw two women passing by the street in front of the dojo. He let out a light shout, and his muscles bulged. He gathered chi in his dantian and squatted slightly. He constantly rotated his body. For a moment, there were countless snowflakes in front of the dojo. The two women were ashamed and angry. They cursed in a low voice and quickly ran away. The scholar jumped and dodged the broom. However, the path was slippery. After landing, he did not stand firm and fell to the ground. The man laughed incessantly and was too lazy to apologize. Instead, he laughed at the scholar's unstable lower body and weak legs. This was not good. Could it be that his wife was kidnapped by a wild man? He was angry and could not beat that guy, so he came to learn martial arts and suffer hardships. The young man was somewhat anxious. He heard that scholars were the most concerned about their reputation. Moreover, they were guests of the dojo master. They could not casually humiliate them. What if he was a scholar or an old man who came here to participate in the spring imperial examination? If this matter was brought to the yamen, the dojo would not be able to bear the consequences. Fortunately, the scholar was like a soft persimmon that was used to being bullied. He smiled and said, "I am not learning martial arts. I cannot endure hardships." This commotion attracted the attention of the two women, who repeatedly glanced back. They covered their mouths and laughed. Where did this bookworm come from? What kind of martial arts did he learn? He was already so good-looking. How could the women be willing to steal other men? Jiang Shangjin was led by the young man to the backyard of the dojo. The person who sharpened the knife, Lu Zong, was practicing his stance and slowly punching. The old man was born to lose in the matter of appearance. Not only was his hair sparse and ugly appearance, but he also gave people a vulgar feeling. No matter how good his martial arts were, he did not have the demeanor of a master. However, in the Lotus Blossom-blessed land, Lu Zong had fought alongside the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhongqiu, and the banished deity, Qinpingan. These three were purely martial artists. They went from enemies to friends and fought side by side. Lu Zong also fought against Yu Jin-yi, who had already mastered the techniques of immortals. He could not win. He really could not win. Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "Brother Lu, do you still remember your fellow countryman, Zhou Fei?" The old man immediately stopped his dance and let the young disciple leave. He sat on the steps and said, "These years, I have asked around. There does not seem to be any Zhou Fei or Qinpingan in Tongye continent. However, I have heard of Sword Immortal Lu Fang. Of course, I have only learned about the happenings on the mountain through some rumors on the streets and borrowed the mountain and mountain gazettes from a few immortal inns. Jiang Shangjin looked around and said, "Since you are already at the bottleneck of the golden body realm, why are you still huddling here? The heroic spirit of those who sharpen their weapons in the lotus blossom-blessed land has been worn away by the vast, immortal aura of the world." Lu Zong sneered and said, "Otherwise, in your hometown, those immortals on the mountain can easily move mountains and overturn seas, especially those sword immortals. I am just a martial artist in the golden body realm. If I meet any one of them, I will die. How can I bear it? It is not worth it to exchange your life for some false reputation." Jiang Shangjin took off his book box and sat down. The Great Quan dynasty has always valued martial arts. They have been fighting with Southern Qi and Northern Jin at the border. If you rely on the Lu family of Great Quan and join the army to sharpen your martial arts, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? As long as you successfully enter the far travel state, even the Emperor of Great Quan will have to treat you with respect. When you leave the border, you will become a consecrated behind-the-scenes servant like Lili. Lili died of illness back then. The capital of Great Quan is lacking in masters. Lu Zong shook his head and said, "As a person, you can't be a pitiful person who has no choice but to die. According to what you said, when I was in the lotus blossom-blessed land, I could have found any emperor to rely on. Now, my life is a little hard, but it is very comfortable. Anyway, I have never neglected the matter of practicing martial arts. It should be Lu Zong's far travel state. It will take some time, but it will come eventually." Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, "No wonder Qin Pingan respected you." Lu Zong smiled and asked, "That little sword immortal is from another continent, right? Otherwise, at such a young age, he must be quite famous in Tongyi continent. How is he doing now?" Jiang Shangjin thought for a while and said, "It is hard to say. As for this person who was sharpening the knife, of course, he did not speak the truth. It could even be said that he was talking nonsense. Otherwise, Jiang Shangjin would not have seen the name Lu Zong in the complicated spy report of the Jade Gui sect. In fact, after Lu Zong left the Lotus Blossom-blessed land, he had been in the limelight many times. He had fought with the Qi refinement warriors many times. Now, not only was he an anonymous consecrator of the Golden Peak Monastery, he was also one of the people personally selected by the late Emperor of Great Quan Luzhen. In order to ensure that the new emperor could ascend the throne smoothly, he did not hesitate to put the eldest prince Lu Tsong, who held military power in the north, under house arrest in the capital to recuperate. Lu Zong was the guardian of the vassal state's residents. He could be said to be the confidant of the current emperor. Jiang Shangjin could understand the self-protection skills of an experienced pugilist. After all, Zhou Fei of the Chunqiao Palace did not have a good reputation in the pugilistic world of the Lotus Blossom-blessed land. Previously, when they were chatting, it was because Jiang Shangjin was really bored and deliberately teased Lu Zong. For example, Qin Pingan once had a conflict with the third prince, Lu Mao, at Jinyang's in Anhui town. Not only did he kill the son of the Duke of Shun, Gao Shizhen, he also personally killed the head of the Imperial Horse Directorate, Wei Li. He was the archenemy of the two princes of Great Quan in the past. Qin Pingan also had a very good relationship with the Yao family. It could even be said that the Duke of Shun's residence had lost its hereditary title. Lu Tsong was under house arrest, the third prince Lu Mao, and the Academy's gentleman, Wang Qi, were exposed. The fact that the current emperor was able to succeed in the end had a lot to do with Qin Pingan. With Lu Zong's status, naturally, he was not clear about these secrets of the palace. Lu Zong was talking nonsense over there, and Jiang Shangjin just listened. Lu Zong only lost because he did not know that Zhou Fei in front of him was actually the leader of the entire Tongyi's Hao Mountain. Even if he did once hear that the Jade Gui sex Jiang Shangjin was one of the Sword Celestial Lu Fang's good friends, Lu Zong would never have thought that a master of the Yunku blessed land, a peak celestial of the upper five realms, would be willing to waste 60 years in the lotus flower blessed land to be the spring tide palace master. Was it fun for a celestial who could travel easily and enjoy the clouds and dew to roll in the mud? Lu Zong had ascended from the blessed land to the vast world in his early years. He was no stranger to the scenery of the vast world. The cultivators here, like Yushini, were all emotionless. Lu Zong had seen many earthly immortals, but none of them were as sincere as Yushini. Lu Zong sighed. This world is indeed strange. I remember when I first arrived here, I saw with my own eyes that the water god borrowed the boat, the town god's night trial, and the fox demon attacked people. How could I imagine it in my hometown? No wonder I was treated as a frog at the bottom of the well by those banished celestials. Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "These celestial beings are just that after seeing too many of them. On the contrary, it's more interesting to see the person who was born to tear down the beam." Lu Zong did not want to beat around the bush with this person and asked directly, "Zhou Fei, why are you looking for me this time? Are you looking for help, or are you looking for old scores? If I remember correctly, in the blessed land, you were wandering among the flowers, and I was guarding a shabby shop. There was no enmity between us. If you care about our friendship and are really here to talk about the old days, I'll treat you to a drink." Jiang Shangjin said, "Forget about the drink. I only drink good wine. How much money can your martial arts club make? Don't worry, I'm really not here for you. This time, I traveled to the Mirage City with my friends and happened to hear about the famous Lu Zong. I wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect it to really be you. It seems that my luck is good now. Tonight, I'll go visit Chao Zhou's wife and see if I can see her face. Elder brother Lu, do you want to go on a night trip with me? With elder brother Lu's honor as a foil, I have more hope of winning the favor of Chao Zhou's wife." Lu Zong twirled his beard and smiled. Younger brother Zhou is still as elegant as ever. Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "Look at my scholar's attire. You can tell that I came prepared." Lu Zong smiled and asked, "Are you really just a passerby?" Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, "So I'll have to trouble elder brother Lu to put away the boning knife in your sleeve. This kind of hospitality really scared me." Finally, they approached the central divine continent. Lu Qicheng was strangely silent all the way. After resting at the Dragon Rock, Lu Qicheng looked like he was half dead. Chai Bofu admired Lu Qicheng so much that he wanted to prostrate himself in front of him. If Gu Kan, that brat, was a person who was blessed in every aspect, then Lu Qicheng and he were genuine kindred spirits. Back at the Dragon Rock, Chai Bofu was busy picking up treasures on the mountain, showing his true nature as a mountain cultivator. Unexpectedly, a large group of cultivators came in a hurry. There were both immortal masters and mountain cultivators. They were divided into several big and small mountains. They hovered in the wind and rushed to the Dragon Rock, which had suddenly lost its restriction. Chai Bofu was not afraid of trouble. Lu Qicheng opened the restriction but did not close the door, allowing outsiders to be attracted by the strange phenomenon. Naturally, he had nothing to fear. Even if Lu Qicheng's pure jade realm cultivation base was not mentioned, just the name of White Emperor City was enough for the three of them to do whatever they wanted. Moreover, that person was at the Lushui pit. If something really happened, he would not leave them to die. After all, there was Gu Ken, his new direct disciple. Then on the Dragon Rock, an old fisherman with a bamboo hat and a green raincoat suddenly appeared next to Chai Bofu. He had a green bamboo on his shoulder, and two light golden carps were hanging from his cheeks. It was the fishing immortal of the Lushui pit mentioned by Lu Qicheng. There were several lone riders of the South Sea in the Lushui pit, but there was only one fishing immortal, whose whereabouts were always uncertain. Chai Bofu was just about to stand up and show respect to this senior on the path of cultivation. However, the old fisherman glanced at him, and Chai Bofu immediately stopped moving. The old fisherman waved his hand to those Qi trainers who heard the news, indicating that this dragon rock was not something they could covet. A fishing immortal of the pure jade realm, who was close to water, was in his own dragon rock, surrounded by the sea, which was a great deterrent. If the resting dragonstone did not have this old fisherman overseeing it, it would only be occupied by a few tired flood dragons who had just returned from the rain. This group of immortal masters who were used to the sea breeze could use all kinds of spells and divine abilities to ruthlessly plunder the resting dragonstone. In history, the Lushui pit did not care much about the theft of this resting dragonstone. However, it was a different story when the fishing immortal appeared here to drive people away. It was still fine for the immortals of the sea and the wild cultivators of the mountains and lakes. However, most of the large sects on the islands and mountains had seen or even experienced the power of the lone riders of the South Sea with their own eyes. Therefore, after the immortal masters weighed the pros and cons, they all bowed and bade farewell to the old fisherman. The rest of the wild cultivators glanced at the rare dragon saliva that flowed into the sea and were somewhat reluctant to part with it. The fishing immortal pointed at a person, and the dragon saliva in the sea quickly gathered and surged, enveloping a wild cultivator who was closest to the dragon rock. He was killed on the spot, and his corpse melted. Lu Qicheng's thoughts were not on the fishing immortal. The immortal masters left tactfully, and the wild cultivators ran away anxiously. In the end, only 2 women were left, and they were still hovering in the distance. One of them looked delicate and weak. She was not the kind of stunning beauty that made people fall in love with her at first sight, but she was very good-looking. Beside her was a little fox charm with different eyes. She was in the golden core realm. Compared to his brother Longbow, he was still a level stronger. Gu Kan did not say a word. For some reason, the old fisherman was even more silent, and his expression was uncertain. Lu Qicheng could not help but ask, "These 2 ladies, if you trust us, just go ahead and climb the mountain to get the treasure." Then Lu Qicheng smiled at the beautiful fox charm. The latter blinked and then hid behind the young woman. The young woman was not polite at all. She brought the little fox charm, who looked like a maidservant, and landed on the dragon rock. She let the fox charm wait in place and climbed the mountain alone. Lu Qicheng went to the little fox charm and said with a smile, "May I ask your name and where you live?" "I am Lu Qicheng, a scholar from the Baishan clan of the Baopian continent. My hometown is very close to Lakeview Academy." The young woman took a few steps back and said timidly, "I am Wei Taijin from the North Continent." This scholar in a pink Taoist robe was too strange. Lu Qicheng was surprised, and his eyes were full of pity. He said softly, "Sister Wei, you are really amazing. You came from so far away. You must return with a full load on this Dragon Rock trip. The quality of the dragon pearls on this mountain is very high. They are most suitable to be the finishing touch of the Dragon Fairy robe and Water Lake skirt. If Sister Wei wears it, it will be a match made in heaven. If you make a bracelet with the pearl of the palm, won't Sister Wei be misunderstood as a fairy from heaven?" Wei Taijin was not embarrassed or angry. She only said, "Mr. Lu, if you continue like this, my master will be angry." Lu Qicheng pointed to the ground. They were still 7 or 8 steps away. He said with a smile, "I am only polite to Sister Wei. That lady will not be angry." Wei Taijin said, "I have already been sent to be a maidservant by my master. Please don't talk nonsense. Besides, It is not up to you to decide whether my master will be angry or not. Lu Qicheng raised his sleeve and covered his mouth with a smile. Sister Wei is really cute, Wei Taijin said. If you continue like this, I will not be polite to you. Lu Qicheng put down his sleeve and said with a smile, Sister Wei and Brother Lu, there is no need to be polite. Chai Bofu squatted next to the fishing immortal, feeling bored. He felt that Lu Qicheng's personality was really hard to change. Previously, on the way to the north of the Baopian continent, whenever he saw a beautiful woman, no matter if she was a female cultivator on the mountain or a woman in the marketplace, he would go up and tease her. The key was that Lu Qicheng, this pervert, did not do anything. What was he after? On the peak of Dragon Rock, Gu Kan finally smiled and said, Long time no see. Li Lu nodded and said, Not bad. Gu Kan nodded and could not help but smile, because Gu Kan remembered some things from his childhood. Back then, in addition to being a follower of Chen Pingan and Lu Xianyang, he actually liked to wander around by himself. When he encountered old and strong scoundrels, he could only run away and talk a little. However, in the shabby house in the westernmost part of the town, there was a peer called Li Huai, who was one of the few pitiful people that Gu Kan could bully back then. Li Huai could not win against him in scolding and fighting. Moreover, Li Huai was a good person and did not like to complain to his family, so Gu Kan would go there to play from time to time. In the end, on a snowy day when there was no one around, when he was stuffing snowballs into Li Huai's collar, he was bumped into by Li Huai's sister. As a result, Gu Kan was lifted by the thin and weakly Lu with one leg and his head on the ground like a broom. After sweeping the snow in front of her house clean, she casually threw Gu Kan on the ground. Gu Kan was dizzy and got up. After running far away, he cursed Li Lu, saying that he would go back and ask Qin Pingan to bully her. Little girl, when the time came, he would let Qin Pingan ride on her and beat her to death. Let's see who would dare to marry her in the future. Gu Kan asked, I heard that you went to the North Continent. Li Lu nodded. She looked at Lu Qicheng, who was at the foot of Dragonstone Mountain. Gu Kan said telepathically, he is the junior brother of the White Emperor City's city lord. Be careful. Although Lu Qicheng has a nasty mouth, he won't really do anything. Li Lu glanced at Gu Kan. You have changed a lot. Gu Kan smiled. It's okay. After that, Gu Kan was also shocked. She subconsciously rode the wind and flew several feet higher, because when Li Lu stomped her foot, the entire dragon stone instantly shattered. It did not slowly sink into the sea. Instead, the entire mountain was directly shattered. In an instant, the vast world lost the dragon stone that belonged to Lu Shui Pit. Wei Taijin swayed and quickly rode the wind to hover in the air. The fishing immortal who was guarding this place for Lu Shui Pit did not say anything. Chai Bofu was almost scared out of his wits. Lu Qicheng turned his head and looked at the young woman in a daze. Li Lu asked, Do you want to die? Lu Qicheng felt wronged. My senior brother is not far away. Li Lu asked, Oh, then I will help you call Zheng Juzhong? The White Emperor City Lord's real name was Zheng Juzhong, and his courtesy name was Huaixin. However, in the vast world, how many people dared to call this big shot of the demonic path by his name? Lu Qicheng immediately shook his head. No, I have something to do. I have to go. Lu Qicheng shouted, Brother Longbow, we should hurry. Chai Bofu swallowed his saliva and stood up trembling. He carefully rode the wind and went far away. Gu Kan and Li Lu cupped their fists and bid farewell. In the end, they were from the same hometown. Gu Kan was not too afraid of Li Lu. Even if she crushed the dragon stone, Gu Kan's state of mind still did not ripple. Therefore, only the old fisherman was left on the old site of the dragon stone. When Lu Qicheng and the other two left, the old fisherman knelt down and said in a trembling voice, The old official of Lu Shui Pitt pays his respects. Li Lu frowned and interrupted the old fisherman. Take all the Southern Sea loan riders and go to the northern continent to assist Shun Lin of the Southern Xuanshui Hall. She will be the new Duke of Spirit Origin, but her realm is not enough. The old fisherman still did not dare to get up. He said loudly, I accept the decree. Li Lu reached out and grabbed the shattered dragon rest stone that had sunk into the sea. She gathered it into a pearl and put it into her sleeve. After the old fisherman's figure disappeared, Wei Taijin came to Li Lu's side and asked softly, Master? Li Lu said, Let's go to Lushui Pit first. Sheng Juzhong is already there. However, after Li Lu rode the wind to Lushui Pit, she was still not in a hurry. She suddenly smiled and said, Go back early. My brother should have reached the northern continent. Wei Taijin nodded. Therefore, Li Lu grabbed Hu Mei's shoulder and instantly placed herself in Lushui Pit. Lushui Pit was like a palace city. There were many jade palaces and countless halls. The White Emperor City Lord stood at the top of the stairs outside the main hall. Beside him stood a plump woman in a palace dress. When she saw Li Lu, she asked softly, City Lord, this person? Is it really? The man smiled and said, You shouldn't have refined this Lushui Pit as your natal item. Li Lu climbed up step by step. The woman in the palace dress suddenly blushed and bent her knees slightly. When Li Lu reached the middle of the stairs, the woman's knees were almost touching the ground. When Li Lu reached the top of the stairs, the woman was already crawling on the ground. The man was not surprised at all. With just a Lushui Pit, it was difficult for an ascendant realm cultivator to bear the weight of all the seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles. Otherwise, this young woman in front of him, with her current realm, would be able to withstand it. Li Lu stepped on the head of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon and said to the man, We meet again. The White Emperor City Lord smiled and said, Do you really plan to spend the rest of your life in this life? Li Lu looked into the distance. Still stepping on the head of the Ascendant Realm, she nodded and said, There must be an end to it. The sky was clear and the sun was hanging high in the sky. A little boy in green and a young man in black rode the wind for 1,000 miles from the desolation ground to a high place and looked down at the earth. It was the boundary of a small vassal state of the great Yuan dynasty. The drought here was severe, and there had been no rain for several months. The tree bark was eaten up, and the refugees were scattered in other states. However, the people were far away from their homes. And how far could they travel? Therefore, most of them starved to death on the way. The young man in black was puzzled and said, You came back to find me just to let me see this scene? The little boy in green with a bamboo box on his back and a bamboo cane was a little unhappy and said, Just tell me if you can help me with this. I don't have any magic weapon that can carry water, so I can't move too much water of desolation ground. If I move the water of desolation ground without permission, the water dragon sect will definitely stop me. Li Yuan, you are my only friend here. If you feel embarrassed, I will go back and move the water of desolation ground, and you can pretend that you didn't see it. The young man said helplessly, Is this something you need to care about now? My good brother, the matter of traveling the river is more important than the sky. I beg you to pay more attention to it. The little boy in green bit his lips and said, If I didn't see the pitiful appearance of those people, I wouldn't care. But since I saw it, I feel uncomfortable. If my master was here, he would definitely do something. It was Chun Lingjun who traveled from east to west along the desolation ground, and Li Yuan, one of the desolation ground's water masters, who hit it off at first sight. The two of them were already at Darling Island, chopping chicken heads and burning yellow paper. They could be considered as sworn brothers. Previously, on the journey, Chun Lingjun wanted to investigate the geography of the mountains and rivers on both sides of the desolation ground. So he stayed away from the desolation ground. He didn't expect that the further away he was from the desolation ground, the more miserable it was. The sun was scorching hot, and the rice along the way had withered. In the mountains and fields there was almost no green. The rivers and wells were all dried up. The local officials almost put down all their government affairs, or led people to dig wells, or kowtowed to pray for rain. Then Chunlingjun met a group of refugees on the road. Under a withered tree, they hid from the scorching sun. Among them, there was a skinny little girl in the arms of her lifeless mother. She was dying, and her lips were dry and cracked, but there was no trace of blood. She could only babble and whimper. Chunlingjun, who was known for being heartless in Luapa Mountain, couldn't bear to see the little girl like this. After saving the little girl and the others, Chunlingjun returned to the Dragon Palace and called Li Yuan to come here. Li Yuan said seriously, "Aren't you curious why the emperor, ministers, and immortal masters of this country still can't summon clouds and rain? Why can't they borrow water from the desolation ground? Let me tell you, the drought here is caused by the weather. It's not the work of demons or cultivators. Therefore, according to the rules, the people of this country should face this tribulation. The emperor of this small country shouldn't have angered the emperor of the Yuan dynasty for something a few years ago. The gods of the mountains and rivers in this country suffered before the people. The mountain gods were slightly better, but the water immortals had their Tao damaged. Other than a few river gods and water gods, many Hebo and Granny He were in a worse state. There was no water in their territory, and their golden bodies were boiled day and night. Now, no outsider dared to help them. Otherwise, a few earth immortals from the cloud palace of the Chongxian Bureau would be able to summon rain with their water spells. That emperor was related to a direct disciple of Xiao Jingji from the south sect of the Water Dragon sect, but he couldn't be summoned either. Desolation ground traversed the east and west of the North Continent. There used to be 3 great desolation temples. The lower temple near the Spring Dew Garden was destroyed long ago. The upper temple was controlled by the Yangshi of the Chongxian Bureau. As for the middle temple, it was refined by the Water Dragon sect into the ancestral hall. In fact, the real owner was the water god of incense, Li Yuan. Chunlingjun held the mountain traveling staff in his hand tightly and said in a low voice, "I don't care about this. If I can't walk the river, my master will scold me at most. However, if I go against my conscience and don't save him, I won't have the face to go home, even if I succeed in walking the river." Chunlingjun began to mumble, as if to boost his courage. "If my master knows about this, I won't be able to stay even if I have the face to. I know my master's temper better than anyone else. Anyway, if I really offend the great Yuan dynasty and the Yangshi of the Chongxian Bureau because of this, I'll just return to Luapa Mountain and be scolded by my master. It's nothing." Li Yuan was puzzled. Chun Pingon planned so carefully for you to walk the river. In the end, you gave up halfway and returned to your hometown with your tail between your legs. Will he really only scold you when the time comes? Chunlingjun chuckled. He might even praise me a little. Li Yuan's expression turned solemn as he said, "Brother, don't blame me for dampening your enthusiasm. I'll tell you about some things of the past. Think carefully before you make a decision. The primordial true dragon has countless bloody precedents for summoning the rain. If you're not careful, you'll be detained on the dragon beheading platform. If it's light, your tendons will be pulled and your skin skinned. If it's heavy, your dragon claws will be chopped off and your primordial spirit will be imprisoned for hundreds or thousands of years. Then you'll be demoted to a minor god in the mortal world. The drought in this country isn't a man-made disaster but a calamity. You don't have the identity of a local god. If you forcefully interfere, you'll be tainted with karma. Even if the Chongxian Bureau turns a blind eye to you, it'll greatly affect your ability to walk the river in the future. The heavenly tribulation will only be more severe. Think about it. Before you transform into a dragon, you dare to change the heavens as a little water creature belonging to the flood dragon. If you walk the river and transform into a dragon, won't you be even more fearless? If the heavens don't punish you, who will they punish? Chun Lingjun said weakly, "Don't persuade me. I'm scared to death now. You're not a loyal brother. You know, I won't change my mind, but you still scare me like this." Li Yuan sighed. All right. Brothers who only share blessings aren't true brothers. We have to see if we dare to share difficulties together. Let's go. The future Marquis of Longting, will bring you to meet the future Duke Ji Ling Yuan. As long as she's willing to agree, even if the Yangs of the Chongxian Bureau bear a grudge, it won't be a big problem. As for the Water Dragon sect, Sun Jie and Xiao Jingji, I can still deal with them. Ooh, Chun Lingjun was overjoyed, and then asked curiously, the future Duke Ji Xieling Yuan? Who is it? Should I prepare a gift for our first meeting? If he could really do this, even if he had to hand over a Dragon King basket, he would endure it. Li Yuan laughed. It's Sister Shenlin in the Nan Xuanshui Hall. You praised her so much. Of course, Li Yuan was talking nonsense. Chun Lingjun kept saying that Sister Shenlin was so beautiful. It was absolutely true. Chun Lingjun couldn't believe it. He looked at the ground under his feet. Don't lie to me. This back and forth. Chun Lingjun was silent for a moment and continued, Many people may die. Li Yuan stopped smiling and said, Since we have made a decision, then let's be of one mind. I will lend you a jade token that can store the water of an ordinary river god. You can go directly to Ji Xian to carry the water. I will go directly to the Southern Sun Water Hall to find Shenlin and ask her for a decree of Lord Ling Yuan. She will be promoted to Lord Ling Yuan of the Great Blasphemy, which is a sure thing, because the Academy and the Chongxian Bureau of the Great Origin have already received the news and understood tacitly. Only I, the Marquis of Longting, am still a little variable. Now I can only put on airs in the ancestral hall of the Water Dragon sect. Li Yuan gave a 1 meter of sweet rain to Chun Lingjun. He flew away and returned to the cave of the Dragon Palace. Chun Lingjun held the jade token and went to a secluded place by the Ji Xieling River. He secretly jumped into the water and began to use his natal water technique to secretly store the water into the jade token. Li Yuan first went to the ancestral hall of the Water Dragon sect and told him that he was going to move the water personally. The Water Dragon sect and the Chongxian Bureau could just tell him directly. Sun Jie smiled and nodded. Li Yuan's eyes widened. Damn it, you really said it directly? Aren't you afraid that old immortal Yang will come and chop me to death? Sun Jie smiled. No matter how strong the Yunxiao Palace of the Chongxian Bureau is, they wouldn't dare to do this. Li Yuan rubbed his chin. That's right. Fire Dragon Immortal and I are good brothers. A small Chongxian Bureau is nothing. If they dare to chop me, I'll go to the Earth Peak and hug Fire Dragon Immortal's leg and cry. Li Yuan then hurried to the Southern Xuanshui Hall to visit the water god Shenlin, who was going to be his superior. He was a little shy because he had a request. He didn't expect Shenlin to give him a decree with the seal of Duke Ling Yuan. She handed it to Li Yuan and asked if he needed her help to move the water. Li Yuan held the scroll in his hand and said in shock, Shenlin, you're about to be promoted to Duke Ling Yuan. Aren't you afraid that you'll have a bad relationship with the Deyuan dynasty and the Chongxian Bureau? His brother, Chun Lingjun, had a big heart when he heard that the water god and his master were old friends. And Li Yuan had indeed given him some hints that he shouldn't have, such as winking and saying that he knew that the Southern Xuanshui Hall's mistress appearance and bearing were extremely good. Since ancient times, the water immortals loved scholars the most. Furthermore, his master was a young and promising handsome guy. Li Yuan stretched out 2 thumbs and touched it gently. Therefore, Chun Lingjun believed it at that time. He hugged Li Yuan's shoulder and said, I know, I know. Let's go, let's go, let's go see how my master's little wife looks like. When they arrived at the southern Xuanshui Hall, Chen Lingjun really didn't treat himself as an outsider. Moreover, he didn't know that Shunlin was destined to be the great disrespect Duke Ling Yuan. Therefore, he didn't treat the water god as an outsider. Logically speaking, the virtuous Shun Lin wouldn't have a bad impression of Chen Lingjun, a water snake from another continent. However, it definitely wouldn't be good either. If Chen Lingjun wasn't a little boy in green, the southern Xuanshui Hall probably wouldn't have opened its doors to Chen Lingjun in the future. At that time, Li Yuan felt that it didn't matter. Anyway, he was in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. His brother, Chen Lingjun, didn't need to care about whether Shun Lin, a woman, liked him or not. At this moment, Shun Lin smiled and asked, Isn't the great Yuan dynasty and the Chongxian Bureau worried that they would fall out with me? Li Yuan gave a thumbs up. Women don't lose out to men. I'm convinced by your words. When Li Yuan left the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, Chen Lingjun had already revealed his true form. He carried the jade token and started to create clouds and rain. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were covered in dark clouds without any warning. Then there was a sudden rain. Many local Qi refinement warriors who rushed over upon seeing this phenomenon bowed to the green snake in the clouds one after another to express their gratitude. Li Yuan realized that Chen Lingjun seemed to be very unfamiliar with creating clouds and rain. Therefore, he helped to tidy up the sea of clouds and rain. 2 hours later, Li Yuan sat on a piece of cloud. Chen Lingjun returned to his human form and came to Li Yuan's side. He leaned back and was exhausted, but he still thanked Li Yuan. There was a long silence. Li Yuan looked at the mountains and rivers of the human world that were moistened by the torrential rain. He clapped his hands and smiled. The grass in the drought river turns yellow. The birds die from the heat. The fish roe turns into locusts. Smoke rises from the water temple. The little dragon wriggles out, carrying the green sky and washing away the red. Chen Lingjun had already sat up and looked into the distance. He was in a daze. He had always been such a person. He liked to speak harshly and did things without thinking too much. Therefore, he was naturally happy that he had succeeded in creating the rain. He did not have any regrets. However, in the future, he would be obstructed by the great Yuan dynasty or increase the great Tao tribulation at the Spring Dew Garden. As a result, he could not cross the river. This made Chen Lingjun worried. He did not know how to face Xu Lian. How could he boast about himself to Pei Qian, Nuanshu, and Meili? Just like what Zhu Lian said, he was just short of marking out the places to eat and shit. If he still could not cross the river, Chen Lingjun, could drown himself. Therefore, Chen Lingjun only hoped for one thing. It would be great if his master, who was the kindest person in the world, had returned home before he returned to Luapa Mountain. With his master on Luapa Mountain, he would feel more at ease. If he did something wrong, he would at most be scolded. If he did something right, he would at least have a smile on his face. Moreover, Chen Lingjun was still thinking about his master's wealth. With his master's temper, he would definitely have a few snake gallstones. Chen Lingjun did not need the snake gallstones. However, that stupid girl, Nuanshu, the black snake on Chiduan Mountain, and the python on Yellow Lake Mountain still needed them. His master was inhumane when he was stingy. However, he was even more inhumane when he was generous. Chen Lingjun jumped up. He had to continue on his journey. Li Yuan said, Take Shenlin's decree and my jade token with you. If the great Yuan dynasty is blind enough to block your way, take them out. It won't be too late to return them the next time you cross the river. Chen Lingjun hesitated for a moment before nodding. He had no choice. Chen Lingjun was already afraid that a sage-like old Taoist from the Chongxian agency would suddenly appear and slap him to death. Chun Lingjun decided to find a way to boost his courage. Otherwise, his legs would be a little weak and he would not be able to walk. After thinking for a long time, he asked Li Yuan, "You don't know that my master is one of the few martial arts grandmasters in the world. I've learned some superficial knowledge from him. I'll show you, lest you think I'm bragging." Li Yuan raised his hand. "Don't. Take it as a brother begging you. I don't want to hurt my eyes." Unexpectedly, Chun Lingjun had already started to shake. He stood on one leg and twisted his arms backward. He leaned forward and asked, "What do you think of my great rock-spreading wings?" Li Yuan said angrily, "You're blind." Chun Lingjun laughed loudly. He carried the bamboo box, held the mountain traveling staff, and floated away. Li Yuan sat cross-legged. Without turning his head, he sneered. "Little heavenly lord of the Chongxian agency came so quickly? Why are you finding trouble with my brother? If you dare to make a move on Chun Lingjun, don't blame me for flooding the Chongxian agency." A young scholar in black, holding a folding fan, walked up to the clouds. A small yellow silk bag was tied to his waist. The colorful clouds overflowed and were very eye-catching. This person sat beside Li Yuan. He closed the folding fan and gently tapped the palm of his hand. He smiled and said, "Li Shuizhen, you think too much. Yang Mumao, and that Qinhaoren are rare friends in the world. It's a pity that we haven't met since we parted in the Ghost Valley. I really miss Brother Qinhaoren." Li Yuan was confused. "Qinhaoren, Brother Qinhaoren? That Qin Pingon?" The scholar said, "Qinhaoren and I are brothers of the same generation. Li Shuizhen and Qin Lingjun are sworn brothers. Isn't my seniority over Li Shuizhen for nothing?" Li Yuan laughed. "As long as little heavenly lord is happy." The scholar said, "The rain dragon swings its tail in the dark clouds, carrying the blue sky and embracing the blue sky." Li Yuan said angrily, "What, a poetry competition?" The scholar laughed. "Rather than a poetry competition with Li Shuizhen, it's better to watch Qin Lingjun fight. Fighting with that Qinhaoren was the most interesting." Li Yuan suddenly took pleasure in his misfortune. "Little heavenly lord, you're still at the bottom of the younger 10. The scholar nodded. "Being at the bottom is good. There's hope." The North Continent came from the Qianlin sect. Not only did it select the younger 10, it also selected the younger 10 from the neighboring Aquarius continent. However, the cultivators of the North Continent were not interested in the latter. Because Qi Jinglong became the new sect master of the Taihui sword sect, he was naturally not in the new 10. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful of a sword sect. The Qianlin sect was worried that the nearby mountains would be flattened by the sword cultivators of the Taihui sword sect. Most of the old faces were Lin Su, who was still in first place, the wild cultivator Huang Shi, and the martial artist Xionyang. This pair of old enemies who almost fought to the death on Shili Mountain were still on the list. Yang Jinshan, who was already at the bottleneck of the far-travel realm Chongxian Bureau's Little Heavenly Lord Yang Ningxing, and Water Scripture Mountain's fairy Lu Sui. As for the other two, they were expected by the crowd. The only exception was the girl. Everyone guessed that she was the Lion Peak's direct disciple who had appeared out of nowhere, Li Lu. As for Su Xian, who was heavily injured by He Xiaoyang, it was not difficult for him to be on the list. However, the Qianlin sect did not dare to include him. After all, Su Xian had become the laughingstock of the entire North Continent. As for the Aquarius continent, apart from the younger 10, there were also 10 substitutes. There were so many that the cultivators of the North Continent would probably feel sleepy just looking at them. Ma Kuxuan, the great gentleman of Lakeview Academy, one of the golden children of the divine grandeur sect, the bastard son of the Jiang clan of Yunlin, Jiang Yun, a young man of the Zhuing dynasty, who had been sleepwalking in the mountains. He had received the teachings of a deity and obtained a sword, a mortal relic. The scholar chuckled. There's actually no good brother. The Qianglin sect's bulletin really disappoints me. Li Yuan was a little confused. How did Chen Pingan provoke this young heavenly lord? With Chen Pingan's silly good temper, could it be that he had already suffered a great loss? The scholar said, I'm going to watch the show. I won't accompany Li Shuizheng in the sun. I'm going to see Sword Immortal Wei. Li Yuan said, What's the Chongxian Bureau's intention? The scholar laughed. I'm Yang Lumao. How would I know what the Chongxian Bureau's intentions are? Li Yuan said angrily, Aren't you despicable? How did a young heavenly lord become like this? The scholar laughed and flew away with the wind. There were actually only 2 people of the younger generation that could enter the eyes of the North Continent, the 10th realm martial artist of Dali Song Zhengqiang, and the sword immortal of the wind, snow, temple, Wei Jin, were indeed young. They were both around 50 years old. To the cultivators on the mountain, with their current realms, they could be said to be so young that it made one's hair stand on end. One of them was like the retired emperor of the Song clan, while the other was already a true sword immortal. It was indeed inappropriate to throw them into the list of the 10 young people. The Qianglin sect was not afraid of a pure jade realm sword cultivator from the Aquarius continent. However, Wei Jin had traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and had been stationed there for many years. He must be familiar with the sect master of the Taihui sword sect, Qi Jinglong, the patriarch of the discipline, Huang Tong, and Shi Kai of the floating duckweed sword lake. This kind of relationship was not something that could be won by exchanging cups on the table. Moreover, in the eyes of the North Continent cultivators, there were only 2 types of sword immortals in the world: the heroes who had been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the good-for-nothings who had not. Even the great sword immortal Bai Shang, who was the number 1 person in the north, would be secretly mocked by the North Continent cultivators. Therefore, even the Qianglin sect, which had no relations with the Wind Snow Temple, was still willing to show some respect to Wei Jin. As for how Wei Jin returned this respect, it was even more so in the North Continent. Xie Shi, the sword immortal who crossed continents. A woman quietly came ashore in the northern part of the Tongya continent. In the Tongya sect, she found a foreign sword immortal who was cultivating by the water. Left and right. Currently, all the immortal sects in the North Continent, including the Jade Gui sect, the Fuyao sect, and the Taiping Mountain, were building on a large scale. The Tongya sect was no exception. After meeting Left and Right, she introduced herself as Changming, who came from the prison and would cultivate in the Luopa Mountain in the future. Left and Right listened to her description of little junior brother. He just nodded and said, Very good. Changming wanted to say something, but stopped. Left and Right stood by the water. When this matter is settled, I'll go and fetch little junior brother. Changming looked bitter. As expected, the hidden official had expected it. He could only whisper, Master told me that if you have such thoughts, I hope you. Left and Right waved his hand and said, Who's the senior brother and who's the junior brother? You don't have any rules. Changming was speechless. Left and Right remembered something. While he still had some free time, he said, I'm going to the buried river. I won't send you off. Left and Right flew away on his sword. Changming could do nothing about it. He left the Tongya sect and went to the Aquarius continent. In the night, in the mirage city of the Great Spring Dynasty, Jiang Shangjin was chatting happily with the lady of Chaozhou. She was admiring the moonlight while Jiang Shangjin was admiring the beauty. The lady of Chaozhou, who was born as a peony, was really a national beauty. Tonight's trip was not in vain. There seemed to be thunder in the sky. Jiang Shangjin looked over and saw the sword celestial passing by. He laughed and got up. He excused himself from the lady of Chaozhou and flew away, ignoring the great city defense array of the Mirage City. The lady of Chaozhou did not come back to her senses for a long time. Didn't this elegant scholar say that he was a scholar who came to the capital to take the imperial examination? Just because he was embarrassed he could only shamelessly stay in the Taoist temple? After a while, Jiang Shangjin, who was slashed to the ground, shook off the dust resentfully and secretly returned to the Mirage City. He returned to the Taoist temple and apologized to the lady of Chaozhou. The lady of Chaozhou's eyes were filled with resentment. She held her chest and asked, "Who are you?" The man raised his cup and laughed softly. "I didn't ask you if I was a guest from the heavens, but you asked me for my name. Wouldn't that make me a mortal, even more vulgar?" The lady of Chaozhou sighed and waved her sleeves. "Go away. You don't say anything serious. I don't dare to drink with you." Jiang Shangjin stood up and left. He left the mountain traveling staff at the banquet. The lady of Chaozhou did not remind him. A sword light fell in front of the aquamarine palace by the buried river. He said to the female ghost gatekeeper, "Inform your lady of water god." Before the lady of the buried river finished speaking, the lady of the buried river, who was eating a bowl of eel noodles, had already noticed the sudden visit of a sword immortal. She was worried that her gatekeeper, who was a ghost, would be accidentally killed by the sword immortal because he was an eyesore. She had no choice but to come to the gate in an instant. Her cheeks were bulging, and she stepped through the gate of the mansion while cursing. Sword immortals were so great. How could they disturb her supper in the middle of the night? When she saw the ordinary-looking man, she burped and then asked loudly, "What are you doing?" The lady of the buried river smiled and said, "My name is Swazwa. I am Chun Pingan's senior fellow apprentice." The lady of the buried river was stunned at first, and then her eyes lit up. She slapped herself in the face. It was not a dream. Mother ****, the disciples of old Master Wensheng are each more handsome than the last. On the bank of the great blasphemy in the middle of the aquamarine continent, Cui Dongshan was reading a book. Lu Qingfeng was eating a slightly cold and hard zongzi at the side, chewing and swallowing slowly. Cui Dongshan closed the book and handed the freshly printed book to Lu Qingfeng. "I'll lend it to you to take a look." Lu Qifeng took the book and flipped through the book while eating the zongzi. At first, he flipped through the pages of the book very quickly, but he still ate the zongzi very slowly. Lu Qingfeng seemed to have seen something interesting and laughed. He turned the book a little slower. It was a story about the mountains and rivers of a pair of good friends. Their ages were not too different. They were 7 or 8 years apart. They were both born in poor alleys. The younger one finally went to a place called Qingzhou Lake and took the lead to embark on the path of cultivation. In an alley, the older youth was still a martial artist who had just learned martial arts when he left his hometown. One was called Gu Chan, and the other was called Chun Pingan. At a young age, Gu Chan went to Qingzhou Lake, which was full of wild cultivators. He kidnapped many young women and served as the opening lady of his own mansion. He wanted to give them to Chun Pingan, who he regarded as his elder brother. The latter was the leader of the 10 Friends of Qingzhou Lake. The story was generally divided into 2 lines that went hand in hand. Gu Chan was the devil incarnate in Book Lake, while Chun Pingan was alone and left his hometown to travel. In the end, the 2 of them met again. The young man, who was already a martial arts grandmaster, saved Gu Chan, who had killed innocent people. In the end, he gave some secular gold and silver and pretended to hold a few rituals in an attempt to stop people from talking. After that, the young martial artist immediately left quietly. Gu Chan even changed his name and disappeared without a trace. In the end, an immortal sect joined forces with a garrison of iron cavalry to clean up the mess. They held the grand ritual of Zhou and the land and water Dao field for those who had died in vain. Cui Dongshan asked with a smile, "What do you think after reading it?" Lu Qingfeng asked back, "What happened to the 2 groups of people who wrote and engraved this book?" Cui Dongshan said, They were either dead or injured. Lu Qingfeng nodded and said they had a good sense of propriety. If they were to kill all of them, they would be too ruthless. They would treat the spectators on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain as fools. Since that young martial artist who was well-read had some conscience and liked to fish for fame, he naturally wouldn't act so tyrannically. If I were the one who planned this behind the scenes, I would have let Gu Chan commit murder. Then Chen Pingan would appear to stop the former. However, he accidentally gave himself away and was recognized by those who were lucky enough to survive. In this way, it would be reasonable. It's not reasonable. It's in line with the plot. In the Mountain and Water Palace Bulletin, which Immortal Mountain was the first to recommend this book, Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It's a small sect on the mountain that specializes in this bowl of rice. They have already run away. Of course, it's also possible that they were killed to silence them. They did it secretly and can't find out for the time being. To be honest, I'm too lazy to investigate." Lu Qingfeng sighed and said, "Speaking of which, the first page of this book is only a few thousand words. It's really simple and moving. The hardships of many people are written at the tip of the pen. The immortal masters and scholars on the mountain should really read it carefully. All kinds of local customs were described. The young man went up the mountain to chop firewood and burn charcoal. He carried a basket down the mountain and haggled with the rich man in the market at the door. He was scolded by the latter and retreated down the stairs. When the young man took the string of copper coins, his palms were full of calluses. During the bitter winter, the young man went up the mountain to pick herbs to earn money. The frostbite on his hands cracked. When he picked the herbs, he was careful to avoid staining them with blood. When he sold them to the medicine shop at the foot of the mountain, the price was low. The description of these things was often just a few words, but it made people feel pity for the young man when they read the opening words. There were also some strange words that were enough to make men understand. For example, the small town custom described in the book Slow Harvest. It said that when the wheat in the countryside was ripe, the orphan and widow could pick up the remaining wheat after the villagers who harvested the wheat. Even if it was not their own wheat field, the farmers would not drive them away, and the young villagers who harvested the wheat would not look back. It was very ancient. The beauty of the book was in a sentence. The young man helped the widow. When he looked up and saw the figure of the woman squatting on the ground, he blushed and quickly lowered his head. Then he turned his head and looked at the plump wheat beside him. Raising his head, lowering his head, and turning his head, he brought to life the simple, ignorant, and complicated thoughts of a hard-working youth with just one sentence. The story after the beginning would probably be liked by the down-and-out scholars, the people of the Jianghu, or the cultivators on the mountain. Because other than Gu Chan's unscrupulous killing in Qingzhou Lake, it also wrote about the young man's fortuitous encounters after that. A series of big and small fortuitous encounters were intertwined, but it did not seem abrupt. He picked up an old fist manual deep in the mountains. When he went out to travel, he met an otherworldly expert by chance. After he mastered his fist technique, he mistakenly entered an immortal's mansion and learned a superior technique. He killed people with his fists and claimed righteousness everywhere. Even when he traveled across mountains and rivers, when he met demons and ghosts, he punched decisively and to his heart's content. He had the spirit of a high-spirited young hero. He hit it off with many mountain gods and water immortals at first sight. Among them, there was the chance meeting with those close female friends in the Jianghu, the wishful love between the two of them. And in order to help a beautiful female ghost clear her name, he caused a ruckus in the city god pavilion, and so on. It was also written in an extremely unique and moving way. What a young man who had a tender heart for the fairer sex. The key was that the young wanderer was diligent and eager to learn from his travels. There was a lot of writing. After that, it was the main show at Qingzhou Lake. Danger surrounded him. Before one wave subsided, another wave rose. Finally, he succeeded in saving Gu Chan, who had offended the public, from the hands of the wild cultivators. During this period, the young martial artist was full of wisdom. With the help of the immortal's magic, he gained a blessing in disguise. He obtained a blade-nourishing gourd by chance, and 2 fairies secretly helped to take care of him. He even did not hesitate to fall out with his sect. It was enough to make the onlookers who were flipping through the books exclaim in satisfaction. Lu Qingfeng suddenly realized that he was still holding a small half-dumpling in his hand, and ate it. Qingzhou Lake, Book Slip Lake. It was too numerous to write down. Gu Chan, the repentant Chan homonym Gu, Kin Chen Pingdian. Of course, it was homonym Chen Pingan. At the end of the book, it was written, the young wanderer looked back at Qingzhou Lake and felt that he had a clear conscience. However, he could not help but feel uneasy. He tugged at the collar of his green robe that looked like a scholar's robe and was speechless for a long time. With mixed feelings, he could only drink a mouthful of wine and leave in a daze. What a wonderful leaving in a daze! As for whether the young wanderer returned home or continued to travel in Jianghu, it was not written in the book. Lu Qingfeng gently patted the closed book and suddenly asked if Chen Pingan had a chance to read this book, what would he do? Cui Dongshan thought for a moment and said, if he read good words and poems, he might have to copy the transcript. After reading it, he would probably only think that Chen Pingdian was too ridiculous. He was not smart and cautious at all. He was not like him at all. He wished that he could edit the script for the Machete Man. Lu Qingfeng asked again, what if he could see the author with his own eyes? Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, I knew the answer before, but now I'm not sure. Lu Qingfeng rarely asked the question to the end. In the past, he could kill with one punch. Now that he has seen the real events in the world, he might not. Or, in the past, he might not, but now he can kill with one punch? Cui Dongshan leaned back and said with a cheeky smile, God knows. Lu Qingfeng returned the book to Cui Dongshan and said with a smile, read the book, eat your fill, and do what a scholar should do. That's what a scholar should do. After laughing, Cui Dongshan began to roll around beside Lu Qingfeng. "690. The god of the buried river led the great sword immortal that he had admired for a long time into the door. They went around a screen wall that was connected to the buried river, passed through a corridor, and arrived at the main hall. An old chef had just returned from the kitchen. He held a small plate that contained the Lu family's chow tian pepper. It had been boiled in heavy oil and was bright red with a spicy smell. The old chef stuttered, Mother, do you still want a chow tian pepper? Previously, the water goddess felt that tonight's fried eel noodles were not strong enough, so she asked the old chef to cook a plate of chow tian pepper. She did not expect that the sword immortal would arrive at the Green Turing Palace without waiting. She glanced at the small plate in the old chef's hand and the bowl of fried eel noodles on the table. Finally, she turned to look at the sword immortal beside her. She was embarrassed. It was rare for her to have supper, but she bumped into him. If she had known, she would have changed to a smaller bowl. The left and right said, Water goddess, just continue eating supper. I'm not in a hurry to return to the Tong Yi sect. After eating, I'll talk about business. Look, what is an approachable sword immortal? What is a gentle, respectful, and thrifty scholar? The direct disciple of the sage of literature in front of her was one. She only felt that the scholars from the school of the sage of literature were all so considerate. She asked tentatively, Do you want a bowl for Mr. Zhua? The left and right sat down at the side and looked at the big bowl on the table. No need. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Zhua to wait for me for a moment. My stomach is the biggest. Ha! After saying those polite words, she did not stand on ceremony anymore. She took the plate from the old chef and poured it into the noodles. She held her chopsticks and stirred it. Then she began to eat supper. She habitually put one leg on the chair and suddenly remembered that Mr. Zwo was beside her. She quickly sat upright. Every 3 chopsticks, she would pick up the wine pot on the table and take a sip of the Green Turing Palace's home-brewed wine. The wine was strong and matched with chow tian pepper. Every time she drank, the short water goddess would close her eyes and shiver. She would wipe the sweat on her face and continue eating the bowl of eel noodles. The Green Turing Palace did not have those messy and complicated formalities. It could not be said that the rules were strict. For example, Old Chef did not leave after arriving at the main hall. He had a good reason to wait for the water goddess to finish her meal before taking away the dishes. A few Green Turing Palace female officials and maidservants who had once been drowned in the river carefully stood on both sides of the door. After all, a sword immortal was not commonly seen. It was good for them to take in some of the immortal aura of a sword immortal. None of them dared to make a ruckus. They just stared with their eyes wide open, sizing up the man who was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. So he was that Mr. Zwo who had visited the Tong Yi sect twice. In the words of his own water goddess, it was to kill Du Mao of the Ascendant Realm with one sword. In the heavens and the earth, there is only me, Mr. Zwo. In front of Mr. Zwo, there is no one in our Tong Yi continent who can fight. Even Old Sun of the Jade Tablet sect is no good, let alone the new sect leader, Jiang Shamjin. After the buried river god finished his noodles, he stared at the gate and said, "Haven't you seen enough?" They drifted away with a crash. She chose to sit on the opposite side, but she chose a chair closer to the door and sat down. She smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zwo. Usually, there are no immortals who visit my Green Turing Palace. They always complain that I, the water goddess, have no face." This time, I'll let them open their eyes. He opened his eyes and said, "It's fine." The reason why he rode his sword south to the buried river and visited the Green Turing Palace tonight was because there were some things that he wanted to personally hand over to the water goddess, who was said by his junior brother to be a buried river. Back then, outside the wine shop in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chim Pingon said it himself. At that time, the 2 gentlemen who were sitting in the middle were drinking wine and drinking with the story of their last disciple. The buried river god's Green Turing Palace had many twists and turns. If it wasn't for the help of the gentleman Zhong Kuei from the Fu Academy, the Green Turing Palace might not have been promoted and would have been recorded by the Academy. However, the buried river god insisted on a classic of the Sage of Literature as the treasure of the Green Turing Palace in the future. This was indeed against the rules. The Sage of Literature had been removed from the Confucian school, and the accompanying statue had been removed from the Confucian temple. All his works were banned and destroyed. The Hill Master of the Fu Academy was from the secondary sage residence, so the Green Turing Palace was still promoted to the Green Turing Palace. Other than being grateful to Zhong Kuei for speaking up for justice, the buried river god's impression of the Hill Master of the Fu Academy changed a lot. She seemed to be very nervous for the first time, and the left and right didn't speak. The atmosphere in the hall was a little cold. The buried river god racked her brains to think of an opening speech. It was unknown whether she was shy or excited. Her eyes were shining, but her teeth were chattering. She straightened her back and held the armrest of the chair tightly. In this way, her feet were off the ground. "Mr. Zwo, everyone says that your swordsmanship and sword aura are the best in the world. Even the land immortals don't dare to get close to you within 100 miles. Just the sword aura alone is already a small world. It's just that Mr. Zwo is compassionate in order to not hurt any living creatures. Mr. Zwo went to the sea to visit the immortals and left the human world." Ooh, The left and right shook her head and said, "It's not that exaggerated. Back then, as long as I restrained myself, the sword aura wouldn't hurt others." She sighed and said, "Mr. Zwa is really strong." The left and right said, "You can call me left and right. I don't dare to be called Mr." She shook her head and said, "No, no, I won't call you Mr. Zwa. It's tacky to call you sword deity Zwa. There are actually many sword deities in the world, but there aren't many true scholars in my heart. As for calling you by your name, I'm not drunk. I don't dare." The left and right couldn't be bothered to care about this. He stood up, took out a book from his sleeve, and walked towards the buried river god. She immediately jumped up and rubbed her hands on her clothes. Then she respectfully received the yellowed book. The book was made of the most ordinary material. In the past, it was engraved from a small country in the central divine continent. Other than the first edition, there was nothing else that could be praised about it. Because the bookseller's financial resources were mediocre, the bookstore's scale wasn't large. The paper, font, and engraving were all inferior. At that time, the sales of the books weren't good, so the teacher bought nearly 100 books out of his own pocket. Furthermore, he had a few disciples go to different bookstores to buy them. He was afraid that the bookstore wouldn't be able to sell a single book and felt that they weren't qualified to occupy a place in the bookstore. He would throw them into the warehouse and never see the light of day again. Back then, the group of people split up to buy books and were busy for several days. Every time they bought a book, left, and went to the next bookstore after paying, so the return trip was extremely fast. Only Xiaoqi had to wait until nightfall before returning to the school. She didn't buy many books. When the teacher asked, Xiaoqi would answer, and the teacher would laugh endlessly. It turned out that Xiaoqi would only buy one book every time she went to the bookstore. Furthermore, she would chat with the bookstore manager for half a day about the contents of the book. Most of the bookstore managers would mistakenly think that it was a book that had been collecting dust for a long time. Could it really be a pearl covered in dust? Was it actually a great work of a sage? It was actually able to make such a talented and intelligent scholar admire it so much. Therefore, after the event, he had to half believe it and half doubt it. He would then buy a few more books from the booksellers he was familiar with. Then, on the same day, Xiaoqi would remind his eldest senior brother at that time and go to the bookstore he had visited a few days later to buy another book. Left and right said, "Little junior brother promised by you palace that he would send a book of my teacher's. It's just that little junior brother is busy now. I'm here tonight to deliver the book." She took the book with both hands and nodded gently. "I knew that Mr. Chen would definitely keep his word. I just didn't expect Mr. Zwa to help deliver the book." Left and right smiled and said, "Not only that, little junior brother told our teacher many things about the water god and Bayou Palace. After our teacher heard it, he was really happy, so he drank a lot of wine." She was extremely excited and said with a trembling voice, "Even the sage of literature knows about me." Left and right nodded and said, "My teacher said that the water god is really a hero and has good taste. He even said that his knowledge is still inferior to that of the great Saint Master. In the past, the sage of literature's words were beautiful, but his writing was strict, his reasoning was thorough, and the context was clear. Even those who were roughly literate could easily understand the meaning of the words. Therefore, the old man, who was only an old scholar, was known as the harmony of the three sects, great success of all scholars. The water god no longer knew what to say. She was a little dizzy, as if she had drunk 10,000 kilograms of wine in the world. Left and right said, "However, my teacher also reminded you that this book should be kept by the water god. Don't worship it. There's no need." She said, "Since it's the teachings of the sage of literature, I'll do it." Left and right took out several bamboo slips, stacked them together, and handed them to her one by one. There were 6 words written on the first bamboo slip. Left and right explained, "This is the word God." It was written by my teacher in 6 different fonts. When the sage of ritual created the word God, it had both form and sound. After that, as time passed, Zhuan Li Xing Chao Kai. The general meaning is that he hopes that the water god will not forget her duty and continue to protect the land. As for these bamboo slips, they were once owned by little junior brother. Buried river god took the first bamboo slip and felt that the words on the small bamboo slip weighed 1,000 kilograms. Left and right suddenly laughed. At that time, Sir was drunk. It was little junior brother who insisted that Sir send a few more words to the Bayou Palace. In fact, my teacher has not written for a long time. At that time, little junior brother was at the side, urging Sir to write with more vigor. Otherwise, he would not be able to give it away and ruin Sir's great image in the water god's heart. Some things could be said, but some things could not be said. For example, at that time, left and right felt that Chun Pingan was too unruly. As a disciple, he did not have the etiquette that a disciple should have. However, just as left and right muttered, Chun Pingan called out to Sir, and Sir followed up with a slap. If one complained to one's fellow disciples and was beaten left and right, one would get used to it. Left and right-handed over the second bamboo slip. This is Sir's high hopes for you. He hopes that your great Tao will be smooth in the future. The water accumulated into an abyss, and the flood dragon was born. Good deeds became virtue, and the gods were complacent, and the Sacred Heart was prepared. After handing over the third slip, left and right said, Sir said that the Bayou Palace and the buried river god are worthy of these words. If one was determined to cultivate, one would be arrogant and rich. If one's morals were important, one would look down on the nobility. Left and right-handed over the fourth bamboo slip. Before writing, Sir said that he was arrogant and shamelessly instructed the younger generation with a few words as an elder. He hoped that you would not mind. He also said that as the buried river god, other than standing upright, you should also feel the joys and sorrows of the people in your jurisdiction. Now, the gods all come from humans. Cheap gifts were righteous, but noble courage and strength. The poor were robbers, and the rich were thieves. Left and right-handed over the last bamboo slip. Those who know themselves do not blame others. Those who know their fate do not blame the heavens. This sentence is what Sir said to you. In fact, it is what he said to all the scholars in the world. After receiving a book from the sage of literature and 5 bamboo slips, the water god of the buried river god felt as if she was dreaming. She muttered, "I can't afford it." Left and right said seriously, "There is only one thing that I have to say more about. If you think that because you know Chun Pingan, and Chun Pingan is Sir's last disciple, you are wrong. You have underestimated Sir's knowledge." The order theory of the sage of literature should not be understood in this way. It was first the water god of the buried river and the Bayou Palace, and then the water god and little junior brothers meeting. It was your sincere recognition of the sage of literature's knowledge, and only then did Sir return the favor. She was in high spirits. Of course, after delivering the books and bamboo slips, left, and right were about to return to the Tong Yi sect. She looked at the night sky and urged him to stay. "Mr. Zhua, don't you want to drink some wine? The Bayou Palace's wine is quite famous." Left and right shook his head. "I don't like to drink." She felt a little regretful. It was a small flaw in an otherwise perfect situation. Left and right said goodbye, crossed the threshold, and flew away on the sword. She stood outside the door and looked up to see the sword of mortal return to the north. She sighed with emotion. The tall Mr. Zhua is strong, strong, strong. Left and Right left the waters of the buried river, flying as fast as lightning. When they passed by the capital of the Great Spring, it was fortunate that Jiang Shangjin had learned his lesson. He thought of the time when he drank that year. Sir smiled drunkenly and asked little junior brother, if you want to see 1,000 years, count today. If you want to know billions, judge 1 or 2. Is it difficult? Little junior brother answered, to know the present from the past, to know the future from the near, to know 10,000 from 1, to know the great from the small, and to know the light from the dark. It is easy to know but difficult to do, but it is also not difficult. Sir laughed and asked Left and Right to bring another pot of wine. Remember to pay the bill. Senior brothers should settle accounts clearly. Just because it was little junior brother's wine shop, as the senior brother, he could not go against his conscience and credit. Chun Pingon was indeed much better than his senior brother in one aspect. He could let Sir drink without feeling lonely, and could let Sir forget the worries of the past. Little junior brother was indeed the only one among the senior brothers who had a wife. No wonder Sir liked him the most. Regarding this, Left and Right was not the least bit unhappy. Left and Right was very happy that Sir had accepted such a junior brother for himself and little Chi. Regarding the excavation of the Aquarius continent, Cui Dongshan was actually a supervisor. The specific matters were handled by Guan Yiran and Lu Xuanmei. The real mastermind behind the scenes was Lu Qingfeng. One was Dali Clan Gong's son, one was a general's son, and one was an old civil official of the vassal state Qingyuan country. Cui Dongshan never dealt with the cultivators on the mountain or the officials of the Great Desecration, and gave full authority to the 3 youths. Only when Lu Qingfeng felt that it was difficult would Cui Dongshan make the decision. The latter had always been swift and decisive, and almost never delayed matters. Along the way of the Great Desecration, they had to pass by dozens of vassal states' territories. The large and small temples of the mountain gods would all have to change their respective jurisdictions because of the Great Desecration, and even many of the sects on the mountain would have to move their mountain gate mansions and the entire ancestral hall. After Lin Shui returned from the Book Slip Lake, he was kept by Cui Dongshan's side to personally guide his cultivation. Earlier in Lin Shui's hometown, he used a blind Taoist Jia Cheng's ancestral mountain search map and exchanged it with the city lord of White Emperor City for the 2 volumes of the Cloud Gem book. The first volume formed the Jindan, the second volume refined the Yuanying, and the second volume pointed to the Jade Pudding. Lin Shui was now in the Dragon Gate realm. Not only did he break through the realm quickly, but he also had enough tenacity. This was the real cultivation embryo. Lin Shui's original expectation was to strive to form the Jindan within 100 years. Now, it seemed that it would be much earlier. The cave-dwelling realm and the Jindan realm were the 2 natural motes of a Qi cultivator. Before entering the Jindan realm, the so-called geniuses in the general sense could not stand up to scrutiny. There were countless ordinary people who were beaten back to their original state by the matter of whether or not they could form the Jindan. They would linger in the Dragon Gate realm for the rest of their lives. From then on, they would be dispirited and completely hopeless. The most taboo of Taoism was to have 3 or 6 ears. However, for Cui Dongshan, common sense did not work. Lin Shui directly passed the 3 volumes of the Cloud Gem book to Cui Dongshan. After the latter finished reading them, he immediately filled the 3 volumes with annotations and returned them to Lin Shui. If Lin Shui did not understand the true meaning of the words, he could consult him face to face. Today, Lin Shui accompanied Cui Dongshan to inspect a dam. Dust covered the sun, and the river channel was already formed. However, the water had not been brought here yet. The laborers on this side of the river could not see the people on the other side. From this, it could be seen that the water of great blasphemy would be vast in the future. Cui Dongshan patted the dust around him with his sleeves time and time again. back then when we were traveling to study. Thank You's wife was arrogant and looked down on everyone except you. Lin Shuyi nodded. Everyone could tell. Thank You's aloofness had always been more straightforward. On the contrary, he was easy to deal with. The person that Lin Shuyi could not see through was actually the crown prince of the fallen Lu family, Yu Lu. Just that when these words came out of Cui Dongshan's mouth, it sounded like he was scolding someone. Chun Pingon and Yu Lu were pure martial artists. Li Baoping and Li Huai were still young at that time. Before Thank You became a felon, he was recognized as the top immortal species in the Lu family dynasty and was seen as the most promising genius to enter the upper 5 realms. And Lin Shuyi was the first person besides Thank You to step into the path of cultivation. Lin Shuyi was worried and asked in his heart, even the Great Wall of Sword Qi could not defend it. Can our Aquarius continent really defend it? Cui Dongshan laughed. So what if we can defend it? So what if we can't defend it? If we know that we can't defend it, will we not defend it? Are we going to let the saints of the Confucian Temple and Tuo Yu Mountain meet and compare their strength on paper? Our vast world will announce the names of the upper 5 realms cultivators one by one, and Tuo Yu Mountain will be a student of arithmetic. If we are better, the demonic beasts will retreat to the desolate world. If we are not as good as them, the demonic beasts will not be in a hurry to attack. We will offer one world with both hands, and then retreat to the 5th world. Then we will be spectators and wait for the next round between Tuo Yu Mountain and Beko Keikyung Building. At this point, Cui Dongshan laughed heartily and said, "You don't say. This method is the least harmful." Lin Shuyi said, "That's not what I meant." Cui Dongshan nodded. "Of course, I know you're not. You're worried about the survival of everyone at the foot of the mountain." Lin Shuyi said, "What should we do? Please teach me." Cui Dongshan looked up at the highest point in the sky of the Aquarius continent and said softly, "The cultivators at the foot of the mountain, together with the army of Dali, straighten their backs and go to their deaths first. The rest who are willing to live, after the former are all dead, kneel and beg for mercy. As for the people at the foot of the mountain, they really can't do anything and can only resign themselves to fate." In an official residence in the capital of Qingwan, Li Baozhen rarely had free time and pulled himself away from a pile of reports of the vassal officials' residences and Dali's landscape spies to drink with 2 of his family members at the same table. Now, Li Baozhen held several positions. Other than being one of the leaders of the Green Wave Pavilion in Dali and managing all the spies in the southeast of the continent, he also had the leisure and leisure time. These years, his official career had been soaring, and he became the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Qingwan. He had already left the capital twice and was the chief examiner of the local provincial examination, becoming a master. Other than that, he was also the behind-the-scenes monarch of the Jianghu on several vassal mountains within Qingwan, secretly controlling all the cultivators to climb the mountain and the sects of Jianghu to accept the new. Li Baozhen threw a book to the middle-aged man opposite him and said with a smile, "Our fellow countryman, the young mountain master of Luo Pa Mountain, seems to have completely ruined his reputation in the Aquarius continent. The man was Zhu He, the guard of the Li residence on Fortune Street in the past, and the young woman was his daughter Zhu Lu. This pair of father and daughter, not only had they already left their lowly status, Zhu He also got a job in the Dali army and served as a cultivator accompanying the Dali army for many years. His status was similar to that of Wei Xian, who was beside the great blasphemy supervisor Lu Xuanmei. However, Zhu He's military achievements were far inferior to Wei Xian's. Now, his rank as a scattered official was not high, and he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Once he was transferred to a local official, he would mostly be the county magistrate of a vassal state, but compared to the ordinary vassal state officials, he would have an additional status of military achievements. In the Dali dynasty, other than the newly established position of the hunting inspector, which was the same rank as the Shangju state, the officialdom also underwent a major restructuring, and the official ranks were still divided into official ranks and scattered official ranks, especially the latter, civil and military scattered officials, each adding 6 ranks. Zhu Lu became a spy of the Green Wave Pavilion and worked under Li Baozhen. When Zhu received the book, he felt as if he had fallen into the clouds. He glanced at his daughter, and Zhu Lu seemed to be smiling. Obviously, she already knew the reason. Li Baozhen poured 3 cups of wine and kept one for himself. He gently pushed the other 2 cups on the table to Zhu He and Zhu Lu, indicating that the father and daughter did not need to get up to thank him. He smiled and said, "Maybe it will be banned by Dali soon, and maybe it will be published and spread out." If this book is not banned, I look forward to the appearance of an annotated version, in case many people don't understand the many wonderful things. Zhu began to flip through the book. Gu Chan, Chun Pingda? Are they alluding to Gu Can and Chun Pingan from Clay Bottle Alley? Li Baozhen just drank silently. Zhu Lu held the cup with both hands and took a sip of wine. Zhu frowned. The man was a little speechless. Back then, he and his daughter had escorted Li Baoping to travel far away. Although he had not spent much time with Chun Pingan, Zhu believed that he could see through Chun Pingan's personality clearly. The contents of the book were not all false. However, if it was true, there were always some parts that made people feel that something was wrong. There were always a few sentences in the book that made Zhu feel that it was the opposite of the truth. For example, the youthful feelings that were hidden deep in his heart that could not be exposed. There was also something about a poor young man who had long been determined to travel thousands of miles, read thousands of books, and admired those virtuous sages who were perfect in morals. He had accidentally obtained a peerless fist manual just because he was a young genius with outstanding potential. He did not need any tempering. He broke through the martial Tao as fast as lightning and broke through 3 realms in one day. It was so easy that it attracted the shock of several otherworldly experts and immortals on the mountain. As for before he traveled, he had been blessed with endless fortune and was blessed by the heavens. After traveling, he took the initiative to take on matters. Whenever he encountered injustice, he would punch out decisively. It seemed to depict a high-spirited, chivalrous, and righteous lover. Moreover, every time he paid the price, he would definitely be rewarded with greater fortune. However, in Zhu eyes, Chun Pingan was the exact opposite. He was simply an old and prudent person. He was far more lethargic than young and energetic. As for the so-called confidant, Chun Pingan's stubborn temper, forget it. Zhu shook his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhu was not stupid. Although he was not a scholar, he could still see the hidden killing intent. The wandering hero in the book was a lecturer who rebuked others with righteousness and killed people at the slightest provocation. Although Chun Pingan did not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, upon closer inspection, other than 1 or 2 ghosts and monsters that caused mischief, the rest who died under Chun Pingan's fists were all existences that could be killed or not killed. They belonged to the middle of the two. Zhu flipped through the book very quickly and could not help but ask, "Didn't you say that Chun Pingan was trapped in the calligraphy lake for many years and that his ending was extremely tragic? He only returned home after many years?" Zhu Lu sneered softly. He liked to ask for trouble. Now, it was retribution. If it were her, and she had a friend like Gu Ken, she would either secretly maintain their relationship or weigh the pros and cons. She would simply ignore it and let it fend for itself in the calligraphy lake. Why would she get involved? Did it have anything to do with Chun Pingan? He did not have the ability to become one of the 10 young people and 10 candidates evaluated by the North Continent. In the end, he was more famous than the 20 young geniuses. Chun Pingan's luck was really good. It was as good as always. Li Baozhen raised his wine cup and slowly turned it. He smiled and said, "Who among us who read books does not like to read about the beautiful encounters in the Jianghu and the opportunities on the mountain?" However, after the Taoist scholars read this book, they have a lot to say. The heroes of the Jianghu will scold this person for fishing for fame. He did not kill Gu Ken and even used this opportunity to raise his hopes. He spent a few hundred taels of silver and held a few rituals carelessly. The immortal masters on the mountain will see him as a wild cultivator. The wild cultivators will mock him for not being experienced enough. They will say that he has good fortune but is actually an embroidered pillow. If he was not a person in the book, he would have died more than 10 times. The scholars will envy him for being entangled in love. They will definitely scold him for being sanctimonious and worse than a beast. Shu, he said, "Moreover, the book deliberately described the contents of the fist manual and the magic in detail. Although they are all superficial fist theories and spells, I believe that many people in the Jianghu and wild cultivators in the Jianghu would dream of it. This made the book widely spread in the wild. How can it be banned? There is no way to stop it. The Dali government really banned this book in public. Instead, it is unknowingly adding fuel to the fire." Li Baozhen drank the wine in his cup. In the future, the more Luo mountain expands, the higher Chun Pingan's cultivation level, the greater the criticism from the Aquarius continent. The more he does a great deed, the greater the criticism. Anyway, everything is too selfish. At most, he is pretending to be benevolent and righteous, pretending to do good deeds. The person who compiled this book is the scholar I admire the most, other than Lu Qingfeng. I really want to meet him and sincerely ask for advice." Li Baozhen looked at the door and laughed. "Mr. Lu, what do you think? If there is a chance in the future, why don't you and I join hands and visit this person?" Lu Qingfeng stood at the door and laughed. "Hunting righteousness with injustice, for scholars like you and me who have read sages' books, isn't it easy? Even if it is done, what sense of accomplishment will there be?" Li Baozhen raised his empty cup. "Mr. Lu is always better than me." Lu Qingfeng waved his hand. "This time, I have something to discuss with you." Li Baozhen put down his cup and got up with a smile. "Then let's change places." Zhu He and Zhu Lu, father and daughter, both recognized this uninvited guest. So they got up earlier than Li Baozhen, cupped their fists and saluted. At the same time, respectfully said, "Greetings to Supervisor Lu." In front of them was a civil official with a bad reputation in the past. According to their young master, this person was destined to become a governor of the Dali dynasty in the future. Except for being destined to have a short life, Lu Qingfeng did not have any weakness. He was an extremely dangerous person. Immortals on the mountain, vassal lords, in this person's eyes, they were nothing. Lu Qingfeng smiled warmly and nodded gently to the two people after discussing matters with Li Baozhen. Lu Qingfeng, accompanied by Wang Yifu, led a cultivator, who was also his personal retainer, drive an immortal fairy, and hurried to the top of a mountain. The foot of the mountain was the official road. Lu Qingfeng let the cultivator use the mountain and river observation technique to look at the man and woman walking slowly on the road at the foot of the mountain. The young man on the road was limping, and the average-looking woman with a saber glanced at the top of the mountain and then nodded slightly, pretending that nothing happened. Just a glance from the woman caused the nascent soul cultivator to be shocked. "What a strong killing intent," Lu Qingfeng said. "You can stop using the technique." The two people at the foot of the mountain were Lu Qingshan and Lu Boqi, who had returned from a long journey. The couple had gone to the Saber Master's room in the inverted mountain to return to her mother's home. In fact, Lu Boqi did not have such thoughts, but Lu Qingshan said that he must meet her master. No matter what the result was, whether he was scolded or kicked out of the inverted mountain, it was still etiquette after all. However, he did not expect that when he reached Old Dragon City, the cross-continent ferries would not go out to sea, no matter how Lu Qingfeng asked for the reason. They only said that they did not know. In the end, Lu Boqi went out on his own and brought back a shocking news. The inverted mountain no longer allowed the ferries of the 8 continents to dock because the Great Wall of Sword Qi had begun to impose martial law and no longer did any business with the vast world. Lu Boqi was not too worried about the Saber Master's room, but she could not help but feel a little regretful. She had originally planned to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone, after leaving behind some incense. As for when she would return home, she would tell her husband when the time came. Lu Boqi hesitated and said, "Big Brother is now supervising the excavation of the Great Blasphemy. Shouldn't we go and take a look?" Lu Qingshan shook his head and said, "I don't have such a big brother." Lu Boqi said helplessly, "Big Brother has his difficulties." Lu Qingshan said with a gloomy expression, "The Qing Yuan Kingdom has Lu Qingfeng. The Dali dynasty has Lu Qingfeng, but I don't have such a big brother. He is not in the Lion's Garden and the Lu family's genealogy." Lu Boqi did not try to persuade him anymore. Back then, Lu Qingfeng had reminded her sister-in-law outside the family's ancestral hall that there were some things that did not need to be said to Lu Qingshan. The limping scholar's eyes turned red. Excavating the Great Blasphemy was such a difficult task. That fellow was not a cultivator, and he liked to do things himself. The source of the first Great Blasphemy in the history of the Aquarius continent, the mud bottle alley maid called GQ, stood alone by the water, her expression uncertain. This Great Blasphemy was called Qi Blasphemy. Not only that, the reason why she was able to walk on the river was because of the damned contract in her sleeves. When they first formed the contract, the mud bottle alley orphan with a weak life lamp naturally did not know about it. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually dare to break the contract by himself? Before dawn, in a minister's residence in the capital of Dali, a 100-year-old man who was dressed in his official robes suddenly changed his mind and said that he would not attend the morning assembly. The old man changed into casual clothes, and an old servant held a lantern, and they went to the study room together. After lighting the lantern, the old minister of the Ministry of Personnel sat in front of his desk and smiled. "How many years has it been since I last sat down and read a book?" After all, the old man was old, and his eyesight was not good, so he had to move his head closer to the book under the light. Suddenly, the old man murmured to himself, Master Chui was not lying. "Now, I am a scholar of Dali. I will not be despised by foreigners just because I am a scholar of Dali and I can speak Dali official language." The old man turned his head and looked at the dusky night outside the window. "I wonder if I, a scholar of Dali, will become the scholar that I hated the most in the old days. The most ancient plants in the capital were the Qingtong outside the house, the rattan flowers in the Han clan, and the peonies in the Baogue temple. Master Guan had been sighing about the holes on the Qingtong tree in his house. One of his descendants suggested that since Master Guan cherished the Qingtong tree so much, they could ask the gods in the mountain to cast some spells on it. However, Master Guan scolded him, saying that he was an unfilial descendant. Only Guaniran, his grandson, appreciated the Qingtong tree with Master Guan. After some words, the old man felt a bit relieved. Looking at the night outside the window, the old man sighed. "I just hope it won't be like this. A scholar should have the spirit of a scholar and the strength of a scholar." What he said was true. What he said was true, but what he said was true. Master Guan suddenly put down the book and stood up. He said, "Get the carriage ready. We are going to the morning court now." The old servant outside the door reminded him, "Master, why don't you change your clothes first?" The old man laughed and said, "Don't put on my clothes. I am going to leave a mark in the history of Dali today." In the spring of the 6th year of Chunjia, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel was old and forgetful, so he wore a scholar's robe to attend the morning court. He was blocked outside the door, and it was cold in the spring. He was alone outside the door like a quail. Ha ha ha! Interesting. The old servant added, Master, why don't you hide some food in your sleeve? You asked for it. You don't have to starve. Old master, your body won't be able to withstand the cold and hunger. The old man laughed and said, That's great. An old man in cyan robes was standing on the wall of the capital of Dali. Behind him was the capital of Dali, which was still lit up. In front of him were many people who were waiting to enter the capital. There were merchants, scholars, martial artists, and cultivators in the mountains. Chui Dong, the imperial tutor, looked back at the lights in the city. Since he became the imperial tutor, the lights in the capital had never stopped for a moment, no matter if it was day or night. There was always a light in the city. It was because of the lights in the rich people's houses, the everlasting lights in the temples, and the scholars in the alleys who were studying hard in the middle of the night. Chui Dong turned his head and looked out at the city. There were merchants rubbing their hands to warm themselves, people curled up in their carriages and dozing off. There were also scholars who had agreed to travel together in the capital of Dali. As the sky gradually brightened, they alighted from their hired carriages and pointed at the top of the city. There were also carriages and horses of the rich people. Some children were woken up by the noise and shouted that they could not hold it in anymore, causing the women and their families to be worried. Chui Dong stood alone on the top of the city wall. The Dali soldiers patrolled the top of the city wall, their iron armor clanking. They came behind the imperial tutor and went far away. Chui Dong hoped that everyone who entered the city, especially those young people, would have bright eyes before they entered the city. Ambition, ambition, and desire. Wealth, riches, fame, beauties, good wine, and opportunities. Everyone depends on their own ability. The capital of Dali has everything. Everyone, please take it. Lu Xianyang once again quietly returned to his hometown from the South Saw continent. This time he stayed and did not leave, because the Dragon Spring Sword sect was established by Wan Ting in the ancestral hall of the spiritual beauty mountain. There were no portraits of their ancestors. Lu Xianyang only needed to burn incense. The Dragon Spring Sword sect did not hold a grand opening ceremony. Everything was simple. They did not even greet half of the Wind Snow Temple. It was not like they were the crazy money-grubbing mountain. Wan Ting only called Su Xiaoqiao and Xieling back to the mountain in the north. He invited Donggu and a few of the earliest direct disciples to have a simple meal together. Wan Ting, Wan Xiu, Donggu, Su Xiaoqiao, Xieling, and Lu Xianyang. There were 6 of them. Lu Xianyang did not cultivate in the mountains, nor did he go to the new territory north of the capital of Dali. He only went to the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River. After Su Xiaoqiao left that place, it gradually became abandoned. And Lu Xianyang did not necessarily cultivate. The Dragon Spring Sword sect did not announce his identity as a direct disciple of the sect. So Lu Xianyang wandered around every day. Donggu came to the blacksmith shop today and waited for a long time before the idle Lu Xianyang returned. Lu Xianyang ran over and cupped his fist with a smile. Eldest senior brother, are you looking for me? Why don't you just send a message by flying sword? Donggu shook his head and smiled. It's not urgent. Lu Xianyang brought 2 small bamboo chairs over and sat under the eaves. Lu Xianyang said, Eldest senior brother, if you have something to say, just say it. We're family. Donggu said, Master has accepted 2 groups of direct disciples, so junior brother Lu's ranking is too low. I don't think it's appropriate. I want to ask junior brother Lu if you have any thoughts. Donggu saw that Lu Xianyang only smiled and said that he did not have any thoughts, so he had to continue. Junior brother Lu, Please don't think that I'm testing you. It's not like that. I've always felt guilty about occupying the position of eldest senior brother. I'm not a sword cultivator. In fact, Dolly Mountains and rivers have been laughing at this all these years. It's Master's magnanimity that he doesn't mind. But if I don't mind, then I'll really be sitting on the ground that I'm not a human. How dare I, Donggu, be the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, when I'm just a mountain spirit? Their master Wancheng was not the kind of person to beat around the bush. Previously at the dinner table, he said that Lu Xianyang was a gold core sword cultivator, and was the person with the highest realm among the current disciples. Wancheng had told Donggu about the matter of eldest senior brother. If Lu Xianyang did not come, Donggu would have braced himself and continued to be the eldest senior brother. However, since Lu Xianyang had long been related to the Dragon Spring Sword sect, his cultivation base was high and his aptitude was even better. Donggu truly felt that it would be better for the Dragon Spring Sword sect to have Lu Xianyang as the eldest senior brother. Lu Xianyang leaned forward, rubbed his face with both hands, and said, "Eldest senior brother has to choose a steady person to be the eldest senior brother, and then the junior brothers and sisters can cultivate in peace. Senior brother Dong, do you think I'm suitable to be the eldest senior brother?" Donggu said, "It's better than me." Lu Xianyang shook his head and said, "You think it's useless?" Donggu said helplessly, "I understand." Donggu was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "Junior brother Lu, I don't know why, but I'm a little afraid of you." Lu Xianyang nodded. "It's because I've been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and used my sword. Plus, my realm is not enough now, so I can't hide it well." Donggu immediately understood and said no more, got up, and left. Lu Xianyang held his chin with one hand and looked into the distance. He had only used a few sword moves, and it was already like this. What about him? The fifth world. A city broke through the sky and fell from the sky. An old scholar was far away. Looking at this scene, he was both happy and sad. He was happy that the Great Wall of Sword Qi had left so many seeds of the way of the sword. He was sad because the city fell, and it reminded the old scholar of the Pearl Grotto heaven falling into the human world in the early years. It was probably the same scene. The scholar said, "My swordsmanship is indeed not as good as Chen Qingdou's." The old scholar laughed and scolded, "You're not a swordsman. You're just a scholar who doesn't even have the title of a scholar. If your swordsmanship is better than Chen Qingdou's, where will that sword immortal put his face?" The scholar asked, "Aren't you going to take a look over there? You're a scholar, and yet you want to show off your scholar title to me. What's the point?" The old scholar scratched his head and said, "Forget it," but from the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the scholar, who was known as the proudest scholar in the human world, and the divine sword in his hand. The man said helplessly, "I've set a rule that I won't teach others my swordsmanship. Besides, these young swordsmen don't need me to do anything. As for the sword in my hand, I'll have to return it to the Xiandu temple sooner or later. Your little calculations won't work." The old scholar stood on his tiptoes and glanced at the city in the distance. He said regretfully, "It's a pity that the dragon-slaying cliff was refined into the foundation of the city by Sword Immortal Boss." The man asked. The two sages of the Confucian temple seemed to have something to say. "What were you whispering to them about?" The old scholar was proud of himself and smiled while twirling his beard. He said, "Nothing much, nothing much. I was just giving advice to others. I'm full of knowledge." After all, it's not someone's precious swordsmanship that can be learned casually. The man said, "Since you're not going to the city, you can continue to open the door." The old scholar suddenly changed his mind and said, "Let's go to my last disciple's wine shop for a drink. I'll treat you to a drink. You can pay the bill." The man shook his head. In the city in the distance, someone flew up on a sword and randomly chose a direction. The sword light flew away instantly. He must be trying to understand the situation in this new world as soon as possible. While flying on the sword, that person had already broken through the 5 upper states from the nascent soul state. He asked, "Is that Ning Yao?" The celestial sword in his hand vibrated slightly. The scholar nodded and said, "It seems that she was forcefully suppressed to the nascent soul state by the great wall of sword, aura." The old scholar was grinning from ear to ear. He said, "My last disciple has good taste. Looking for a teacher is for this." The old scholar gave a thumbs up and then another thumbs up. "Looking for a wife is for this." After a while, the sword light in the distance seemed to have merged with the Tao of heaven and earth. It stabilized the unpolished jade state. Therefore, it turned the tip of the sword and flew towards the old scholar. The celestial sword in the scholar's hand roared like a dragon. It was like meeting an old friend. Ning Yao flew to the peak of the mountain and landed on the ground. She saw the old scholar. She didn't say anything. She just raised her arm and placed it in front of her eyes. The back of her hand was pressed against her forehead. She said to the old man in a choked voice, "I'm sorry." The old scholar was so anxious that he stamped his feet. He quickly ran to her side and patted her head a few times. He said, "Little Ning, what are you sorry for?" "It's nothing. It's Chunpingan's fault. Blame him. Blame him. Don't feel guilty. If you really want to blame someone, you can't blame Chunpingan. Let's all blame Chin Chingdu." Ning Yao's expression had returned to normal. She put down her hand and bid farewell to the old scholar. She flew away on her sword and continued to explore the mountains and rivers of the 5th heaven. Soon, cultivators from the 3 heavens would enter this place. There would definitely be many chi cultivators at the bottleneck of the nascent soul state in the future of the Great Wall of Sword aura. Besides fighting with swords, there would also be a lot of scheming. Ning Yao didn't ask about the situation in this world or what rules there were. The scholar nodded. As expected of the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword aura, for 10,000 years they didn't ask anyone. The old scholar slumped to the ground. "My last disciple, in the end, who can he ask for help from? My teacher? His senior brother? You might as well chop me to death. I'm so useless as a teacher." The scholar asked, "Where should I chop?" The old scholar immediately stood up and patted the dust off. He coughed. "Bai Yi, why can't you take a joke? You should change it in the future." The scholar transformed into a beam of sword light and went back to work on opening the doors. Just for the vast world, he had to open 3 doors with his sword in hand. He had to open 3 doors for the southern Whirlpool continent, Fuyao continent, and Tongya continent. In the landing city, Ning Yao had already broken through on her sword. She became the first cultivator of the pure jade realm in this new world. From now on, she would lead the hidden officials Dong Bud, Luo Zhini, Su Ning, Chong Taiqing, Gui Zhujiu, Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, and the new addition, Fan Dach. Therefore, there were only 9 people in the hidden officials branch. They were in charge of law enforcement and supervising all sword cultivators. Qi Shou, a nascent soul cultivator, was in charge of rebuilding the criminal officials branch. He was in charge of law enforcement and killing. The martial artists hiding in the Winter Palace would also belong to the criminal officials branch in the future. Currently, all sword cultivators in the Aurus Core and nascent soul realms would automatically belong to the criminal officials branch. If they wanted to leave, they would have to exchange for it with military merits. After that, they could leave the city and establish their own sect as they wished. However, once the city's flying sword sent a message, any sword cultivator who dared not return would be treated as an enemy and killed. Among them, there was a woman named Twixen. She wore a robe that resembled a fairy's robe, and seemed to have not recovered from a serious illness. She was now in the nascent soul realm and was not a sword cultivator, but she was the second in command of the criminal officials. The ancestral hall began to be built in the city. There was only one portrait on the wall, Chun Chingdo. Other than that, there were many other measures, such as the relocation of the clothing, sword, and pill workshops. They were all carried out step by step and had long been followed by regulations. Therefore, everything seemed to be in order. Ning Yao was the first to leave the city. The other 8 sword cultivators of the hidden officials branch formed pairs, and each chose a direction to travel out of the city on their flying swords. They needed to draw a geographical map. If they were obstructed midway, they would immediately send a message to Qishou and the sword cultivators of the criminal officials that Twixen was in charge of. Marquis Gao Yi was in charge of looking after a natal lamp. The number of people who knew about this could be counted on one hand. As for Twixen, who had fallen from the unpolished Jade realm, she left the prison and snuck into the city, coming to this world together. She carried the Jade token of the hidden official with her. According to the agreement, she did not immediately return it to the hidden official's branch. According to the young hidden official's words, there were only 2 situations that she could show this Jade token to others. Ning Yao was in danger, or Chen Shi, who had reincarnated, had his power seized by Qishou's branch of the criminal officials before he could mature. Twixen came to the wine shop alone. There was no shopkeeper now. The head shopkeeper had left for the vast heaven, while the second shopkeeper remained on the city's wall. The city had just landed not long ago. The great battle was still fresh in their minds, so there was not much business. Twixen ordered a bowl of wine from the mute lake and drank alone. Before drinking, she raised the small wine bowl and toasted a young stranger. Everyone in the Rain Dragon sect was stunned. First, an inverted mountain essence palace was inexplicably knocked over and fell into the sea. The Qi refinement warriors could only return to the sect in a sorry state. Then, a handsome young man with a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist rode the wind to the peak of one of the Rain Dragon sect's divine statues. He claimed that he came from the desolate world and was a true demon. He begged everyone to kill this beast. The young man smiled brightly and raised his hands, indicating that he had made up his mind to wait for death and not fight back. The female sect master of the Rain Dragon sect, who was also Yun Biao's senior sister, led all the cultivators of the ancestral hall to the peak of the mountain. She raised her head to look at the handsome young man. One of the Rain Dragon sect's elders spoke telepathically, saying that the Rain Dragon sect had a secret agreement with the Mountain Water Caves patriarch of the Fuyao continent and the senior, who was attached to the border. An inverted mountain had already ascended and left. As long as the Rain Dragon sect's cultivators weren't blind, they could see it. And this demon came to the peak of the Rain Dragon sect's divine statue and begged for someone to kill it. Then, the Sword Chi city that had guarded the city for 10,000 years was actually breached. It was unimaginable, but it was a fact that had to be acknowledged. The youngest Earth immortal in the history of the Rain Dragon sect, Fu Ku and his 2 immortal Dao companions, stood behind the seniors of the ancestral hall. The handsome man, who only said that he was a demon, flicked his finger lightly and killed the nascent soul realm old woman of the Rain Dragon sect on the spot. After killing her, the man smiled and said, "You look like a crane with wrinkled skin. I'll take it that you have ulterior motives and want to scare me to death. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you my name. I heard that your vast world values this the most." He twirled his hair around his temples with 2 fingers and patted the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist with the other. He smiled and said, "I'm called Jiu Yi because I only have 2 good things in my life, good wine and good women. Your Rain Dragon sect doesn't lack either, so I came here first. It's normal that you don't know this name because it's a new name specially created for your vast world. The previous one was called Xie Yun. When the Rain Dragon Sect cultivators heard Jie Yun, their faces turned ashen. A thrown great demon. Because the Rain Dragon Sect had been established for a long time and was close to the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they knew a lot about the wilderness. For example, the 14 thrones in the ancient well, apart from the master of moon-bearing mountain, the great ancestor of the wilderness, were Wenhai Zhoumi, Wanderer Lu Cha, Yao Jia, Dragon Lord, Lotus Nunnery Master Baiang, Yang Ji, Fei Fei, and Huang Wuan. In addition, there was a golden-armored general who was said to have been imprisoned by the Tao ancestor with a Tao technique, a mountain-moving ape with a long staff on its shoulder, a 3-headed, 6-armed giant, and an ancient lightning spear. However, what the Rain Dragon Sect didn't know was that the Lotus Nunnery Master had already died. Ascendant Realm Great Demon Chong Guang was killed by Qin Shi. As for the other upper 5 realms and Earth immortal great demons, they had suffered heavy losses in order to break through the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Huang Wan had been killed by a Liang and Yao Chongdao. Huang Wan's final contribution to the wildlands was that she had sacrificed more than half of her life to force Liang to be imprisoned beneath Musaport Mountain. Therefore, Moon-Bearing Mountain had already sent orders to the various military camps to not allow any upper 5 realms great demon to pursue Huang Wan, who had been reincarnated through the life lamp, a nascent soul, Huang Wan, who had been forcibly dismembered. It was no different from a child. As for whether the cultivators below the upper 5 realms would be ordered by the great demon to kill Huang Wan, that was up to them. When the time came, whether a group of nascent soul cultivators secretly surrounded Huang Wan or 3 to 5 nascent soul sword cultivators participated in the hunt, Moon-Bearing Mountain wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Since it had lost its realm, it had also lost its throne. In the wilderness, the strong were respected. The premise was that Huang Wan didn't run to the gray-robed old man alive to complain. As for the previous hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Xiao Chua, he was now the newest throne member of the wilderness. As for the current hidden official, since the Great Wall of Sword Chi was gone, he could probably be called the previous hidden official. He was neither human nor ghost, and could be considered to have stayed in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After the great demon Jiu, Yi casually killed people. Some young cultivators were filled with grief and indignation. They angrily shouted for the elders of the ancestral hall to open the mountain river formation. However, the Rain Dragon Sect Master and the members of the ancestral hall turned a deaf ear to them. The greater demon's dimples flickered as he killed the Rain Dragon Sect cultivators one by one. Clouds of blood mist exploded everywhere. Although they were separated by a great distance, they were very fast. Thus, a string of firecrackers rang out like spring in a marketplace. He smiled and said, "There aren't many male cultivators in the Rain Dragon Sect. I like it very much. Next, whoever kills a man can live. When the last man is dead, I will kill the sisters who didn't kill anyone. Of course, if you're good-looking and have a good life, I will take care of you. So for those who aren't good-looking, you have to seize this opportunity. If you lose it, it won't come again. If all the cultivators who ascend the mountain and become immortals cherish their lives, I feel like they really shouldn't be alive." A female cultivator of the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral hall begged the great demon king not to kill indiscriminately. The Rain Dragon Sect was willing to do so, and so, then, Jiuyi reached out and grabbed her. He pressed down on her head and twisted her wrist, causing her body to fly into the air. Then he chopped down with his palm like a blade, splitting her in two. Then he opened his mouth and directly ate her golden core and nascent soul. Finally, he threw the half of her corpse into the sea. In the Rain Dragon Sect, there was internal strife. Women killed men. Among them, there were Tao companions who killed their Tao companions. There were also those who didn't. They helped their Tao companions stop their fellow sect members from killing each other. Then, they were killed together. The members of the Ancestral Hall, including the Rain Dragon sect master, all killed a man, no more, no less. Soon, Fu Ke discovered that he was the only man left in the entire Rain Dragon sect. As for his two immortal Tao companions, their eyes were filled with determination as they stood by his side to protect him. Ji nodded and smiled. You have two Tao companions. If you kill one of them, you can live. How about it? If one of them commits suicide, it won't be counted as your death. Before the two women could say anything, Fu Ke had already killed one of them. Then Ji nodded, very satisfied. He slapped the man to death and laughed. You really believe my words? You'll die of stupidity. One of the female cultivators stared blankly at Fu Ke's bloody flesh on the ground. Ji reached out and grabbed her in front of his eyes. With a casual swipe, he peeled off her beautiful face and threw the wailing, pitiful woman out. He didn't just peel off her skin. If a face didn't have the soul of a female cultivator attached to it, it would lose its charm. Then it would be meaningless for him to use it to touch up. He shook the skin in his hand and gently blew off the blood on it. He smiled and said, "So beautiful." The Rain Dragon sect master said in a trembling voice, "Ancestor Che-yun, why are you doing this? Isn't it good to keep us and lead the way for you? Whether you go to the South Swirl continent or the Tongyi continent, we'll be the first to go ashore and kill." Jiugui waved the fresh skin in his hand and interrupted the old woman's words. He laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pressed a finger against the corner of his eye and stopped laughing with great difficulty. Unfortunately, in our world of wastelands, the lives of ants are the most worthless. As for you, you're just a slightly bigger ant. If you met Yang Zhifei and the others, you might really be able to live. Unfortunately, your luck is not on my side. You just had to meet me. At this point, he turned to look at the inverted mountain and muttered with a smile, "Besides, I've been dealing with the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi for a long time. If I meet you immortals again, this sovereign great demon was punched into the sea by a little girl with braids. It was like a mountain smashing into the water, creating a huge wave. Before the female cultivators of the Rain Dragon sect on the mountain had any misconceptions, the little girl went back and forth between the two mountains and killed all the earth immortals with a single punch. Meanwhile, the sovereign great demon who had returned from the sea to the Rain Dragon sect leisurely walked around and picked the skin of the female cultivators below the Golden Core realm. He skinned them one by one. As for whether they lived or died, there was no need to care. The gray-robed elder came to the Rain Dragon sect's mountain. Xiao Chua, Che-yun, I'll let you off this time for destroying an entire sect without permission, but don't do it again. Even if there were some survivors, the Rain Dragon sect was already crippled. Xiao Chua crossed his arms and did not say a word. With great difficulty, the great demon Che-yun picked out a few relatively intact facial skins from the shattered corpses on the ground. At this moment, he gathered all of them together and was carefully sewing his own face. He bowed to the gray-robed elder and said with a smile, "All right." Xiao Chua said, "You can't even exchange it with battle merits?" The gray-robed elder smiled and said, "Of course you can. As long as you have enough battle merits, you can kill them as you wish." Xiao Chua suddenly turned to Che-yun and said, "Well done." The great demon Che-yun smiled, but did not say anything. He only sewed up his face and added flowers to the brocade. Day after day, year after year, on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, finally the first heavy snow arrived. The young man's face and figure gradually became clearer and more stable. At this moment, he was standing on a cliff on the city wall. Under his bright red robe, A sword wound that had almost severed his entire body and spine was healing on its own. He had wanted to sneak away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi to kill the demon race army at the broken part of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had to find something to do. In the end, the gray-robed elder had arrived in an instant. In the end, he was ruthlessly struck by the other party's sword. If he had not used a secret technique that allowed him to return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, even if Chun Pingon was really at the unpolished Jade Realm, he would definitely have died. At this moment, Chun Pingon was facing the Dragon God on the opposite side of the city wall. In the end, the young man did not say anything to the Dragon God. He dragged his saber and left. The Dragon God said in a hoarse voice, "Chun Qing only found a piece of trash like you to stay here as a watchdog." Li Jin flew over on his sword and said with a smile, "What a pity. I really don't know. Are you guarding the Great Wall of Sword Chi or the wilderness?" That figure gradually disappeared into the distance. "691. In the city of murals near the portrait of the goddess, Pei Qian found the small shop that sold copies of the goddess's portrait. As the 8 sets of fortune had been lost, the business of the shop was just SOL. It was similar to the New Year's shop in Riding Dragon Alley. The shopkeeper was a young and pretty sister. She heard from her master that although she was not a cultivator of the linen sect, she was a rare immortal couple with Pang Lanshi. Pei Qian was a little worried. Pang Lanshi was a sword cultivator on the mountain who was good at retaining her youthful appearance. As for the woman at the foot of the mountain, she could only age year after year. Even with the help of elixirs, there would be a day when her hair turned white. What would she do then? Even if the two of them stayed together for a long time, and Pang Yuanji did not mind, she would still be secretly sad. Pei Qian scratched her head. Why not remember this sister's face and ask old chef to make an identical one? However, Pei Qian was worried that she would do something unnecessary. Sigh, how troublesome. If only her master was here. Bao, Gai, Lingji, Chun Guan, Chang Yu, and Goddess Zhan, can commonly known as the Immortal Staff, were the 5 goddesses. Before Master came to the city of murals the last time, they had already changed from painted murals to painted murals. After Master went to the Ghost Valley, the 3 goddesses hanging inkstone, treading rain, and riding deer chose their own masters. At that time, Pei Qian and Zhou Mili were very indignant. What was wrong with the 3 goddesses? They were old, and their eyesight was not good. However, for some reason, Pei Qian noticed that her master had a relieved expression and was smiling happily. Pei Qian came here to join in the fun. Unless she sold everything she had, she would definitely not be able to afford the painting of the goddess. As for Li Huai, he was even worse. He was a pauper from head to toe. He did not even have a single immortal coin on him. He only had some loose silver and followed the branch leader to eat and drink. It didn't matter. Pei Qian planned to do some small business here. Before she went down the mountain, she had already greeted the hemp sex god of fortune, Wei Yusong. Senior Wei had promised her and Li Huai that if they were to become small bundles in Mural City, they wouldn't have to pay the hemp sect. After bidding farewell to that gentle and lovely elder sister, Pei Qian brought Li Huai to a place with many people. When they found an empty space, Pei Qian took down the bamboo chest and took out a piece of cotton cloth that she had prepared beforehand. She spread it on the ground and placed the 2 yellow paper talisman on the cotton cloth. After that, she threw a glance at Li Huai. Li Huai immediately understood. The opportunity to make up for his mistakes had come. The danger of Pei Qian making things difficult for him was gone. This was a good thing. Therefore, he immediately took out the celadone pen washer from the bamboo chest and placed it on the cotton cloth. After that, he went to take the other 3 items. At that time, the 2 of them split the loot equally. Other than the celadone pen washer, Li Huai also received a piece of small-town paper imitating the sunset-style guqin, as well as a secretly engraved green glazed bowl with a dragon pattern. As for the other items, the fox worshipping the moon painting, the study box containing a pair of tricolored lions, and the immortal drunken inkstone, they all went to Pei Qian. She said that she would give them to others in the future and leave the inkstone to her master because her master was a scholar and liked to drink. As for the moon worshipping the moon painting, she would give it to Xiaomi. The study box would be given to elder Sister Wanshu. She is our Luo Mountain's little housekeeper and bookkeeper. Elder Sister Wanshu happens to have a use for it. As for the large stack of talisman papers and the red string, Pei Qian asked for a large number of talisman papers. Li Huai obediently put away the red string that Pei Qian despised, and he actually despised even more. Why would a man want something like this? Unexpectedly, Pei Qian glared at Li Huai and said angrily, "Are you stupid? Do we look like people from rich and powerful families? Who would believe you if you took out so many treasures in one go? Are you going to stick a piece of paper that says this is definitely a fake in your head? 2 talisman papers and a celadone brush washer. That's enough." In the end, Pei Qian and Li Huai squatted behind the cotton cloth stall. This newly opened little package shop actually only sold 2 items: 2 ghost painted talisman papers and a celadone brush washer. Most of the pedestrians on the street glanced at the talisman and brush washer before walking away. Li Huai asked softly, "Do you want me to shout a few times for you? What's the hurry? No one does business like you." Pei Qian squatted with his hands in his sleeves and sneered. "Originally, I did need help. Doing this kind of business without a tent is actually similar to selling medicine in Jianghu. The connections are not as many as those in Jianghu, but there are still many. If we have a lot of people, we can spread out posts to attract people's attention first. When there are more people, we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that they suspect we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that they suspect we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that they suspect we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that we are selling fake goods. I will explain it to you later." Pei Qian paused for a moment and said softly with a complicated expression, "The most powerful kind is someone who can do all the work alone. That is the most capable person in Jianghu. No matter where he goes, he will not starve to death and can even make a lot of money. But this kind of person in Jianghu has a lot of rules and taboos. For example, a person who is cheated, who originally has 10 taels of silver in his pocket, will leave 1 or 2 taels of silver to the person who cheated him. In addition to the rules of the older generation, there is also a hidden wisdom. Once a person is given a way out, the person who is cheated will not hate him too much and can avoid a death feud. But this kind of person is very rare." "I have only heard of it from others and have never seen it." Li Huai sighed. "Pei Qian, you really know a lot about the business of Jianghu. On Luo Mountain, Pei Qian was not like this. In Jianghu, Pei Qian seemed to be like a fish in water. He knew all the rules." Pei Qian was silent for a long time. "It's nothing. When I was young, I liked to join in the fun. Also, don't misunderstand. When I followed Master in Jianghu, I didn't see these things, nor did I do them. In the past, in that small Jianghu in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, it was impossible to survive by relying on those happy events. Later, when she followed Master, she began to not have to worry about food and clothing. She could think about the next meal or even the next day, what delicious food to eat. Even if Master did not agree, in the end, in the pockets of Master and disciple, there was money, and it was all clean money. Pei Qian said to Li Huai, "Remember, these 2 talisman. We insist on the price of 1 small snow coin. Just say that it is your sex ancestral treasure book, a first-class offensive magic weapon. After your master passed away, it was passed to you, the only child. Because you urgently need a sum of money, go to the Skeleton Beach and Helplessness Pass Market to try your luck. Otherwise, you will not buy it even if you are beaten to death. If anyone tries to bargain with us, just ignore them. You just have to shake your head. At most, you can say that you're not selling it, but you really can't sell it. As for that Celadone brush washer, I won't sell it alone. If you buy the talisman, it's not worth the cost of a single grain of snow." Li Huai glanced at the 2 talisman and was speechless. These 2 broken talisman, asking for 1 small snow coin, even an idiot won't buy it, right? And this brush washer, we really spent 10 snow coins to buy it. Pei Qian had been sizing up the surrounding tourists. He sneered, "You are worse than an idiot. This brush washer is an item on the mountain that Xuan Lane asked for 10 snow coins. Even if we were cheated, 4 or 5 snow coins would be enough to buy it. I purposely said that it is not worth 1 snow coin. But why? It is just to show that we are spendthrifts with this brush washer. Other people can pick it up. Most importantly, it can help the 2 talisman. Unless they are real experts, they will be less and less sure of the quality of the talisman. By that time, some people will deliberately dislike it and return. By that time, we still won't sell it. By the 3rd time, I will start to persuade you, but you will hesitate and mumble something like, 'Sorry for your master.'" Li Huai said gloomily, "Why is it that my master has passed away? Why can't you pretend to be my fellow countrymen?" Pei Qian angrily picked up the mountain walking stick, scaring Li Huai so much that he rolled and crawled away. When Li Huai carefully moved back to squat on the ground, Pei Qian was furious. "Silly boy, I really have a master. Do you, Li Huai, have one? Then there is this Yayan from the North Continent. You still say that you are not a Lingqing, so you can pretend to be a local who left his hometown when he was young. A person at such a young age can take the Skeleton Beach ferry back to his hometown from the Aquarius continent. Isn't it normal that he has 1 or 2 treasures on him? At most, the sale of a few snow coins is not enough to make the immortals on the mountain kill for money. Even if there is, we are not afraid. After all, this is the territory of the hemp sect. If it is those people from the Jianghu, if I can't beat them, we can just run." After an hour, Li Huai's legs were sore from squatting. He could only sit on the ground. Pei Qian was still squatting on the ground with his hands in his sleeves, motionless. Many tourists gave up after asking about the price. Those who were good-tempered left without saying anything, while those who were bad-tempered were cursing and swearing. Li Huai felt that today's deal with Pei Qian was hanging by a thread. He felt even more guilty. If he did not buy anything at the ferry, Pei Qian would not have to work so hard. Pei Qian said, "Let's wait for another hour. If it doesn't work, we will hurry. Master said that there is no good bag shop in the world. It is normal that you can't sell it." Another hour passed. Li Huai could only silently pray in his heart, "Heavenly Spirit, earthly spirit, 3 pure mortals, bodhisattvas, saints are about to appear." An old cultivator in a white laurel robe glanced at the bag shop. After a few steps, he stopped and came to the cotton cloth. He squatted down and reached out to grab a piece of yellow paper talisman. Pei Qian quickly bent down and reached out to block the talisman. He shook his head and said, "You can't touch it. You can only look. Senior, you immortals on the mountain have very strange spells. You can't have the heart to harm others, but you can't have the heart to guard against others. Senior, please forgive me." The old man smiled and nodded. He casually picked up the Celadon brush washer with both hands. This time, Pei Qian did not stop him. He repeated the story about Li Huai. The old man listened to Pei Qian's words absent-mindedly. He shook the brush washer in his hand, and then gently threw it onto the cotton cloth. He pointed at the 2 yellow paper talismans and asked with a smile, "How much for these 2? The old man was followed by a young man and a young woman. They both carried swords on their backs. The most unusual thing was that there was a snow-white pearl hanging from the golden sword tassel. Pei Qian said, "A small summer is money. You can't even spend money without a snow-white pearl. This is the immortal money that my friend's life depends on. It really can't be less. Buy the talisman and give the brush washer for free. Just treat it as making a friend." Li Huai's face was tense. He saw that when Pei Qian said this, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Was she pretending not to be from the Jianghu and pretending to speak in the language of the Jianghu? The old cultivator asked, "Are you selling 50 snow-white pearls for money?" Pei Qian asked back, "Senior, you don't do business like this. If I split the brush washer in half and sold you half, would you buy it?" The old cultivator was dumbfounded. The old man said, "A small summer is money? Oh, okay, I'll buy it." Pei Qian suddenly said, "I'm not selling it." The old cultivator looked up and asked with a smile, "Why is that? Are you trying to raise the price, or are you really not selling it?" Pei Qian said, "I'm really not selling it." The old cultivator smiled. "Am I being too forthright and making you feel like you're making a loss by selling the talisman?" Pei Qian nodded. The old cultivator stood up and walked away. Li Huai moved to Pei Qian's side. "Pei Qian, Leader Pei, what's going on?" Pei Qian raised his chin and pointed at the Celadon brush washer. He actually came for the brush washer. Moreover, he's a foreigner. No matter how well he speaks the North Continent's language, there are still a few mispronunciations. A real North Continent cultivator would definitely not be like this. This kind of foreigner who travels across continents would definitely have a lot of money in his pocket. Of course, we're an exception. He's not trying to make fun of us. He really wants to buy the brush washer. Li Huai asked curiously, no matter what he's here for. "As long as we sell a small summer, won't we be able to earn back all the money that was scammed in the void?" Hatred Lane. Pei Qian kept the bag and returned the brush washer to Li Huai. He said confidently, "What's the hurry? Pack up and leave immediately. We'll walk slowly to the Mural City. They'll definitely come looking for us. I'll think of a better price on the way. If we can't sell it, there's no need to be afraid. I'm sure that the Celadon brush washer is worth a small summer. It'll be ours sooner or later." Li Huai wrapped the brush washer and placed it in his bamboo box. He said sadly, "Pei Qian, you're so smart. You won't sell me off one day when you're short of money, right?" Pei Qian said indifferently, "Doing business is doing business. Making friends is making friends. They're two different things. Other than being my friend, you're also someone that my master has taken care of for so long. Outside of Luapa Mountain, Pei Qian, would dare to sell anyone but you." Li Huai laughed. Pei Qian glanced at Li Huai. "What's there to be happy about?" Pei Qian and Li Huai walked towards the entrance of the Mural City. Pei Qian reminded Li Huai, some unorthodox money is actually earned by gambling with one's life. However, no matter how lucky a person is, how many times can he win against the heavens? Of course, if you really can't survive, you can't care about anything else. However, we're not considered unorthodox, and we don't want to earn that kind of money. Li Huai was cheated out of a wooden token by Shuhan Lane with his own ability. Pei Qian, will use my own ability to earn back a small sum of money. Ooh. Li Huai scratched his head. The branch leader's account book had reappeared in the martial world. Li Huai started to change the topic. "Have you decided on the price?" "Yes, 1 grain of money. Li Huai was dumbstruck. Aren't we being too ruthless when doing business like this? Pei Qian said, we're no longer the previous mural city, where we can ask for sky-high prices. As for the old man's temperament, you only need to look at the two juniors beside him to know. Previously, when I was bargaining with the old man, the man and woman only felt that it was interesting. Their gazes were very upright. Therefore, the old man can't be that bad. If he's really a scheming and sinister person, then I, Pei Qian, can only blame myself for not having good eyesight. I can only blame the two of us for not coming to the Mural City to be a Mural City's bag shop. We shouldn't have come to the North Continent to roam the martial world. Li Huai smiled and said, I won't complain about this. Pei Qian nodded and said, that's why I brought you along to roam the martial world. Li Huai gave a fist salute and walked sideways. Thank you for your appreciation, branch leader. Pei Qian said, get lost. Li Huai smiled and said that he had received the order. He walked side by side with Pei Qian. Pei Qian said, the martial world is deep. If there's really danger and I ask you to leave alone, remember not to hesitate. Li Huai was silent. Pei Qian had said that she was a martial artist of the 6th level. Li Huai felt that it was not too bad. Back then, when they were traveling to study, Yu Lu was even younger than Pei Qian was now. It seemed that she had reached the 6th level early on. Not long after she came to the academy, she fought for him and rose to the 7th level. After that, she studied in the academy for many years. Occasionally, she would follow the teachers and teachers to travel far away. She did not have the chance to interact with the people of the martial world. Hence, Li Huai did not have much of a concept of the 6th level and the 7th level. In addition, Pei Qian said that she had never really fought with anyone when she was a martial artist of the 6th level. Hence, she did not have many opportunities to spar with people of the same level. Hence, for safety's sake, she made a discount. In the martial world, when she fought with people, she would count herself as a martial artist of the 5th level. Li Huai said gloomily, that won't happen. Zheng Dafeng always said that I'm a lucky person. If I don't step on dog poop, I won't even go out. Hence, when we roam the martial world this time, our luck won't be too bad. Li Huai suddenly smiled brightly. He shook the bamboo box on his back and said, look, there's a Celadon brush washer in my box. Isn't that the proof? Pei Qian asked, are you happy every time you step on dog poop when you go out? Li Huai was speechless. Li Huai gritted his teeth and said softly, Pei Qian, let's discuss something. That Celadon brush washer, can we not sell it? I want to give it to my sister. She's an anonymous outer disciple of the old immortal master at Lion Peak. Actually, she's just a servant. My mother and sister are both embarrassed. My family is poor, and my sister definitely did not give a proper gift to her master. My sister is actually quite good to me, and my mother has always been partial to me. My sister has never been angry. Li Huai was already mentally prepared to be beaten up by Pei Qian. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian said, all right. Of course you can. That Celadon brush washer was originally yours. Even if you sell it for 1 grain of rice, I won't make a single copper coin. If you're willing, why should I stop you? Li Huai was caught off guard. Just as he was about to speak, Pei Qian rolled his eyes and said, get lost. Li Huai smiled and said, all right. Li Huai was silent for a moment. Why? Pei Qian recalled a small matter when he was young in the Burial River Jade touring manor. Some matters and some items were simply not a matter of money. Pei Qian did not say anything to Li Huai. As expected, Pei Qian and Li Huai waited for a moment at the entrance of Mural City before the old man arrived. Pei Qian cupped his fists and bowed. Senior, I'm sorry. That brush washer is really not for sale. The old cultivator looked at the young lady with clear eyes. Although he found it strange, the old man still nodded and said with a smile in his heart, "Young lady, and I know very well whether the talisman is valuable or not. However, that Celadon brush washer is indeed worth 2 or 3 grains of rice. The beauty does not lie in the body of the brush, but in the words on the bottom. It's very valuable." In the future, when you and your friends become that bag shop, don't sell it cheaply. Of course, you have to be careful of other people's evil intentions. It's best if you sell it in Mural City, Dragon Palace, Grotto Heaven, Spring Dew Garden, or other large mountains. After deducting the cost of the Celadon's ferry, you will still make a profit. Ooh, Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and asked with a smile, "Senior, may I ask your name and sect? If there's a chance in the future, we would like to pay you a visit." The old cultivator waved his hand with a smile and joked, "It's a chance encounter in the pugilistic world. Don't ask for my name. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Moreover, young lady, didn't you already guess that I'm from another continent? So, your polite words aren't too sincere." Pei Qian looked at the old man and suddenly cupped his fists. He condensed his voice and said to the old man, "I'm Pei Qian, a martial artist. I bid farewell to Senior here." The old man was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily. "All right." Li Huai looked at the unfamiliar Pei Qian. He was somewhat envious and fascinated. The old cultivator brought his 2 disciples and climbed up the ancestral mountain of the draped hemp sect. They took a short break at the Hanging Sword Pavilion halfway up the mountain. The old cultivator smiled. "If you want to ask, ask." The young lady asked, "Master, is that young lady a pure martial artist? What realm is she in?" The old cultivator thought for a moment and smiled while stroking his beard. He looked at the swaying river, not far away from the foot of the mountain, and only said 2 words. "It's strange. It's all her fault." Wei Yusong came to the Hanging Sword Pavilion in person and cupped his fists with a smile. "Welcome, Ancestral Master Nalen. The sect master is in Qinglu Town, and Yen Su is in the immortal ruins of the goddess painting, teaching the direct, disciple-paying Lanqi swordsmanship. They can't come. As for the others, as long as they hear that Ancestral Master Nalen is here, they will immediately turn around and leave even if they are at the foot of the mountain." "Ooh." The old man smiled. "It doesn't matter as long as you don't talk to me about money," Wei Yusong said. "Oh, then I'm leaving." The old man waved his hand and said, "Don't be like that. Sit down and chat for a while. You can enjoy the scenery here and forget about money." Wei Yusong sat down with a smile. The other 2 young men and women bowed to this god of wealth, and Wei Yusong returned their greetings one by one. The old man asked, "I saw a little girl with a walking stick and a bamboo box. Her name is Pei Qian. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's probably true. Do you know her?" Wei Yusong smiled and said, "Her name is indeed Pei Qian. She is the adopted daughter of our sect Master Zhu." The old man smiled and said, "No wonder. In the territory of the Skeleton Beach, there was a big river that flowed from south to north. It was very rare in the vast world. Pei Qian was going to the ancestral temple by the swaying river to visit the river god Shui, because his master said that the river god was kind to him, although he didn't appreciate it at that time. The river god and the fire god temple in a certain city were worthy of being called the gods of mountains and rivers. As long as he passed by, he should burn incense and pay respect. It didn't matter whether the incense was made on the mountain or not. Pei Qian certainly wouldn't tell him his name. He just went to the temple to burn incense silently. Strictly speaking, the Swaying River Temple had always been an obscene temple because it had never been officially conferred by any imperial court, nor was it appointed by the Confucian Academy. It was about 600 miles away from the River God Temple. With Li Huai by his side, he had to walk. After going to the river god temple to burn incense, he went north along the swaying river and arrived at the decorated archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley. Pei Qian only needed to look at it from afar. As for the Gate of Helplessness Bazaar, he could bring Li Huai to walk around. Li Huai started to think about the painting of the goddess in the City of Murals. Looking at them, they were really good. Every one of them was better than his sister. She was so much prettier, as expected of the goddess in the paintings. It was just that he didn't have the money. Otherwise, he would definitely buy a set and split it into two. He would give one to the old man in the medicine shop, and the other to Zheng Dafeng, who had once carried him around on his back. It would be good to let the two bachelors enjoy themselves. The surface of the swaying river was very wide, giving people the feeling that they were looking at a lake. There was no bridge, and the water was very dense. There were two roads on Pei Qian's side. The small road was adjacent to the river, and it was very quiet. On the main road, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Pei Qian and Li Huai both held mountain walking sticks in their hands and walked on the small road. According to their master, they would soon come across a tea shop by the river. 3 bowls of gloomy tea could be bought with money, and 3 bowls of gloomy tea could be bought with 3 bowls of gloomy tea. The shopkeeper was a lazy man, and the young waiter had a bad temper. The shopkeeper and the waiter weren't bad people, but when they were outside, they still had to be careful. Pei Qian raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw that the sea of clouds had 7 colors. This was probably the so-called auspicious sign. Below the sea of clouds should be the swaying river temple. Pei Qian asked casually, Li Huai, can you see the clouds over there? Li Huai looked in the direction that Pei Qian was pointing at, nodded, and said, I can see it. It's a huge patch of colorful auspicious clouds. I am a proper scholar of the academy. Of course, I know that this is the manifestation of a god's merit. Pei Qian looked at Li Huai. Li Huai asked, What? Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and asked softly, You are a qi refinement warrior now. Li Huai snorted. I want to learn from that blockhead Lin. You don't have to stand on ceremony. Those who can go through the wind and rain are really immortals. He was referring to that Lin Shi. Thank you. Pei Qian thought for a moment, but in the end he didn't take a closer look at Li Huai. The more his master was not around, the more he, as the first disciple, had to abide by the rules. It was just like copying a book. Li Huai said, Pei Qian, when are you going to teach me the crazy demon swordsmanship that you used in the academy back then? Pei Qian's face darkened. I don't know any crazy demon swordsmanship. Li Huai mumbled. If you don't want to teach, so be it. You are so petty. Lu Guan, Ma Lian, and I have been eyeing this set of swordsmanship for many years. It has disappointed the soldiers. Pei Qian turned a deaf ear. He wondered how Chen Lingjun was doing. Actually, after Chen Lingjun arrived at the Skeleton Beach and got off the ferry, he didn't dare to wander around. Other than the mural city at the foot of the mountain, he kept a respectful distance from the swaying river temple and the Ghost Valley. He didn't have anyone to rely on in the North Continent. Therefore, he went straight to the Hemp Sect's Mui Mountain. Of course, when Chen Lingjun went down the mountain, he realized that he had someone to rely on. It was Sect Master Zhu Quan. That Annie Zhu looked ordinary, but she was very passionate. As for the current Chen Lingjun, he was already like a thief. He carefully bypassed the Chongxian Agency's Yunshao Palace and continued to head west. When he reached the westernmost side of Great Blasphemy, Chen Lingjun then started to walk on the river. Finally, he followed Great Blasphemy back to the estuary near the Spring Dew Garden. There were actually 2 estuaries. The number of monsters here was far better than the swaying river that Pei Qian was in. Indeed, Master never lied. There was a tea stall by the river that sold the gloomy tea, and there were many customers. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should be generous. Before she left, old chef wanted to give her a small sum of money and a few hundred pieces of snow money. He said that it was God's money to save money. Every disciple of Wapa Mountain would have this sum of money when they went out. It could attract fortune, but Pei Qian didn't dare to ask for more. She only took 5 pieces of snow money. It was different from the God's money that fell into her pocket in the past. Every piece of snow money had a name, and they were all recorded in her little ancestral hall. Since these 5 pieces of snow money didn't settle down in her place and didn't have names, it didn't count as running away from home. She wouldn't be too sad to spend it. Therefore, Pei Qian said to Li Huai, "I'll treat you to a bowl of gloomy tea." Li Huai said, "Forget it, it's too expensive." Pei Qian said, "Then you can watch me drink 3 bowls in a row." Li Huai had to accompany Pei Qian to take a seat. Pei Qian gave a piece of snow money, and the young waiter brought 3 bowls of the most famous gloomy tea in the swaying river. After all, it was the tea that the linen sect often used to entertain guests, so it wasn't expensive at all. Li Huai took one of the bowls of tea and felt that he was drinking gold and silver with every sip. He felt heartache and enjoyed it at the same time, so he drank slowly. Pei Qian finished a bowl of gloomy tea in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, and only drank the second bowl slowly. Pei Qian turned to look at the swaying river, lost in thought. She had just arrived in the North Continent, but she missed Luapa Mountain very much. After drinking the gloomy tea, they continued on their way. After walking for dozens of miles, in one breath, Pei Qian asked Li Huai, "Don't you feel tired walking?" Li Huai brushed the reeds with his mountain walking stick and laughed. "Are you kidding?" Among the group of people who went to the Great Sway Kingdom to study, I was the youngest, the one who could endure the most hardships, and the one who didn't complain about being tired the least. Pei Qian thought about it, and let him be. Both of them were used to the mountains and rivers since they were young, so it was natural for them to eat and sleep in the open by the swaying river. Finally, they arrived at the river god temple that was full of incense. Pei Qian and Li Huai spent money to buy 3 ordinary incense sticks and burn them outside the main hall. They saw the golden-armored statue holding a sword in each hand and stepping on a red snake. The golden-armored statue of the river god was extremely tall. It was actually 3 feet taller than the statue of the water goddess of the Tiefu River in their hometown, and 1.5 inches taller. Pei Qian's memory had always been very good. After she had seen all the people and scenery, if she didn't think about it, she would forget it completely. If she remembered it, she would remember it clearly. The river god temple was crowded with people, and there were many pilgrims. Pei Qian and Li Huai were very inconspicuous in the crowd. After Pei Qian and Li Huai stepped out of the main hall's threshold, they continued to walk back. The river god temple occupied a vast area, and there were many halls and pavilions. There were many places to visit. Pei Qian frowned on the way and let Li Huai quickly follow. Then Pei Qian used the mountain walking stick to open the way and stood between a vigorous young man and an old man. The latter was holding a little girl's hand, and the old man was telling the child all kinds of strange stories about the river god temple. The young man's arm was hit by a bamboo mountain walking stick. He didn't feel any pain, but it ruined the good thing. Seeing that the skinny girl was always standing between the old man and himself, he smiled and actually walked in front of the old man. Pei Qian took a step forward and lightly bumped the young man's shoulder. The young man's body was unstable, and after a few steps, he grimaced. He saw that the slightly tanned girl stopped and looked at him. The young man grinned. A kindred spirit. He walked forward slowly, and the girl with the green bamboo in her hand and a backpack on her back seemed to be walking side by side with him. Pei Qian said softly, "Previously, you already got that bag of silver from a rich man." But this old man, looking at his travel-worn appearance and the wear on his boots, you know that the little money on him is most likely the only money left after the grandfather and grandson burned incense and made a wish to return home. You can even do this? The young man smiled and said, What do you care? Can you handle it? Since we are of the same trade, then you should know that since I can open the kitchen here, I definitely have a backer. Do you believe that once you leave the river god temple, you won't be able to walk more than 10 miles? Do you know why the fish in the swaying river is so big? It eats people until it's full. Pei Qian continued to say, looking at the way you touch things, since you can steal things in front of people, you don't lack money at all. In this river god temple, even if you don't accumulate virtue and do good deeds, it's fine if you steal the gold and silver jewelry of the rich man. But you can't be too wicked and steal money that is very likely to harm people's lives, right? The young man said, Are you determined to ruin my good deed? Ruin your good deed? Stealing chickens and stealing dogs. Don't you know in your heart that you can't distinguish between good and bad? Then Pei Qian said, There's a god 3 feet above your head. Be careful that water god Shui really gets angry. The young man snorted, Let's wait and see. I'll wait for you outside the door. I want to see how long you can hide here. Pei Qian nodded and said, Let's try. Li Huai followed behind Pei Qian in confusion. Seeing the vigorous young man turn around and leave with a sneer, Pei Qian reminded him, After entering the temple to burn incense, try not to go back. The young man spat and left quickly. Li Huai asked, A thief? Pei Qian nodded and said, He's not old, he's a veteran. Li Huai said worriedly, It seems that guy wants to block our door. What do we do? Is there a small door or side door in this river god temple? Pei Qian shook his head and said, It's fine. The other party won't dare to cause trouble in front of the temple. He will only choose a secluded place by the swaying river. When the time comes, we won't take the small path by the river. We will take the main road. At the back of the hall, there was a black couplet with golden words. The contents of the couplet were engraved on a bamboo slip by his master. Pei Qian had seen the bamboo slip before. Don't kowtow with sincerity. You will be protected by virtue. If you burn incense for evil, you will only make the water god angry. Pei Qian put his palms together and chanted in his heart. Li Huai stood at the side and only felt that the contents of the couplet were interesting. No wonder Pei Qian had advised the young thief to be careful of the water god's anger. After the two of them left the river god temple, nothing happened along the way. They rushed to the ferry before night fell, because according to the rules, the boatmen did not cross the river at night, saying that they were afraid of disturbing the rest of the river god. This custom had been passed down from generation to generation. The younger generation just had to follow it. Sick people seeking medical treatment, scholars rushing to take the exam, suicide by jumping into the river. For these 3 types of people, the boatmen did not accept any money. The first type was that they could not accept it, it would hurt virtue. The second type was to accumulate incense. The last type was that they did not dare to accept it. Pei Qian narrowed his eyes. It's here. Pei Qian caught a glimpse of a group of people in the distance. It looked like they were waiting for him. Among them, the young man was pointing at him. 7 or 8 strong young men walked over with large strides. One of them was tall and clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. It looked quite scary. Pei Qian said to Li Huai, Stand behind me. Li Huai said, Can't you settle it with an apology and money? Pei Qian said, It can't be settled. In the Jianghu, you need face. Face is more valuable than money. It is not just an empty reputation. It can be exchanged for money many times. Besides, it shouldn't be settled like this. It is not something that can be settled with money. Li Huai said, Then what can I do? Pei Qian said, If I can't beat them, you can say that you are a scholar of the Surging Gold Academy. They will definitely not believe it, but when they beat you up, they will probably hold back a little, afraid that they will beat you to death. Li Huai said, Then you should be careful. If you can't bear the pain, I will take over. In the end, this storm was caused by Pei Qian's meddling in other people's business. However, Li Huai did not have such thoughts and would not blame Pei Qian. A group of people surrounded Pei Qian and Li Huai. The young man fanned the flames and said, "It is this little girl who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not only did she ruin my big deal in the River God Temple, she should have gotten at least 20 taels of silver. After I told her our gang number and asked her to be sensible, she even threatened to kill us all." She said that she knew some real martial arts and was not afraid of our trifling skills at all. The leading man slapped the clever young man who was a money tree and said to the girl with a smile, "Little girl, are your martial arts really so powerful?" The Skeleton Beach and the swaying river had always been visited by many immortals, and there were many strange people. But the two people in front of them carrying bamboo boxes could be ignored. Pei Qian shook her head and said, "Not at all." She then added, "But if you want to ask for a punch, I will accept it." The crowd burst into laughter. This skinny little girl's brain did not seem to be working well. The man quickly stepped forward, his boots kicked up the mud, and the dust flew up, smashing towards the girl's face. The little girl did not look good, so it was no wonder that the master did not have protective feelings for the fairer sex. Pei Qian did not move at all and took the punch. The man put one hand behind his back and nodded. "I am not someone who does not follow the rules of the Jianghu. Today, I will teach you a little lesson. In the future, don't meddle in other people's business." The man waved his hand and called for people to leave. Those people who had just started to cheer after being tormented by their big brother were a little confused, especially the young man who did not see the slightly tanned girl fall to the ground. He was even more disappointed. He did not know what his big brother was planning to do today. After dozens of steps, the young man mustered up his courage and asked, "Big brother?" The man was sweating profusely. His left hand covered his right wrist, his whole body trembled, and his face was full of pain. He said in a trembling voice, "I met a hard, hard nail. My hand is broken. You evil spirit, wait for me." The young man complained incessantly in his heart. Everyone was dazzled. The girl carrying the bamboo box had already blocked the way. She used her walking stick to support herself and said to the man with his hands behind his back in a deep voice, "Every family has its rules. Snakes have their ways. Rats have their ways. You guys have your own ways. I don't know about the customs of the Skeleton Beach, but there is no stealing in the temple. It has always been like this in my hometown. Otherwise, you will end up being someone else's for the rest of your life. First, it was your subordinate who stole money from the River God's temple that could have cost lives. Then it was your punch. If it were an ordinary woman, not only would that punch be enough to seriously injure her, it would also ruin her face. That punch of yours is even more against the rules. Even if martial artists in the Jianghu exchange punches, or an elder sparring with a junior, the first punch should never be so ruthless. Yes, your punches are not good, but your heart is ruthless." Pei Qian nodded to himself. "All right, I have already figured out the reason. I can punch without worry." A tanned and stocky old boatman was standing not far away. He smiled and said, "Little girl, take it easy when you punch. Be careful not to kill people. There are no laws at the Skeleton Beach, but after all, it is near the River God Temple. It is not good to kill people under the eyes of River God Shui." Pei Qian turned to look at the old man and frowned. Favoring the weak? Unreasonable? The old boatman waved his hand and said, "I am not stopping you from punching. I am just reminding you to take it easy." Pei Qian asked, "That sounds right. But why don't you take care of them first? Why are you taking care of me now?" The old boatman grinned and said, "Yo, you sound quite resentful. Why? Do you want to ask me, an old boatman, for your punches? I am just a boatman. What can I do? Little girl, I am old. I can't take half a punch from you. Pei Qian said to the man with the broken wrist, Get lost. If I find out that you have not changed your bad habits, I will return a punch to you. The group of people ran away with all their might, because the two sides behind them, the old boatman and the young girl, looked like a fight between immortals. The old boatman was about to leave. Pei Qian said to himself, Master is not wrong. Absolutely not. It is you, Shui Yuansheng, who made my master wrong. You. Pei Qian took down the book box and threw the mountain walking stick to Li Huai. He shouted angrily, River god Shui Yuansheng, stop. When she was young, she wandered the streets and alleys almost every day. Only when she was too hungry to walk would she find a place to lie down. Therefore, she had seen many small things with her own eyes. Cheating people of life-saving money, selling fake medicine to kill people who could have survived, abducting children from the streets of the capital, and letting them live a luxurious life for a few months, luring them to gamble. Even if their parents found them and brought them home, the children would run away from home and return to their old profession. Even if they could not find the master who led them, they would still make a living by themselves. They would trick women into brothels and secretly sell them to other places. Or the women felt that there was no turning back. They would work together to cheat the small families of their lifetime savings as betrothal gifts. After getting the money, they would sneak away. If they were stopped, they would commit suicide. Or they would work together from the inside to the outside. But in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, there was really no god of mountains and rivers. It was difficult for the government to control them. But in this swaying river, what could river god Shui Yuansheng not see? What could he not control? The old boatman was slightly shocked. He did not expect to be seen through by a pure martial artist at such a young age. The old man stopped and turned to look at the girl. He said with a smile, Little girl, your fist technique is definitely not bad. You should be from a celestial family or a rich family. But in this Jianghu, especially the rules of karma, you don't understand. The affairs of the world are complicated. It is not black and white. Pei Qian was silent. He just slowly rolled up his sleeves. Li Huai suddenly said, River god Shui Yuansheng, she may not understand everything, but she definitely knows more than you think. I implore River God to speak properly. Li Huai smiled brightly. Anyway, River God Shui Yuansheng is a river god who does not like to meddle in other people's business. He must be very free. Shui Yuansheng was not angry at all. However, he did not want to talk about complicated things with the two children. Therefore, he smiled and said, You have to pay the price for meddling in other people's business. Those people will be much more restrained in the future. Little girl, you are right, and you have a fist. Of course, you deserve it. Then, if you think that I, the god of the swaying river, am unfair, fine, I will stand still and take a punch from you. After that, I will see if the little girl has the heart to continue to reason with me. If there is, I will tell you in detail. I will take you across this swaying river for free. When the time comes, we can talk about a lot. Take your time. Ooh. Pei Qian's expression was cold. His pair of eyes were as silent as the abyss. He stared at the god of the swaying river. Shui Yuansheng, you think I have seen too much, so I will let it go, right? Li Huai said softly to Pei Qian, Pei Qian, don't go to the extreme. Chun Pingan is not like that. Pei Qian was furious for no reason. His fist intent poured out like a waterfall. Even the nearby swaying river was affected. The river surged and slammed against the shore. The ferry in the distant river was undulating. Shui Yuansheng had to use his supernatural power to suppress the nearby river. The ghosts and demons in the swaying river seemed to be suppressed and instantly dived into the water. She gritted her teeth and said, So, there is only one master in the world. He is my master. Pei Qian bent down slightly and stepped on the ground. He started with the deity drumming style. The fist was opened. The mountains and rivers changed color. Several martial temples in the upper reaches of the swaying river trembled almost at the same time. Shui Yuansheng was stunned. Was he going to break through the realm? Was he going to obtain the martial arts fate of the world with the title of the strongest? Pei Qian said to the old boat indifferently, "This fist of mine is the same fist. If the truth is only in the fist, please take it." Li Huai felt that something was wrong with Pei Qian. He wanted to stop Pei Qian from punching, but he could only lift his foot and could not take a step forward. Li Huai shouted with all his strength, "Pei Qian, if you punch like this, even if we can't be friends, I will definitely tell Qin Pingan." Pei Qian murmured and choked. "My master may never come home again." The girl, who was in a daze, was still surging with fist intent. The seven-colored sea of clouds in the swaying river started to gather and disperse. Shui Yuansheng smiled bitterly. All right, he was talking nonsense. Why did he feel that the golden body was going to shatter when the girl punched? It didn't make sense at all. Unless the girl broke through the realm and had martial arts fate. Then, in the blink of an eye, she broke through another realm. She broke through two realms in one go and entered the far travel realm in such a muddle-headed manner. Shui Yuansheng felt that his river god must have water in his brain. However, such a phenomenon had never happened in the history of the Skeleton Beach and the swaying river. Li Huai said sadly, "Whether Qin Pingan comes home or not, Pei Qian will be like this. Qin Pingan shouldn't have taken you in as his first disciple. The person he misjudged the most in his life was Pei Qian, not Shui Yuansheng." Pei Qian suddenly turned around and scolded, "Bullsh**T." Li Huai, who was sweating profusely, stretched his hand behind his buttocks. He nodded and said, "Then I'll hold it in for a while. Smell it and see if it smells good. Qin Pingan always says that it smells good." Pei Qian suddenly thought of something. In the past, on the way to travel, in the valley, she clenched her fist and asked Zhu Lian and Shiro if they wanted to know what she was hiding in her hand. Zhu Lian told her to get lost. Shiro rolled her eyes. Then her master hit her with a chestnut. Before that, she asked questions and her master answered. "Master, isn't this called a gentleman not taking what others like? I'm still far from being a real gentleman." "How far? Is it that far from the lion's garden to here?" "Probably farther than the lotus flower blessed land to the lion's garden." "So far?" "Yes." "Master, no matter how far it is, we can still walk, right?" "Yes. The premise is that we don't go the wrong way." At this moment, Pei Qian suddenly loosened his fist without warning and withdrew his fist intent. He silently carried the bookcase and walked to Li Huai's side to take the mountain traveling staff that his master had personally given him. Shui Yuansheng was relieved. In fact, there were also a few people on my mountain who were relieved. Pei Qian apologized to God Shui Yuansheng and walked to the ferry. Li Huai somewhat understood Pei Qian's mood. With a heavy heart, he felt very uncomfortable following Pei Qian, let alone comforting her. Pei Qian's strange behavior today had something to do with God Shui Yuansheng, who was pretending to be the old boat, but it was not a big deal. What really made Pei Qian breathless was her past, and her master had not returned for a long time. According to Pei Qian, it was even possible that he would never return. Thinking of this, Li Huai was even more sick and listless than Pei Qian. Pei Qian said, "Li Huai, I didn't mean it." Li Huai forced a smile and blurted out, "Ha, I don't hold grudges." Pei Qian glanced at Li Huai. The old boat followed the two and said with a smile, "I'll send you across the river. As usual, you have to pay." Pei Qian nodded. "I know. 8 silver coins." It was not until this moment that Li Huai really admired God Shui Yuansheng. His heart was as broad as the swaying river, and he did not hold grudges. Shui Yuanxing began to row the boat across the river. Li Huai sat in the middle of the boat, and Pei Qian sat at the end with his back to them. Li Huai said with a smile, "God Shui Yuanxing, please tell us the rules of the gods of mountains and rivers. If you can say it, then say it. If you can't say it, then we'll pretend we didn't hear it." Shui Yuanxing nodded and roughly explained the lives of the clever young man and the group of strong young men. He explained why they were in their current situation and what would happen in the future. He even told them about the rich man who had his money stolen and the grandfather and grandson who had almost been robbed. He also told them about the rules of the gods of the mountains and rivers. It was not a taboo. Besides, the swaying river and sky did not care about the earth, and the gods did not care. Shui Yuanxing really did not care about those *T golden rules and jade rules. Pei Qian did not turn his head and said, "I wronged God Shui Yuanxing." Shui Yuanxing held the bamboo pole in his hand and shook his head. "Wronged God? I don't think that's necessarily the case. There are many things, such as the big and small suffering in the marketplace. Unless it's too much, I'll take care of it. As for the rest, I'm too lazy to care. It's not that I'm afraid of karma entanglement and diminishing merit. Little girl, you're right. It's because I've seen too much that I'm tired of this swaying river god. Moreover, it's not the first time I've done bad things out of good intentions." Pei Qian said sullenly, "Master said that you can't blame a good person. So, it is my fault. What's the point of practicing boxing? What's the point of practicing boxing?" Li Huai scratched his head. Because of the 8 tails of silver and the little girl's crazy words, Shui Yuanxing suddenly remembered a person. "Little girl, your master. Could it be that he traveled here years ago and was a young man who wore a bamboo hat and hung a wine pot?" Pei Qian turned her head. Her eyes were red, but she was smiling and nodding hard. "Yes." Shui Yuanxing laughed and said, "Then your master is much more reasonable and amiable than you. He's more like a scholar. He really wasn't a bad person. It was just that his brain was a little off. He didn't even want such a huge fortune from the goddess painting for free. Back then, the deer-riding goddess had been angered quite badly on his fairy. They were indeed master and disciple. But Shui Yuanxing did not dare to say such words that could easily be punched. Li Huai was a little scared. He did not expect Pei Qian to suddenly raise her eyebrows and a pair of bright eyes. "Of course, my master is the most reasonable scholar. He is also a swordsman." See, her master did not misjudge river god Shui Yuanxing. It was all her fault. When Pei Qian turned around, Li Huai glanced at the object in her hand and felt a little helpless. He was worried that she was going into a dead end, but it turned out that she had already taken out a set of tools and was using a pair of scissors to weigh the silver. She used small scissors to cut out 8 taels of silver. She was afraid that she would waste money if she cut too much. Although the small wooden box on her knee was small, it had all kinds of things. In addition to the small scissors, there was more than one small bamboo scissors and small weighing weights of different sizes. One of them was engraved by her, "Never lose money," and the other was engraved, "Only earn money." Shui Yuanxing also felt that it was interesting. The little girl was really different from the previous scene when she punched. He could not help but laugh. "Forget it. Since you are all scholars, I will not take the money." Pei Qian cut out 8 taels of silver and pointed at Li Huai, saying, "I am not a scholar, but he is." "Then give Shui, he god, 4 taels of silver." Then Pei Qian said to Li Huai, "I helped you pay, so you should be grateful. What happened today?" Li Huai wanted to say that he did not have money, but he could still afford the 8 taels of silver. He did not expect Pei Qian to stare at Li Huai and directly break the 8 taels of silver in half. Li Huai immediately nodded. "Today is a sunny day, and the swaying river is without waves." Then Li Huai suddenly felt that something was wrong. "I am a scholar, and I am the one who does not need to pay to cross the river. But he did not dare to argue with Pei Qian. Li Huai was afraid of Pei Qian more than he was afraid of Li Baoping when he was a child. After all, Li Baoping never held grudges and did not keep accounts. Every time he beat him up, he would forget it. Xue Yuanqing smiled and shook his head. This scholar's brain was normal, but he was not very bright. After crossing the river and paying, Li Huai and old Josie thanked him. Pei Qian did not say anything, but just bowed and said goodbye. Xue Yuanqing waved his hand and rowed the boat back to the other side. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. He did not know whether to say that he had turned over the almanac or not. Li Huai only felt that nothing had happened, and his body was light. Pei Qian suddenly asked, "What did you say before? Was it fragrant?" Li Huai's knees went soft. He only felt that the world was big, and no one could save him. Pei Qian suddenly turned his head. Li Huai followed Pei Qian's line of sight, blinked his eyes, and with a face of disbelief, asked, "Sister?" Li Lu smiled and nodded gently. Li Huai ran over and pinched Li Lu's cheeks with both of his hands. He tugged gently and said, "Sister, are you a fake? Where did you pop out from?" Li Lu was full of smiles. The fox demon, named Wei Taijin, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and only felt that he had suffered a heavenly tribulation. This was the little brother that Master talked about from time to time. Good looks, good temper, good grades, good talent, kind heart. In any case, Li Huai was good at everything. Pei Qian came to Li Huai's side and smiled happily. "Sister Li Lu." Li Huai quickly withdrew his hand. Li Lu nodded and smiled at Pei Qian. "With you by his side, I'm more at ease." Li Huai quickly pulled his sister to the side, lowered his voice, and said helplessly, "Sister, why are you here?" Two young ladies dared to leave Lion Peak and come to a place as far away as the Skeleton Beach? It's not that I want to criticize you, but your friend is. Let me tell you, there are many ruffians and scoundrels in the Skeleton Beach. It's okay. I just met the god of the swaying river. If there's anything, just mention my name. Forget it. River god Xue still doesn't know my name. It's better if you mention Pei Qian's name. Pei Qian almost punched him just now. Good fellow, as expected of the famous god of the swaying river, as steady as Mount Tai, with a smile on his face, not the least bit afraid. If it were me facing Pei Qian, I would have been lying on the ground. Li Lu said gently, "I won't accompany you on your tour. I still have something to deal with." Li Huai laughed angrily. "I also don't want you to accompany me. What's wrong with having a sister by your side? Looking for brother-in-law everywhere." Li Lu suddenly asked, "Do you have a red string in the book box?" Li Huai was stunned. "What? Sister has a sweetheart. Why is she lacking in dowry? Is there something wrong with your future brother-in-law's brain? Thinking that you can't have sex? You came to seek money? Mother will be so angry that she'll tear your arm off with her fingers. Sister, this matter really can't be taken lightly. That brother-in-law, whether he's rich or poor, it doesn't matter. But if there's a problem with his character, I won't agree. Even if Mother agrees, I won't agree." Li Lu was helpless. Li Huai laughed. "Sister, what are you thinking? I'm just teasing you." In the end, Li Lu accompanied her brother Li Huai for a few miles before returning the way they came. However, she didn't take the Immortal's Cha brush washer, only the red string. Then she gave her brother something, which was casually thrown into the bamboo box by Li Huai. Li Lu asked, "Why didn't you wear the clothes and shoes that old Yang gave you?" Li Huai rolled his eyes. "The old man worked hard to save money to buy these things. I wandered around aimlessly for a few days. Wouldn't I look bad if I wore them? I'm sorry to the old man's wife." Maybe when I went out to buy things, the old man's hands would tremble with heartache when he took out the money. Ha ha, when I think of the scene, I want to laugh. So forget it, I'll wear them on the way back when I'm almost home. Li Lu laughed. You'd better wear them. Li Huai impatiently said, let's talk about it later. Li Lu also stopped persuading her brother. In the end, Li Lu kept the Jindan stage fox demon Wei Taijin. Her hometown was actually not far from here, in the Ghost Valley's Mirror Treasure Mountain. As a result, poor Li Huai almost collapsed. That Miss Wei, who was said to be the direct disciple of the Lion Peak's ancestral hall, blinked and stared at him. Look, I know I'm not handsome, okay? What's so great about being an immortal record master on the mountain? In any case, he's my sister's immortal friend. Can't you give him some face? Pei Qian didn't care. No matter what the other party's background was, since she was a genuine immortal on the mountain, they should look after each other. Otherwise, a sixth realm martial artist like him wouldn't be enough. If there really was an accident, Wei Taijin could take Li Huai and run away. After that, the three people walked in silence. Li Huai didn't want to talk. Wei Taijin didn't dare to talk. Pei Qian didn't want to talk, but holding the walking stick, he suddenly asked Li Huai, my master will definitely come back, right? Li Huai grunted. Of course, Qin Pingan treats you very well. We all see it. Pei Qian was in high spirits, saying, your sister also treats you very well. Li Huai nodded. Pei Qian lightly waved the walking stick in his hand, humming a folk song. Stinky tofu is fragrant. Stinky tofu is delicious, but can't afford it. There are demons and monsters on the mountain. There are water ghosts in the lakes and rivers. When you turn around in fright, you've been away from home for many years. Eat stinky tofu. Which family's little girl has the fragrance of orchids on her body? Why is her face covered in tears? Don't you think she's pitiful? Can't eat stinky tofu. She's really pitiful, Pei Qian suddenly realized, and became furious. He didn't think that Li Huai had already tiptoed away from Pei Qian. When Pei Qian came back to his senses, he had already run far away, pissing his pants in terror, running at full speed ahead. Pei Qian looked around, then caught up with Li Huai in a few steps. With a kick, Li Huai fell to the ground. Li Huai got up and continued running without turning his head. Wei Taijin wiped the sweat from his forehead. The people in Master's hometown were really scary. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.